This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Book 1 of Savage Airs, written by Jagger Cole, performed by Ori Alden and Aaron Shedlock.
Chapter 1. Tenley. You can't actually be serious. My eyes slide from my hands, busy buttoning up the front of my raincoat, and to the mirror where they meet Charlotte's. I smile curiously. Of course I'm serious. All the sports programs here are way too competitive for me to have a prayer of getting into, and the math team doesn't have its first meeting until halfway through the term. My roommate pales, shaking her head. No, you need to find something else. Seriously. Look, I know this is all new to you, but I'm telling you. Char, it's just tutoring. I've done it 1,000,000 times before. Okay, I've done it 1,000,000 times before in public school, first in North Carolina and then D.C. after we moved there. I've never done it at the single most exclusive, prestigious private preparatory school in the world. But just the same, tutoring is tutoring, isn't it? And apparently, even at the Oxford Hills Academy, which guides the world's most elite, connected, and, let's be real, rich students toward whatever higher education best suits their perfect pedigrees, there are still ones who need a leg up. And tutoring looks amazing on pre-college resumes. Tenley. Charlotte's lips are worried, and the color has fully left her face as her head shakes back and forth. You can't tutor him. You can't go near him. My brow furrows as I turn with a smirk. Charlotte, I helped with SAT prep in some of the most dangerous schools in D.C. I glance around at the stunningly gorgeous living area, complete with Tudor-style paned glass windows, curved, intricate ceiling beams, wood inlay shelves of books, and a fireplace that would fit right in at Hogwarts. I mean, look where we are. I'm sure I'll be... They call him the Wolf for a reason, Tenley. She hisses quietly. I swallow. It's not the first time I've heard the nickname. In the 3 days since I moved into student housing with Charlotte, I've heard the moniker whispered like a curse, or maybe a prayer throughout the common areas on campus. Ilya Volkov, the Wolf of Oxford Hills. I've looked him up online. I mean, how do you not after hearing a nickname like that? I've never met him or seen him face to face, but one Google image search later and I fully understood why he's the wolf. When that man looks down the barrel of a camera lens, it's like a predator ready to pounce on its prey. Well, that and the fact that his last name is literally Russian for wolf, I guess. His last name is also as synonymous with organized crime in Russia as Capone is in the States. In fact, his uncle is the Yuri Volkov, head of the notoriously brutal and cold-blooded Volkov-Bratva family. My face flushes as I think back to Ilya's face, splashed all across the search engine page. Dark hair, green eyes, and the chiseled good looks and bone structure of an aristocratic model. But then the whole visage is awash in a brooding darkness that you can't help but shiver at. Just like I do right now, even thinking of it. But I steel myself and shake it off. Ilya Volkov might be the wolf. He might, allegedly, be heir apparent to one of the most dangerous, powerful, and wealthy crime families in the world. He might, bewilderingly, be on academic probation after some issues last year. But I won't let any of that affect me or throw me off, because all this is part of the plan. Okay, so the plan has been slightly edited by the media and consulting team overseeing my father's anticipated political moves, but it's still mostly the plan I've had in my head since I was 12. Graduate valedictorian, then attend Columbia for undergrad, where I will, of course, graduate with honors. After that, it's right to Harvard Law and interning at the renowned Wellesley and Kane, who will make me a junior associate. From there, I'll make a move to the even more prestigious Lancer, Stein, and Ramirez back in D.C., where I'll make partner within 2 years. After a few years there, I'll climb the ladder into a judgeship for the District of Columbia, and by the time I'm 40, I'll make the push to the final goal, Supreme Court Justice Tenley Chambers. the youngest justice in history. Lofty goals? Perhaps. Impossible? Not with the plan. That's why I have it. In the last year, though, the plan has changed. Sort of. It's been recolored, as Jill, my father's new PR chief, puts it. Because the plan now involves a lot more than me. The plan now involves my father possibly becoming the next vice president of the United States. Currently, my dad is the U.S. Secretary of State, which, I'm under zero illusions, is almost entirely why and how I'm at Oxford Hills. It's due to the power and prestige he wields, not the money. We were never struggling when I was growing up. My dad did well as a naval officer and lawyer with the military courts. But there's doing well for normal people, and then there's doing well for the kind of people whose kids go to Oxford Hills. They're in a class entirely its own. The students here are in the upper echelon, the elite of the world's elite. They're the sons and daughters of billionaire tycoons, oligarchs, and royalty, literal, real royalty. I'm from an upper-middle-class suburb and public school. The other students here are coming from actual castles or houses with their own zip codes and have never washed a single teaspoon. But 6 months ago, my dad was approached by Senator George North. The New York senator is highly touted across the entire political media spectrum to be the next president of the United States. He's already gotten a thumbs up from the soon-to-be exiting current POTUS, and his team has picked my father to be his potential running mate when he announces his candidacy. So 6 months ago, life got very complicated. Suddenly, public school and the burbs weren't enough. Being a model student with the highest marks possible wasn't enough. No, I needed elite status. I needed pedigree. I needed a social life. So here I am, out of D.C. and launched across the ocean to the bucolic English countryside, where Oxford Hills sits. Here, my image will be perfected by elite classes, elite friends, and an elite boyfriend. My mouth tightens at the very thought of that last one. Patrick North, Senator North's son, is also at Oxford Hills. He's been here for the last 3 years, given that his father is a U.S. senator and billionaire investor. Granted, I'm no political PR expert, but the idea of the soon-to-be president's son dating the soon-to-be vice president's daughter seems gross to me. Jill and the PR team, however, think it's a slam dunk for the polls. Senator North agrees, and my dad seems to just be along for the ride. So now I have a new school, a new country, and a new fake boyfriend to pose with for the cameras. At least my new roommate is all sorts of awesome. Charlotte's like me, which is to say being here gives her imposter syndrome to the max, too. Char's been at Oxford Hills for a year already, but like me, she doesn't really belong here. A little over a year ago, Charlotte's mother, a very regular, normal school teacher from a very regular, normal London suburb, married the king. The actual, real king of the small country of Luxlordia. That makes Charlotte an actual, real princess. Or to a normal person like me, it does. To the other royalty here, it makes her an imposter. That's how we became fast friends 2 months ago, when we were notified we'd be roommates this term at Oxford Hills. A single phone call turned into almost nightly FaceTiming, and now we're best friends. And all because of the joke that the only reason we were put together as roommates was that we were the imposters, the faux princess, and the presidential race prop. Tenley! Her voice snaps me out of my own head. You can't! Charlotte, I'll be fine. I smile, even though inside my stomach knots. My heart clenches along with my fingers digging into the palm of my hand. I'm trying to be brave, but I can't help but feel like I'm about to walk right into the lion's den. Or the wolf's, as the case may be. I glance out through the elegant paned windows at the rain pouring down on the English countryside. I pull up the hood of my burgundy raincoat and turn back to the mirror. My blue eyes meet their reflection. I tuck an errant lock of red hair back under the hood and take a breath. I can do this. It's all for the plan. And Supreme Court Justice and Time Magazine Person of the Year Tenley Chambers is not afraid of the big bad wolf. I glance back at Charlotte, curled up on the couch, and smile. I'll be back in an hour or so, I guess. Yeah, unless he eats you, she mumbles with a worried frown. I roll my eyes, wave, and turn to head out the door into the rain. Ilya Volkov is not going to eat me. The student housing at Oxford Hills is quaint but moneyed. There aren't big buildings full of dorms with communal bathrooms like at other private schools. Students are paired two to a cottage, whimsically beautiful Tudor-style houses arranged in quads with 3 others just like it, around a shared, gorgeously manicured and landscaped garden area. There are private gardens at the back, too. Each cottage has a kitchen downstairs, though there's a great hall dining area that serves 3 meals and 2 teas a day, a study, and a living room. Upstairs, there are 2 bedrooms, each with its own private bathroom and a common area between them. Outside, I tighten my hood against the downpour and trudge across campus. The housing address for Ilya that the Student Services office gave me simply says, Lordship Manor. I haven't explored much of the campus since I moved in 3 days ago, but an online map has it situated on the far side of the stables, yes, there are stables, and past the archery range. Yes, there's an archery range. My rain boots splash through puddles along the slate and cobblestone walkways that crisscross the grounds. There are only a few other people out in this weather, but they ignore me even when I give a wave. I'm quickly learning that the children of the world's elite aren't the friendliest bunch. I pass the stables, smiling at the smell of hay and horses. The archery range is empty and gray in the downpour. I've got my head down to ward off the rain, so I don't notice the wall and the gate until I'm almost smacking into them. I startle and step back. I glance up, and my eyes widen. Beyond the ivy-covered stone wall and ornate iron gate is a stunning old home. It looks like it belongs on the grounds of Versailles or something, a huge, imposing yet beautiful stone manor half covered in ivy. Black iron windows dot the facade, and the front door looks like it would withstand a siege from a rival kingdom. I'm about to dig out my phone and see how close I am to Ilya's cottage when my eyes suddenly snap to the words carved into the stone wall next to the gate. My mouth falls open in shock when I read, Lordship Manor. What the fuck? This is where Ilya Volkov lives? It's no cottage. It's a fucking castle. I shake my head in disbelief, but this is it all right. And palace or not, the student I'm supposed to tutor in order to bulk up my resume is in there. This will be fine. Unless he eats you. I tremble as I push open the gate and step through. I fast walk up the stone walkway to the enormous black iron and old wood door. There's no doorbell. I frown. What the hell am I supposed to do? Use a battering ram? Have my squire call up to the lord of the realm? I take a breath, haul my fist back, and pound. Then I pound again, and again. Finally, I hear the sound of a lock being drawn back. The door cracks and then swings open. I blink in surprise. The girl is not what I expected. She's stunning. Tall, leggy, blonde, and absolutely gorgeous. And here I am, standing in the pouring rain in a baggy red raincoat, hair stuck to my face, no makeup, looking like a shipwreck survivor. The wrinkled nose look of disdain she gives me seems to back that up. Who are you? She sneers in a haughty, posh British accent. Her manicured brows arch with distaste. I suddenly realize there's a party going on behind her. The inside of the manor is even more gorgeous than the outside. And it's full of students, drinking, dancing, making out, smoking cigarettes, and something else by the smell of it, and roaring with laughter. Music thuds. Were you invited? She sneers. I frown. No, I mean, I'm the... She suddenly smiles widely. Oh, no. Her smile disappears. We won't need the maid service until tomorrow, and when you do come back, do make sure you use the service entrance at the back, yeah? Her cold eyes pierce me. Kate, bye! She starts to shut the door in my face, but my rain boot juts out to stop her. She looks at me like I've just peed on the royal jewels. Are you fucking... I'm actually the tutor? I smile weakly. Then I take a breath and compose myself, standing a little taller. I'm the tutor. I'm here for Elia. She stares at me. Slowly, her lips curl in amusement. Elia, she says with a smirk. Yes, does he live here? She grins widely. You're sure you're looking for Elia? Elia Volkov? Good grief, I'm sure, I say tightly. Can I stay here? I'll get him. She starts to turn. Then she glances back at me and shakes her head. You're sure about this? Pardon me? She chuckles as her eyes slide up and down over me, sizing me up. Her lips smirk. Oh, darling. She shakes her head and gives me a faux sympathetic look. Just remember, you had the chance to run, and didn't. She shuts the door. I stand there, in the pouring rain, blinking and trying to figure out what the hell just happened. The minutes tick by. After about 5 of them, I realize I'm being pranked, or hazed, or something. Yeah, screw this. I can tutor anyone. I don't need to deal with this mean girl shit. As I turn to head back home, though, I hear the door creak. I roll my eyes, ready to give Miss Ice Queen the finger. Slowly, I turn with the sneer on my lip as the door swings open. And then my heart stops beating for a second. Suddenly, I'm face to face with the wolf himself. The dark hair, the piercing green eyes, the dark, menacing look on his perfectly chiseled face. My eyes drop, and I blush. He's also shirtless and built and tattooed to hell and back. My face burns as my eyes drink in the broad, muscled shoulders, the lines of his Photoshop-perfect chest and abs, and the grooves of his hips diving into the waist of his black jeans. I slowly drag my eyes up to his stern but slightly amused face, and I tremble. Elia Volkov is stunning, and terrifying, and gorgeous, and dangerous-looking. His hair is both tousled and perfect. Those almost supernatural green eyes pierce into my very soul. There's a smug smirk on his perfect lips, and what looks and smells like a spliff dangling from them. He leans against the doorframe holding a crystal tumbler with what looks like scotch in it. His cold, amused gaze sweeps over me. I shiver under it. Well, he growls literally like a wolf. I frown. Well, what? His smirk deepens. Well, are we doing this outside in the rain or in my room? Your room would be good? He chuckles darkly. I glance past him at the raging party going on. Look, if you're in the middle of something, I can always come back later. I'm ready right now. He shrugs, his eyes never blinking or leaving mine. We could go right there on the floor in the middle of it, if an audience is your thing. I frown in confusion. I'm sorry, do you know who I am? He shrugs. I know what you want, and that works for me just fine. My frown deepens. You know what? I shake my head. I'm Tenley. And I've got things to do, Tenley. He grunts. So if it's a shag you're so desperate for, why don't you turn around, lift that skirt, and say, please? My mouth falls open, and I stare at him. Excuse me? His lips grin, the spliff still dangling from them as smoke curls around his piercing green eyes. I said, to be sure you say please. I don't know what takes hold of me. I just know that I am not putting up with frat boy bullshit like this. I'll take the being relocated to another fucking country. I'll deal with the fake boyfriend crap. I'll adjust my perfect plan to fit the new realities of my life. I'll even deal with snobby rich brats talking down to me because I wasn't born with a jeweled scepter up my ass. But I will not put up with this shit. Without really thinking it through, my hand darts out. I snatch the glass from his hands, haul back, and splash the contents of it right into his face. I swear the music behind him stops. The people behind him freeze and stare with horrified expressions. And it's only then that I truly realize what I've just done. I just threw a drink in the face of the wolf, the heir apparent of the most brutal Bratva family in the world. And yet he says nothing. He doesn't even blink. His gorgeous face drips with scotch. The spliff in his lips dangles limp and soaked against his chin before he spits it out. His jaw grinds. Suddenly, a fire sparks like molten green magic in his eyes. I gasp as he rapidly closes the short distance between us. His hand juts out and I choke on my breath as he grabs the front of my raincoat at the neck in a fist. Fear spikes through me as he yanks me hard into him. The glass drops from my fingers, landing in the wet grass next to the walkway. The hood falls back off my head. Rain pours down over the two of us in sheets as those eyes burn like green fire right into mine. His perfect lips pull back into an animalistic snarl, white teeth flashing in fury. I'm petrified. I can't even scream, let alone try to break free and run for my very life. All I can do is shake as my wide eyes stare up into his. The seconds tick by as I wait for death, until finally his mouth opens. "Run away, little red." He snarls thickly and quietly. His grip tightens, almost choking me with the collar of my coat. "Run away, before I eat you up." He shoves me back and lets go. I don't ask what he means. The war between my fight or flight responses is over in a quarter second. Flight wins. I turn and I run as fast as I can from the big bad wolf of Oxford Hills.
Chapter 2. Ilya. Someday, you will be king. You will be Caesar. I smile wickedly as my eyes survey the scene in front of me. A brunette whose name escapes me laughs as she pulls her head away from another girl's bare tits. Her nostrils are rimmed in white, and the chemical glow to her cheeks is both alluring and boring. Beside them, a guy I don't know drunkenly pushes his way into the topless girl's cleavage. There's no coke there anymore, but he doesn't waste the opportunity to sloppily suck on her tits like he's looking for some anyway. She laughs and playfully slaps at him. I just glare. Greedy little shit. I make a note to find out who he is and make sure he doesn't disgrace another of my get-togethers this year. My penultimate, final year of glory at Oxford Hills. You will be Caesar. My uncle means for me to be the Caesar, as in Julius, like him. Wise, grounded, a leader, and a bastion of strength and level-headedness. My lips curl into a smirk as I slowly suck on the spliff between them. I watch the topless girl get up and pound a shot of something. More lines of blow are being tapped out on the edge of the pool table behind her. In a corner, a girl is sitting astride the lap of a guy from the rugby team, gasping into his mouth as his hand works under her skirt. They're all here because of me, to bask in the glory of my kingdom, to revel in the hedonism of my rule. I'm not the Caesar, but here at Oxford Hills, I'm still very much a Roman emperor. Caligula, maybe. The hedonistic demigod who drowned himself in wine, women, and debauchery. You will be Caesar, so I need you to start acting like one. The smirk drops from my lips. It's the last bit that does it. Those words, my uncle's, echo through my head, even as I try and push them into the murky darkness toward the back. I hear them. I just don't want to. I understand what they mean, but for now, my eyes drink in the chaos and debauchery around me. I smile to myself as I inhale another lungful of smoke. For now, I will revel in my kingdom. For now, I will be a Caesar. Just maybe not the Julius Caesar that my uncle wants and needs me to be. Responsibility can come later. Today is about forgetting everything. I turn away from the scene before me into the window. The smoke from the weed and tobacco exhales slowly through my lips. It curls against the glass, fogging over the gray rain pelting the other side of it. The buzz of the cocaine I put up my nose a minute ago is beginning to take hold, electrifying my senses and clarifying everything around me in that bullshit way coke only pretends to do. Start acting like one. I scowl. He's not wrong, and my uncle is a wise, good man. My willingly choosing to recklessly ignore his words is a disrespect he doesn't deserve. It's not me trying to spit in his face or anything like that. My Uncle Yuri has been both father and mentor to me for most of my life. He introduced me to the ways of the Bratva. He showed me what being a man is, and gave me the strength to channel the rage that burns inside of me and transform it into power. And yet, here I am, diving headfirst into rock star hedonism. I came close to nuking my entire future last year. I play hard, all of us. The sons of men like my uncle and others like him in the Bratva life do. But last year was too hard, too debaucherous. I crossed the line. It's only my uncle's money, and perhaps the Academy Disciplinary Board's fear of him, that have kept me here at all. You would think a Bratva king needs no schooling but the strength to rule, but business is still business. Graduating Oxford Hills Academy with high marks is a golden ticket to any college and then business school in the world. Perhaps in generations past, sitting on the Bratva throne my uncle sits on was solely about smacking skulls together and rigging poker games. Now, it's as big and as ruthlessly competitive a business as any tech giant or multinational conglomerate. Yuri and his right-hand man, Maxim, can teach me everything they know about fighting, leading, and being the sort of man that other men obey without question. But the business side of things will require actual schooling. There are lots of eyes on me, not just those of my uncle and others in the upper ranks of the Volkov organization. Those of our enemies, too, our allies, our business partners and would-be partners. I sigh, exhaling smoke against the window again. My mood darkens like the rain outside. You're killing my buzz, you know. I turn at the voice. The guy my age standing before me has his shirt unbuttoned all the way, showing off the labyrinth of tattooing entirely covering his muscled chest, stomach, shoulders, neck, back, and arms. You emo little fuck. Misha smirks, his icy blue eyes glinting as he passes me a tumbler of something brown. You over here composing suicidal poetry or some shit? I shrug with a hard smile. No, just wondering how desperately your mother would beg me for it. His face is cold and neutral, until slowly a grin cracks across my friend's face. Well, if you find her, tell her she owes me about 18 fucking birthday presents. He claps me heavily on the back as he clinks his glass to mine. Misha is the son of Boris Zavakov, one of the wealthiest, most connected Bratva oligarchs in Russia. And that is saying something. There's hardly a construction project in the entire country, from a goddamn sun porch to a new hotel, that he doesn't have his fingers in. In completely unsurprising news, he and my uncle do lots of business together. Misha and I have known each other since we were 5. It might be poetic to say we bonded over his lack of a mother, and my lack of any parents at all. But it's mostly just that we were both devious little fucks who liked to fight, take what we wanted, and command others to do our bidding. Not a lot has changed in that regard in the last 13 years. Oxford Hills Academy is filled with the offspring of world leaders, royalty, and some of the wealthiest men and women in the world. There was a time, long in the past, when this fine institution required proof of aristocracy before a student could grace its halls. They fucked up bad getting rid of that, because now they've got insidious little shits like me, Misha, and Lucas darkening their doors. We're princes in our own right, richer than the children of CEOs and hedge fund billionaires. But we're only here because we, or our families at least, beat the system. I sincerely doubt the founding fathers of Oxford Hills Academy envisioned the sons and daughters of Bratva kings and criminal oligarchs prowling their halls. But here we are, and woe betide those that cross us. Come on, Misha drapes a muscled arm over my bare shoulders. He nods with his chiseled chin across the upstairs billiards room of the manor that he, Lucas, and I call home while at school. Why on earth do we live here, in what was once a lord's estate, and later the academy president's house, and not in one of the cottages like the other students? Fear? Money? Power? All three? Take your pick. But as I said, here we are. The tilted scale makes us kings of this campus. It makes some hate us, yes, but mostly it makes the rest of them idolize and worship us. When I follow Misha's gaze, I'm reminded exactly which gender that idolization skews toward. The two blondes and the brunette smile coquettishly at us. The dark-haired one, who for some reason I want to say is named Roxanne, crooks a finger at us. They were, hoping to take this party somewhere more private with you and me. I groan. All three of us are animals in our own right, but Misha takes the cake by a mile. I actually think I'd be hard-pressed to find a girl at this party who hasn't seen exactly where the ink ends deep under Misha's waistband. And yet, as hot as the three girls across the room are, I roll my eyes. Maybe last year I'd have followed my friend into a whatever rock star level pussy party he's clearly about to jump into head first. But now, no. For some reason, the idea bores me. Maybe it's knowing deep down, though I'm trying to ignore it, that my uncle is right. I do need to get my shit together this year. Thanks for the cock block, Uncle Erie. I'm good, I shrug, patting Misha on the back. Maybe see if Lucas is into the idea. Misha rolls his eyes. Doesn't matter if he is. He probably scares the shit out of them. It's like having Freddy fucking Krueger for a wingman. A smirk teases the corners of my lips as my gaze drags across the room. Lucas might be one of my best friends, but to be fair, he is a stone-cold motherfucker. 4 years ago, Lucas was on the streets of Montenegro, going through a hell I quite honestly cannot imagine. Then he was rescued by a business associate and Bratva ally of my uncle, Viktor Komarov, who helms the Kashenko Bratva in Chicago. Viktor and his wife Fiona also run the Free Them Foundation, which tracks down and eradicates child trafficking across the globe. A lot of the kids they rescue are young. Others, like Lucas, have been through hell and back before being pulled out of the darkness. Viktor and Fiona ended up officially adopting Lucas themselves. Since then, he's been raised in the ways of the Bratva, like Misha and me. He's been a fast learner, but it's because he's fueled by a darkness inside that not even I can fully grasp. And me and darkness go way, way back. Lucas is like a brother to me at this point, but Misha isn't wrong. The guy is terrifying. It takes a special kind of girl to want to dive into that black hole. I almost pity the girl trying to chat him up right now. The black-haired, doe-eyed little beauty is either wasting her time, or else she may regret sleeping in the Lucas Komarov bed she's so hell-bent on making. He's private about his bedroom activities, But Misha and I have heard rumors. Misha groans as his gaze drags back to the 3 girls already eye-fucking him. Don't make me do this alone. Kicking and screaming, I'm sure, I grunt. I want to kick myself. When the 2 blondes grin and turn to press their lips to each other, I know I should want to kick myself twice. And yet it doesn't interest me. Or even if it does, that goddamn voice in the back of my head pulls me back. All right, well, suit yourself. I'll have one of them scream your name for you. I roll my eyes, but say nothing as I drag on my spliff. Misha grabs a bottle of vodka from the bar and saunters over to the trio waiting for him. I turn to sink into a leather Ames chair by the window. Hey. Fuck. Even with a party raging around us, I'm dying for some solace. I want to sit here and smoke my spliff and be alone with my thoughts, which is, of course, exactly when Juliana chooses to strike, as usual. I slowly turn my head toward the blonde with the runway model legs and the very, very expensive tits practically falling out of her top. Juliana Macreed is the daughter of a member of the upper house of Parliament, a lord, which I guess makes her a duchess or some shit. It also completely does not interest me. I'm also reasonably sure she's had Misha's dick in her pretty mouth, but that's not why she doesn't interest me. She doesn't interest me because she's so obvious about wanting me. It's cringy. It's boring. At Oxford Hills, they call me the wolf. You don't throw cooked hamburgers to a wolf. You let him hunt. What is it? I grunt with disinterest. Juliana laughs and drapes herself over my lap. I roll my eyes and scowl at the window. One of these days, Volkov, she purrs, I'm going to get what I want with you. Don't hold your breath. Why? Got something else I can hold? Jesus. Is there something you need? I growl as I pull on the smoke between my lips. I exhale, feeling stoned and bored as I puff curling rings up to the ceiling. Juliana starts to grin. I stop that shit short. I'm not interested, I grunt. I've made that fairly clear. I'd almost feel sorry for her if she wasn't so fucking persistent with me. She's a pretty girl. She's smart. Money and power aside, Oxford Hills doesn't let morons in. She's got family connections, wealth, and prestige. By any normal metric, Juliana Macreed is a catch. But I'm not normal. I'm lost somewhere between fucked-upville and cold-hearted bastard town. She sighs, restraining herself. Fine, there's this girl downstairs at the door who wants to see you. I frown. What? Yeah, Juliana's lips curl. She's new to school, I think, and I guess she's trying to get cooler, whatever, because she says she's here to fuck you or something. My brow furrows as I growl to myself. For fuck's sake. All I want is to lord it over the debauchery, alone with my thoughts. I don't want to go bang groupies with Misha. I don't want to deal with Juliana's constant and completely obvious come-ons. And I sure as shit don't need Oxford newbies trying to star-fuck me into popularity. With a snarl, I shove Juliana off my lap. Tell her to... As I stand, a dark, devious idea bubbles into my subconscious. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Get rid of the starfucker, and get Juliana ticked enough to finally leave me the fuck alone. I'll deal with it. I turn to storm over to the stairs. Do you want to put on a shirt or something? Juliana calls after me. I turn with a wicked smile. I won't be needing my pants in about 5 minutes. Why the fuck would I need a shirt? Her smile fades into a harsh glare before she whirls and storms off. Good. I toss the burned-out end of my spliff into someone's drink and pull another from the little silver case in my back pocket. I slip it between my lips. A guy I don't know quickly pulls a lighter out to ignite the tip as I pass. I shoulder through the crowd and the thudding music to the front door of the manor. I grip the handle, twist, and yank it wide as smoke billows around my nostrils, like dragon fire about to incinerate this stupid little star. My thoughts jumble. My pulse thuds in my ears. My eyes lock onto the soaking wet, bedraggled, small, frail, and utterly gorgeous redhead standing before me. This is not what I was expecting. I was expecting a Juliana clone, another blonde, leggy little princess, or duchess, with tits that Daddy paid for. Not this. Not her. She looks like Little Red Riding Hood in that raincoat. And here she is, face to face with the wolf himself. Her eyes drag up to mine. Her mouth falls open with a look of shock and fear, and something else I can't quite place. Just the same, my mind is set. I've already started this little game in my head, and like it or not, she's playing too. I have no intention of fucking this girl, but I do, especially now after seeing how frail and frozen she looks, have every intention of scaring her off. She wants to fuck the wolf. She's about to learn this wolf has fucking claws and teeth. And I highly doubt she's prepared to play with that. My cold gaze sweeps over her. I like that I can see her shiver. Well? Her teeth drag over her bottom lip. Well, what? Well, are we doing this outside in the rain or in my room? Your room would be good? I chuckle to myself. She's so far out of her depth, it's almost comical. Look, if you're in the middle of something, I can always come back later. I'm ready right now. I smile coldly at her. She's so innocent-looking, and yet so weirdly tempting. So corruptible. I groan to myself as my pulse thuds. But no, time to crush this where it grows. We could go right there on the floor in the middle of it, if an audience is your thing. Her face blushes. I'm sorry, do you know who I am? Mine, I think to myself. I know what you want, and that works for me just fine. She stammers. I'm Tenley. And I've got shit to do, Tenley, I mutter. Here comes the 1-2 punch before she runs screaming and I can go back to playing Roman Emperor upstairs. So if it's a shag you're so desperate for, why don't you turn around, lift that skirt and say please? She looks like I just slapped her in the face. I resist the urge to laugh. Excuse me? I grin, puffing on the spliff. I said to be sure you say please. The glass in my hand suddenly isn't. I blink when the scotch splashes against my face, stinging my eyes and drenching my smoke. Little Red Riding Hood looks like she's about to have a stroke. She pales, looking horrified. I stare at her. For all of my bullshit, for all of my poisonous deviousness, not a single person has ever crossed me this way. I almost want to be impressed. But before I can stop myself, the beast inside me takes over. I snarl as my hand shoots out. I grab her jacket at the throat and yank her almost off her feet into me. Her hood falls back. Her big blue eyes stare into mine in horror. And yet, even with my hand by her throat and a snarl on my lips, I see defiance there. There's fight in her. It shouldn't get my heart pumping this fast. It shouldn't make my cock this hard. The seconds tick by. Like each of us is waiting for the other to make the first move. Slowly I lean close, my eyes boring into hers. Run away, Little Red, I snarl quietly. My hand twists, tightening the collar of her coat around her pretty throat. Run away, before I eat you up. I shove her back and let go. She gasps, staring at me. I almost can't tell if she wants to cry or slug me. Her eyes lock with mine, full of defiance, fear, anger, hatred, and maybe maybe something else. Then she whirls and bolts back out into the rain, away from the wolf's den. And yet my eyes follow her until she's out of sight. My thoughts stay with her long after she is gone. And that is very, very confusing. Well, that's not something you see every day. I turn. The rest of the party suddenly becomes very interested in looking at anything but me, with booze dripping off my face. All of them except for Lucas. He's standing with a drink in his hand and his customary long-sleeve shirt rolled down to the wrists. He eyes me up and down. What exactly? I growl. The future American vice president's daughter, tossing scotch in your smug face. I blink. The what? Lucas nods past me. That was Tinley Chambers. The name gives me pause and rings a bell somewhere in my drug-fogged brain. Suddenly it clicks. She wasn't here to fuck me. She was here to tutor me. I make a note to spread a rumor about Juliana having genital warts as I grind my teeth. Then I turn and stare into the rain where Tinley was just standing, glaring at me, standing up to me, defying me. My lips curl into a thin, hungry smile. Run away, little red, I whisper into the rain. But there's no place she can run, no place she can hide. The wolf has caught her scent. And now, I'll fucking devour her.
Chapter 3. Tinley. It's even darker when I get home than it was when I left. It's not like it's much later in the day. I've been gone for 20 minutes, tops. But still, the rain pelts harder. The sky is a darker shade of gray. The storm rumbles louder overhead, like furious gods stomping their feet in anger. Like the wolf pounding at the door. I lean back against the front door when it's shut behind me, gripping it tight, as if I might need to add to its strength to make sure he doesn't barge in after me. Water pools at my feet, drip, drip, dripping in the stillness of the cottage. My heart pounds. It thuds like war drums chasing me, like the beast himself is hot on my heels, ready to strike. I squeeze my eyes shut. My arms extend until my fingers are gripping the edges of the doorframe again, in case the force of nature that's been nipping at my heels the whole way home might charge as hard as he can at the door and smash it in. Run, little red, before I eat you up. Seconds tick by, then minutes. Are you okay? I almost scream at the sound of Charlotte's voice breaking the stillness. My eyes fly open to see my roommate poking her head around the corner from the living room, giving me a strange look. Tinley? Fine, I blurt. I swallow thickly. Fine, I'm fine, fine. Charlotte's mouth curls in amusement. So, fine then. Perfectly. You sure? I mean, you only just said it 4 times in one sentence, so just want to make sure. I'm fine. I scrunch up my face, realizing I've just said it a 5th time in under 30 seconds. Charlotte keeps looking at me with amusement. Then her brow furrows slightly. Wait, what happened? Nothing, I fumble out. You left like 20 minutes ago. She frowns. What happened with tutoring? And why are you soaking wet? The sarcastic answer would be, because it's raining outside, but sarcasm has left me, along with my wits, my clear thinking, and my breath. Run, little red, before I eat you up. I tremble as I shrug off my sopping wet raincoat. I'm just as soaked underneath. I suddenly realize I just sprinted home with my hood down and the zipper undone about 1/3 of the way, probably wrenched there from Elia grabbing the neck of it. My body shivers, skin prickling with fear and another surge of adrenaline as the memory plays out again. I was running to get out of the rain, and I guess I shrug. My brain is shut off. I can't even come up with decent bullshit right now. Charlotte leans against the doorframe to the living room, sipping tea. Well, the coat works better when the hood is up. I smirk. Gee, thanks. In case you forgot to read the instruction manual. Her sarcasm that I can usually match tit for tat is calming me. So is her familiar, infectious, and warming smile. That must be it. I'm used to American rain jackets. Ah, yes, there's the problem. You see, ours have hoods over here. Our books read left to right, and our soda has bubbles in it. Bet your cars have wheels, too, don't they? I grin back. She shrugs with a smirk on her face. I can see how that might be confusing for a colonial like yourself. I giggle. Calm down, Your Majesty. Charlotte rolls her eyes at my favorite teasing nickname for her. I exhale. My heart is beating at a normal pace, and my brain is doing a fantastic job of slowly pushing any memory of his cold, gorgeous, haunting face out of my... Wait, so what happened with tutoring Elia? I wince like I've been slapped, like he's right back in front of me, snarling into my face as he grabs my coat by the neck. Oh, I turn to hang my dripping coat on a hook. I swallow hard as the tremor ripples through my body. He stood me up. Lies, 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 lies. He stood in front of me. He stood towering above me, snarling like the savage animal he is as he shook me to my very core. I breathe shakily and turn to Charlotte again. Yep, stood me up. She exhales with visible relief. Thank God. I nod. Tenley, you really need to understand. Ilya Volkov is not someone you want to be around. For real. He's a psychopath. There are even rumors that he's literally killed people before. I swallow. He what? I croak. My mind flashes back to the surge of fury in his face, the snarling lips and bright white teeth. The savagery. Yeah, for his uncle and the Bratva. She hugs herself with one arm as she sips her tea. You need to get out of this tutoring thing, or just go find someone else. I bite my lip. Despite being filled with snobby, entitled rich kids with silver spoons jammed up their butts, Oxford Hills does have extremely competitive entrance standards in terms of grades and competency. The kids here might be spoiled brats, but they're really freaking smart spoiled brats. It's not like the place has students who need tutoring lining up out the door. Changing to someone else would be one thing, but quitting the whole tutoring program would look really bad on my record. I've never quit anything, ever. And I will not let Ilya Volkov and his psycho, growling intimidation shit make me start now. But Char is right. There is no way I'm tutoring that asshole. I'll go to the student services offices tomorrow and get it changed. She breathes again with relief. Good, that's smart. She shivers. I'm so glad he stood you up. I smile weakly. Oh, since you're back early, one of Patrick's lackeys came by. I roll my eyes. Patrick, my boyfriend for media and image purposes, has what he likes to frequently describe as his brand on campus. It's not all posturing and bravado. I mean, his father is most likely going to be the president of the United States. And for all the eye rolls I throw his way, Patrick is every bit as driven by a plan as I am. To that end, when he's at school, he has interns, underclassmen who do his bidding and run his errands. They even compete to get this thankless, non-paying job. It's a little ridiculous. But then Patrick is the golden boy of Oxford Hills. The guy walks around like he's JFK. He's the head of a dozen student organizations. He runs 3 charities. He even gets special privileges to leave our closed campus to go volunteer at a soup kitchen and women's shelter in Manchester. If there were babies in the hallways of Oxford Hills Academy, Patrick North would be kissing them. Which lackey, exactly? Oh, the small, frightened, subservient one? I smirk. Charlotte grins. Doesn't narrow it down much, does it? Ian? Lane? She nods. That was it. Lane, ginger-haired boy with glasses. Aw, I like Lane. Hey, we gingers have to stick together. What was the message? Patrick seriously uses his interns to run messages back and forth across campus, as if text messaging isn't a thing. Patrick says spoken words delivered in person carry more weight. I mean, he's not wrong. It's just, well, it's a little pretentious to have lackeys delivering messages for you as if you're a king. Dinner invitation. I roll my eyes. Seriously? It's a text message that would have taken half a second to tap out, and yet poor little Lane had to run through the thunderstorm outside to deliver it orally. For when, exactly? Charlotte glances past me at the clock on the wall. 10 minutes? I groan. Okay, I'm going to go change and then take off. I kick my boots off and start to walk up the stairs, leaving a trail of water in my wake. Don't be late. You know how Mr. North feels about tardiness. Charlotte calls after me in a sarcastic sing-song voice. Send His Highness a carrier pigeon letting him know I'll be there when I can. I snicker back. Lackeys, she yells as I step into my room. We need lackeys. I smile as I close the door. The second it's shut, I find myself doing the same thing I did when I came through the one downstairs. I lean back into it, gripping the doorframe as if Elia is seconds away from kicking it down. To eat me up. I shiver. It turns out I was wrong. Supreme Court Justice and Time Magazine Person of the Year Tenley Chambers is very, very much afraid of the big bad wolf. Chapter 4. Tenley. If the fireplace in our cottage would fit right in at Hogwarts, the dining hall could have doubled as the main set. Charlotte and I jokingly refer to going to lunch sometimes as BLT confessional, both for the aforementioned sandwich we both love, and the fact that the Oxford Hills Academy dining hall literally used to be part of a cathedral. Huge stone pillars tower up to a gorgeous wooden ceiling that always reminds me of an upside-down sailing ship. Beautiful old tapestries drape some of the walls, while framed rugby jerseys of past champions and academic pennants festoon others. Walking in, the dynamic of the students could be out of any teen comedy movie. The jock types lounging around one table, the artsy types sketching at another, while the drama club speaks to each other in Shakespearean English in a far corner. The only major difference between this and a teen comedy is that instead of plastic trays and metal bench seating, Oxford Hills has fine china, silver cutlery and ornate hand-built round wooden tables fit for heads of state. I leave my umbrella and Charlotte's raincoat by the door and step down the few stairs into the dining hall. I walk past the jocks, and the artists, and the nerdy types, including little Lane, playing a fantasy board game at another table. There she is! The confident and yet gentle presidential tone. I turn and smile at the tall, blonde boy with the sparkling blue eyes nodding a cleft chin at me. Ah, yes, and the popular crowd table. And who better to preside over the best of the best than the son of the future leader of the free world? I sigh and shake my head. For all the jokes Charlotte and I make about Patrick, he's not a bad person. He's charming and magnanimous and kind, a little curt sometimes and a little snobby around the edges, but that's just his upbringing. Future Vice President Martin Chambers might not come from wealth and privilege, but the North family is dripping in it. All things considered, being with a guy like Patrick is hardly a cross to bear. He's the golden child with the farm boy smile, the tall athletic frame and the do-gooder heart who goes out and helps at women's shelters and food banks for crying out loud. I mean, so what if he wants to send lackeys instead of texts? I smile as I walk toward him. It might not be romantic, at least not really. Not unless we're talking to a reporter or in public. But it's not like being friends with Patrick is a bad thing. Hey, babe. He grins at me as I walk over to the table full of other golden children. Carl Yoon, OHA's star striker on the football, aka soccer team, as well as the son of a Korean shipping billionaire, gets up from his chair next to Patrick. I smile and try and wave it off when he offers me a seat, but he insists until I do. Timeliness, Tenley, Patrick says with a weirdly fatherly arch of his brow, tapping his wristwatch. Sorry, I was... Tea, Miss Chambers. Okay, that's going to take some getting used to. The Oxford Hills dining hall comes with waiters. Waiters who know everyone's names at that. I turn and smile up at the man offering tea from a sterling silver tray. No, thank you, I smile.
Very good, Miss Chambers. The offerings tonight for the main course are beef bourguignon, scallop sashimi with lemon confit, tagliatelle with duck, or a...
Scallop sashimi sounds amazing, thank you. I frown, my eyes searching his jacket for a name tag or something. Sorry, what's your...
She'll have the scallop, thanks.
Patrick interrupts, his voice kind but firm. His dismissal before I can ask the man his name is clearly on purpose. It's also elitist in a way that makes my jaw grind.
And another chicken breast for Yoon here.
Patrick laughs off his elitism by reaching over me to clap a hand on Carl's shoulder.
Gotta make sure our star has the protein and stamina to take us to the championships this year, right? Very good, sir.
The nameless waiter smiles with a bow before he disappears. The help here these days. Ainsley Hendershire, the daughter of England's largest grocery store magnate and another of the golden crowd, sighs dramatically. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. This is politics, I get that, and I fully understand that playing politics, like pretending to be cordial at dinner to spoiled brats like Ainsley Hendershire, is going to be a big part of being a lawyer and then a judge. But honestly...
And how are you enjoying Oxford Hills so far, Tenley?
The boy with the crisp accent and dark skin is Malik Ibrahim, whose family owns half the oil fields in Central Africa. I vaguely remember that he's also the new captain of the Oxford Hills rugby team this year. I smile. So far, so good. Yeah, I'm excited to start classes on Monday, but I'm settling in nicely. I really like my roommate, too. Oh, you're with Princess Diaries, aren't you? Ainsley sends a very, very fake smile my way. Okay, the waiters are going to take some getting used to. So is eating dinner in a den of vipers, apparently. Charlotte, yeah. I say coldly back. A hand sets a plate of salad in front of me.
Watercress and endive with a spritz of grapefruit and finished with walnut oil, Miss Chambers.
I smile and turn to the man. Thank you, sorry, what?
That will be all,
What's your name? This time I cut Patrick off right back, smiling up at the middle-aged waiter.
Thomas, Miss Chambers.
Nice to meet you, Thomas. The salad looks delicious. He smiles warmly, nods, and takes his leave. Predictably, Ainsley sighs heavily. She flashes me a look of disapproval, which I pointedly ignore as I dig into the appetizer.
Honestly, I like the...
Malik strums his fingers through the air like he's looking for a word.
The bohemian feel of the service and the dining facilities here. It feels as though we are roughing it. Like we are camping, does it not?
The other sons and daughters of billionaires and royalty around the table laugh and nod. I stuff endive into my mouth so I won't say something I'll regret later. I mean, there are waiters. We're eating in a hall fit for kings and queens, and the food is prepared by a Michelin-starred chef. This is roughing it? The rest of them lapse into various conversations about school, money, and the UK Premier League as I shovel watercress down my throat.
How was your day, Tunley?
I look up as Patrick exits the general table banter to turn to me. I swallow my food and shrug. It was fine.
What were you saying before? About why you were late?
I ignore the flash of none of your goddamn business that rises up inside of me. Oh, I just had this thing.
What thing?
I reach for my crystal wine glass filled with lemon-scented water. I signed up to be a tutor this semester. I shrug. For my resume. Patrick smiles.
That's very noble of you.
He chuckles.
Though I'm afraid you might find yourself quite bored.
I smile, puzzled. What do you mean?
I mean you'll be hard-pressed to find anyone looking for a tutor at Oxford Hills.
He chuckles.
Anyone who does need one?
He shrugs.
Well, they're not really Oxford Hills material then, are they?
Whatever I want to say, whatever argument part of me desperately wants to start, I swallow back with another sip of water. I did have someone, actually, but he... My mind flashes back to the wolf himself, shirtless, muscled and tattooed, leaning nonchalantly against the doorway to his castle with smoke curling around his face like a dragon. I feel my face flush. He bailed on me. Patrick frowns.
Well, shows exactly why he's the type who needs tutoring in the first place. Who was it?
My lips purse tightly. I could lie, but what's the point? Tomorrow it won't even be an issue when I ditch him for another student to tutor. Just the same, I blurt the name just as I swallow a huge gulp of water, hoping it cools the burn on my cheeks. Ilya Volkov? The entire table goes silent. 7 sets of eyes turn to stare at me in horror and shock, like I've just stood up in my chair, flashed my ass, and told them to all go fuck themselves. You are shitting me, Ainsley blurts breathlessly, breaking the silence. She looks like she's just swallowed a large bug.
The criminal?
Malik chokes, wide-eyed.
Tenley, you're joking, right?
I turn to frown at Patrick. His eyes bore into me, and there's an intense look on his furrowed brow. Look, I'm going to change...
Tenley,
he says quietly, but his voice has an edge to it, and his face is tense, almost angry.
You're new to Oxford Hills, but you need to catch up.
I frown. I'm caught up just fine, Patrick.
He's a fucking scumbag, Tenley.
Patrick doesn't swear much, so the word bites hard.
He's Russian Mafia. He's literally killed people.
I frown. Okay, he's terrifying and a smug, foul-mouthed asshole, but come on. This takes schoolyard rumor mill to the next level. Even the thing with his uncle being in the Russian mob, that doesn't mean Ilya is a gangster or anything. Half the kids at Oxford come from rich families accused of all sorts of evil shit. Giselle Bocania's family was accused of hiring hit squads to put down unionizing attempts at their Brazilian fruit farms. The star keeper for the football team's last name is Hussein, for God's sake. And yes, as in that Hussein family. So Ilya shares the name Volkov with a guy that does terrible illegal stuff. So far, the only thing it's done is make Ilya a bad boy rock star at Oxford, complete with the ego and smug arrogance. I smile at Patrick. Look, he was a dick anyway, so I'm not going to even be tutoring.
I thought he stood you up.
Patrick's eyes narrow. I swallow and try and figure out why I feel so guilty right now, or why it feels like I'm hiding something. I went to his house, but he was a rude jerk, and tomorrow I'm going to make sure they switch me to someone.
I want you to stay away from him.
Patrick snaps coldly. I frown. Yes, that is the general plan, which is what I would have said if you'd let me finish a fucking sentence now and then. I'm aware of my voice having risen too loudly. So is the rest of the table, and the one next to us. I blush fiercely as I get control of myself. I'm officially making sure I'm not tutoring him tomorrow when the Student Services office opens.
Good.
Patrick glowers.
He's a fucking psychopath.
Legit psycho, Tenley. Ainsley parrots.
Tenley.
Patrick takes my hands in his and squeezes as he leans close.
He's not anything you want to be involved with here. It could destroy our future.
I nod, smiling quietly. Okay, I get it. Really, I'll stay away. His shoulders relax.
Good girl.
The arrival of my scallop seems to turn down the temperature of the conversation. The table returns to royal gossip, financial markets, and football scores while I chew and brood. Later, when dinner is done, Patrick walks me home. It's not even raining out anymore, but he insists. Our arrangement is weird. It's a relationship that was literally put together by a PR team. We both know it's not real. And yet Patrick takes it seriously, even when we're alone. In a touching way, it makes me wonder if he really wants this to be more than a PR stunt. It's not like I like Patrick in that way, but it's nice to feel, watched out for, taken care of, to have someone smile at you. At the door to my cottage, he kisses my cheek. Whether this is truly fake or if Patrick actually likes me, that's all he ever does. A kiss on the cheek, maybe a held hand. Then he's gone, and I slip inside. Charlotte is in her room with the door shut and music playing, so I leave her be to escape to mine. It's not that late, but I change for bed anyway. I brush my teeth, comb out my long red hair, and crawl under the covers. Thunder cracks outside, startling me. The rain is back, drumming against the glass. I sink under the sheets, my mind a jumble. It is nice to feel cared for, to feel watched out for. And I like the way Patrick, with the golden blonde hair and twinkling blue eyes, smiles at me. But when I close my eyes and drift off to sleep, I dream of storm clouds, of dark hair and piercing green fire eyes and tattoo ink. I dream of a wolf's gaping maw, snarling as it opens wide to swallow me whole.
Chapter 5. Ilya. The darkness of my bedroom is momentarily banished by the flick of my lighter. The end of the joint lights, burning like a glowing cherry as I inhale deeply. The lighter flicks out. The glow at the end of the rolling paper turns a smoke crimson, and I breathe in, sinking back onto the couch. It's 1 a.m, and I can't sleep. Part of the reason for that is as obvious as the lingering chalky taste in the back of my throat and in my nostrils. But even without drugs, my mind would very much still be whirling right now. My mind is always whirling, always thinking, always scheming or playing chess with itself. That's the irony of being on academic probation this term. It's not that I'm slow, or that any of the classes here are remotely hard. At the risk of sounding like a conceited blowhard, it's actually the opposite. I'm on academic probation because the academic prestige of this fucking place bores me. I am much, much smarter than these children of privilege who were born 2 inches from home plate and act like they hit one over the fences all by themselves. Some of us bled through the mud to get here. Literally. My later life, under my Uncle Yuri's guidance and support, was good. I had everything I needed. I went to the right schools, lived in posh penthouses across Europe, and ate good food. I dressed like a billionaire, drove fancy cars, and played with rock stars and sports heroes, models, and actresses. I didn't go without, in the slightest. But I am nothing like these other students. The darkness that tinges the corners of my brain makes sure I never forget that. The scars, mostly covered by ink at this point, chant the same mantra. My life before Yuri was broken and shattered like glass on a highway shoulder. Wounds heal, but the scar tissue remains. I smile grimly. You could ask Lucas about that if you wanted to peek over the edge into the abyss. There's a reason his sleeves are always rolled down, and it's not a fear of sunburn. Of the 3 of us, I'm the link between Misha and Lucas. Misha has known hardship in his own way, and he's been raised to manhood in the ways of the Bratva. He, too, is not like these other soft students. I'm sure an absent mom sucks, but he hasn't known true pain. Not like me, and certainly not like Lucas. Misha and I connect on the level of both being raised in the Bratva and liking nice, expensive things. We bond over fast sports cars and strong drinks. But Lucas and I connect in the way people connect when they've both looked death in the face. We connect because we're both scarred, inside and out. And yet all 3 of us are the dark princes that will grow to be kings together. Misha will inherit his father's empire. Lucas will someday run the Kashenko Bratva, perhaps alongside Sasha, his toddler of an adoptive brother. And I will one day sit on the throne of the most powerful Bratva family in the world and carry on the legacy of the wolf. I just need to get through 1 more goddamn year of high school without fucking up first. I scowl into the darkness. Academic probation I can deal with, tutor or not. I don't need someone holding my fucking hand or teaching me to read or write. Even calling it academic probation is absurd. My grades are exemplary. It's just the hard partying that's landed me where I am. I don't need a tutor, which is good, because I'm sure I've scared Tenley Chambers off a fucking cliff by now. That thought sours in me. The hunger from before wells up inside. The heat I felt, even just looking into her eyes, surges like fire in my veins. My search history this afternoon is all about her. I know about the rumors of her father being George North's running mate. I've seen the pictures of her smiling and holding hands and looking all fucking cuddly with that fucking shit-stained Patrick North. My lips curl in the darkness. No, I don't need her. But I do want her. It's not that she threw a drink in my face, and yet it is. It's that sweet innocence on her face. That timid and yet defiant look about her. It's the scared eyes, but the determination deep within them to never take the knee, ever. I smile hungrily at the idea of Tenley kneeling for me, opening her sweet mouth. The cherry burns hot and fierce as I suck in the smoke. This isn't about something as petty as revenge for throwing scotch in my face. This is about me fixating on that goodness within her and wanting to get my filthy hands on it. This is about wanting to corrupt her, to ensnare her. A knock at my door has me frowning as I whirl to glare at it. What? The door opens and a dark shape steps inside. Lucas moves into the light from the moon outside through my bedroom window. Drink? He holds up a bottle of vodka. That works. He nods, silently moving to one of the chairs across the coffee table from me and dropping into it. I hear the sound of the seal on the bottle of vodka cracking before he raises it up to his lips. He drinks deeply and then passes it my way. I hand him the joint and take a long slug from the freezing, cold bottle. Across from me, Lucas's face is momentarily illuminated by the glow of the cherry. I figured you were still up. If you just put two and two together, that cocaine keeps you awake. He snickers quietly and puffs on the joint before he hands it back. Not that. I mean the girl, Tenley. I frown in the near darkness. If it was anyone else, even Misha, I'd ask if they wanted to turn on a light instead of skulking around in the dark like a couple of fucking weirdos. But even in the darkness, I can tell Lucas is only wearing a sleeveless undershirt on top. I know he's more than fine keeping the lights off. And what about her? I mutter. I know what he's talking about. I meant what I said earlier about that not being something you see every day. I smirk. Well, remind me to piss off more daughters of heads of states, and maybe you. I don't mean what she literally did, Ilya, he growls. I mean what it represents. I roll my eyes, sucking on the joint before I pass it back in exchange for more vodka. You're getting philosophical. There's no hidden thing here. She acted like a bitch, and I scared the living shit out of her for it. Rightfully. She threw scotch in my fucking eyes. He says nothing as he puffs on the joint in the darkness. She's new, Lucas. She hasn't figured out how it works here. And how does it work here? I glare at him. Sorry, I'm having trouble breathing since I'm drowning in the irony of you deciding to play therapist with me right now. The cherry of the joint glows just enough for me to see the tick of his jaw tightening. Fuck. I just stepped out of line. Hard. I didn't mean that. His lips curl. It's fine, dickhead. Give me that. He tugs the bottle out of my hand and drinks, heavily. Then he looks at me again in the darkness. I just need to get through this fucking year, Lucas. I growl quietly. Might I suggest a pause on pretty much everything I saw you partaking in today, then? My jaw sets. Suggest away. You know what they say about your own worst enemy. Yeah, thanks. I get it. I'm my own worst. Were, he grunts. You were your own worst enemy. Are, I correct. Lucas's English is usually flawless. Even his accent is fairly blended away these days. I attribute the lapse in tense to the day of drugs, drinking, and debauchery we just had. I'm actually about to ask if he ended up fucking that dark-haired girl from before when he shakes his head. I know how to speak English, jackass. I frown, trying to make out the look on his face without lights. I do mean were, past tense. You have always been your own worst enemy, Ilya. Ever since I met you, and from what I gather, long before we met. Well, I'm glad to hear I've turned a corner, I mutter sarcastically. You haven't. I glare at him as smoke curls around the corners of my narrowed eyes. I'm not sure I'm in the mood for mind games, asshole. You didn't change, Ilya. You just finally managed to find an immovable object to counter all that force behind you. My brows knit. I think I understand what he's talking about, but he's just wrong. You're joking. He shakes his head. Her. You think that frail, timid little thing throwing a drink in my face is now my greatest enemy? Yes. Then you're far more fucked up from today than I thought you were. Exactly what the hell did you and that dark-haired girl from earlier get up to? Jesus Christ. Lucas just smiles. He puffs on the joint once more and then passes it to me. I scowl as I pluck it from his fingers, watching as he picks up the bottle of vodka and stands. I'm going to bed. She ran, I hiss as he turns for the door. He shrugs, but keeps walking. I scared the fuck out of her. She ran like I was chasing her, Lucas. Okay. She's not my fucking worst enemy. He pauses at the door and glances back at me. Then why the fuck are you yelling at me? He leaves, shutting the door behind him. Fucking head case. I mutter to no one as I sink back on the couch and glare daggers at the moon. The door opens again. I smirk as I hear footsteps approaching the couch from the side. Unless you're here to swallow that bullshit you were just spouting, go psychoanalyze someone else, dipshit. A pair of lace panties falls into my lap. I slowly turn and drag my eyes up to see a blonde girl whose name I don't know wearing a smile, and nothing else. I was hoping there'd be something else I could swallow. I should be tempted. I should be far more than tempted, actually. I should already have her on her back with her ankles over my shoulders and that smirking mouth begging for more. But I'm not. I'm not remotely interested. I'm not even hard as my eyes drink in her flawless, tight body. Misha's room is 2 doors down the hall. He's probably open for business. I turn back to the window, puffing on the joint. She says nothing. The silence ticks me off. I turn back to her, glaring. In case I wasn't clear, that means I'm not. She swallows, looking confused. Are you serious? Do I look like the fucking comedic type? She awkwardly backs away and then bends to pull her dress off the floor. She glances back at me with a darkened face as she quickly shimmies it back on. Maybe last year, this would have gone down differently. Maybe it would have gone differently last week or yesterday. She's walking to the door when I clear my throat. Don't forget these. I use the elastic on her panties to fling them her way. It's too dark to see if she blushes, but I do watch her quickly snatch them up off the floor, glance back at me, and then bolt from the room. I do actually feel bad for her. Sort of. Kind of. Maybe. It wasn't a shot in the dark, her coming here like that. A younger version of me would have kept her in here until I'd had my fill before kicking her out in probably the same fashion. But something's different now, and it pisses me the fuck off. I don't want blonde and cultured. I don't want painted lips and pedigreed family. I want red hair tangled in my fist. I want defiance staring back at me. And I hate that Lucas is right, even if his argument was silence. Tenley Chambers may have run, but she's still here, tempting me, torturing me, refusing to bow before me. And conversely, though she may have run home, she hasn't gotten away from the wolf. In fact, I'm just getting started. Fuck getting my act together. Fuck who her father is. Fuck Patrick fucking North. When I'm through with Tenley Chambers, she'll be ruined for any other man. I am a reigning dark prince. I am the wolf. And woe unto those that cross me.
Chapter 6. Tenley. The gardens are gorgeous. The private bathrooms are heaven, and the Hogwarts fireplaces are stunning. But quite possibly, my favorite part of the cottage living situation on campus is the state-of-the-art chrome and teal espresso machine, imported from Italy in the kitchen area. It is amazing. A travel mug of 3 expertly pulled shots of espresso with perfectly frothed coconut milk and a dash of cinnamon is, without a doubt, the best way to start a fall Friday in the English countryside. Paired with Phoebe Bridgers on my AirPods, the best. Or, at the very least, the best way to clear your head of a night filled with wolf dreams. Sort of. Maybe. Hopefully. With the storm of last night gone, the sun is shining. The rolling countryside outside the stone and ivy walls of Oxford Hills is looking lush and green. And the campus itself looks like the old cathedral and castle it used to be. I'm smiling ear to ear as I walk through the grounds. 1, because it's gorgeous out. 2, because my coconut milk latte is delicious. And 3, because I'm on my way directly to the student services office to cut myself completely loose of Ilya fucking Volkov. It is going to be a very, very good day. I almost spit espresso and coconut milk across the counter when she says that horrible word again. Excuse me? The head of student services, a sturdy gray-haired woman named Claudette, purses her magenta-hued lips. I'm sorry, love, but the answer is no. No. 2 stupid little insignificant letters halfway through the goddamn alphabet, yet right now, stuck together, they have the power to ruin my plans. My day, even my freaking latte. Look, I'm not looking to leave the tutoring program, I swallow. I can't be tutoring him. Claudette looks wounded. Well, I'm so sorry, Miss Chambers, but that just isn't how it's done. In keeping with our inclusive and welcoming policy here at Oxford Hills. I want to roll my eyes. Inclusive and welcoming? Yeah, sure, if you've got a king's ransom for tuition every year and your parents either wear a crown or have a historical monument named after them. All students here are granted the right to seek academic help in their endeavor for greatness. My mouth draws to a line, and I completely agree. I just don't think we're the right match, I say tightly. It's a matter of clashing personalities. As in, I'm a regular, normal, good person with a soul and a moral compass, and he's the devil himself, in all his foul-mouthed, hedonistic, psychotic glory. When Claudette looks unmoved, I switch tactics and adopt a pleading tone. Please? Please. Look, surely you've heard of his reputation or had the unfortunate experience of meeting him, right? He's an awful, horrible, spoiled little... That will be quite enough, Miss Chambers. Claudette snaps coldly. She shakes her head like a disappointed grandmother. I am very sorry that our tutoring program is more of a challenge than you were expecting. I've seen it before. Students thinking this is an easy way to pad their resume. I stare at her, heat rising in my cheeks. That's not what I'm saying. But I will not stand here and allow this character assassination of one of our finest and brightest. Do I make myself clear, Miss Chambers? She says sharply, glaring at me over the horn rims of her glasses. The fight deflates out of me. So does hope, and a little of my dignity, having just begged for nothing. I nod. My apologies, I mumble, forcing the word out. Mr. Volkov is one of our highest achieving students. He hit a bit of a dip in the road last term and just needs some assistance from one of his peers in correcting his course. If you feel as though you're not cut out to offer that assistance, I grit my teeth, then you are welcome to drop from the program. Though per our student guidelines that will be reflected on your record, the choice is yours, Miss Chambers. My brow clouds with anger at how unfair this is, but I nod glumly. Okay. No, I won't be dropping from the program. Then is there anything else I can help you with? She smiles. I shake my head. No, thank. I start to turn away when suddenly the office lights glitter off something. Something hanging from a silver chain around her neck. I frown as I peer at it. A chill creeps up my spine. It's a silver pendant in the shape of a wolf's head, with glittering diamond eyes. Motherfucker. Anger conquers fear, or at least clouds it enough to temporarily forget about it. I storm across campus, muttering and cursing his name, until once again I'm standing at the big iron gate to his evil lair. Without the dark clouds and driving rain, Lordship Manor actually looks quite pretty, and calmingly charming. Ivy and flowers creep up the sides of a stone house straight out of a Jane Austen book. I step through the gate into a manicured, stunning English garden that takes my breath away. In my head, Elia's lair, not home, was a foreboding, haunted castle, the grounds festooned with the bones of his prey. Apparently, I missed the roses, blue stone and white gravel pathways, and intricately trimmed hedges in the chaos of that first meeting. I pull my eyes away from the beauty of the gardens surrounding Lordship Manor. I glare at the door, the scene of the crime yesterday. But this time, I don't run. I don't flee. This time, I set my jaw and march right up to it. 1 year. I have 1 goddamn year here before the next phase of the plan. And I will not let smug, psychotic little criminals like Ilya Volkov fuck this up for me. I pause for one more breath at the door before I raise my fist. Then I start pounding. Hard. I hammer at the damn door until I hear footsteps thudding toward it from the other side. The knob twists, and the huge wooden thing swings in. A tall, muscled, and handsome guy with dark hair and piercing blue eyes stares at me curiously. Heavy tattoo ink swirls down both arms from under the stretched sleeves of his t-shirt, all the way to his knuckles. More ink teases up his neck to his jaw. He smirks at me as his eyes feast on me like I'm a snack.
You're late,
he grunts in a slightly Russian-accented voice. I frown. Excuse me?
The party was last night, sweetheart.
He purrs. He leans against the doorway, still smirking at me.
But I don't see why you and I can't start a new one of our own.
Is Ilya here? I snap, cutting off the eye-rolling smooth talk.
He might be.
I groan, glaring at him. Can I see him?
I didn't say he was here. I said he might be.
He frowns.
What do you want with Volkov?
Nothing. Abso-fucking-lutely nothing. I want to be free of him. I never want to see him or this ridiculous manor ever again. I need to speak with him. It's important. I grate out.
You pregnant?
My face burns as I stare at him. What?
Is that what you want to see him about?
My nose wrinkles. Ew, no.
So you're not pregnant?
No. His lips curl.
Wanna be?
My hands curl to fists at my sides. Is he fucking here or not? I bark loud enough that even this smug asshole jolts in surprise. Then he catches himself and clears his throat. His arms fold over his muscled chest.
All right, calm down, sweetheart. He's upstairs.
He steps aside and nods at an elegant staircase.
Down the left hallway. Last door at the end.
Thank you, I hiss as I slip past him into the manor. Or lair. There was a raging party here yesterday. This morning it looks immaculate. The manor looks like something out of Architectural Digest, modern and yet old-world elegant. Sleek but sumptuous. Impressionist and modern art hangs on the walls. There's a grand piano in the enormous vaulted ceiling living room. My eyes bulge with envy when I catch sight of a gleaming, pristine swimming pool through the open French doors at the back of the house. What the fuck?
Want a tour?
I glance back at the tattooed guy with the hungry smile. I'll pass, thanks. He grins.
Left hall. Last door at the end. Knock first.
When my brow furrows in puzzlement, his smile widens.
He might have company.
My stomach turns as my nose wrinkles. I turn without another word and storm up the stairs. I turn left and march down the long hallway until I get to a big, imposing, antique wood and iron door not unlike the one at the front entrance. I swallow, take a breath, and rap my knuckles on it. There's no response. I scowl as I hammer my fist against it again, harder this time. I hear footsteps, slow, languid, unhurried ones. I rap once more and hear a low growl. The doorknob turns, and the door swings open. My face flushes. He's shirtless. Good Lord, does he ever wear shirts? He looms in the doorway, shrouded in a darkness that's almost palpable, glaring down at me with those piercing green eyes. Slowly, his lips curl into a downright savage, hungry grin.
Well, well, well. You know, Red Riding Hood isn't supposed to actively seek out the...
Did you bribe the Student Services office? I snap angrily. Elias' brows arch, which has the strange effect of making him look both amused and insulted.
I don't pay bribes.
Yeah, and I can fly. Yes, I hiss.
They're beneath me.
He draws in a slow breath of air, his muscled bare chest rising.
I make...
His smile broadens.
Solid arguments.
Arguments that come with diamond-fucking necklaces? I snap. A spark glints in his green eyes as his white teeth flash.
Oh, now don't disparage Claudette like that. I think she looks very nice with a little bling.
I purse my lips, shaking my head at him in disgust. You're a criminal.
The wages they pay the staff at an institution like this are what's criminal.
I glare at him. He smiles coolly back.
Were you in the market for some jewelry of your own, Red?
He growls. Our eyes narrow on each other. Neither of us blinks. It's like facing off against a real live wolf, and a huge part of my brain screams that this is every bit as stupid a move. Finally, I break away. I tell myself it's because I'm done here, but the truth is I flinched first. I blinked. I lost. You know what, Ilya? I hiss, dragging my eyes back to his. Play all the stupid games you want, but count me out. I smile icily at him. I'm not playing this game with you. I whirl on my heel, hold my head high, and take the first step to march back down the hall.
Yes, you will.
My body stiffens. I stop without turning.
You will? Or you'll be leaving the prestigious Oxford Hills with a big black scorch mark on that pristine, perfect little record of yours.
My face clouds with rage. My lips curl into a sneer as I whirl on him. Ilya just holds my gaze, his mouth a tight line, his eyes molten green fire.
I'm sure Claudette was good enough to remind you of this fine institution's guidelines.
He shrugs.
You're right, Red. You don't have to play this game. You can quit the tutoring program and leave this school with a completely perfect, unblemished record, except for one glaring little mark, drawing the eye like blood on a white sheet.
My eyes narrow at him. I'll fight that.
Please be my guest, he growls. Perhaps if your family was my family, you could have them look the other way, or clean that little spot of blood right up.
You mean bribe them? I snap.
Yes, I do.
His gaze burns into me hotly.
But not your family, not your father. So, Little Red,
I have a name.
Be here Monday afternoon at 3:30 for our first session.
Rage burns inside me as I glare at him. I'm not your servant. I gasp as he suddenly storms from his bedroom door and quickly closes the space between us. His big hands grab my wrists, turning me and slamming me against the wall of the hallway hard enough for the framed black and white landscape photographs to rattle. My heart crawls into my throat. My skin prickles and tingles all over, but especially where his big, firm grip is holding me. My pulse thuds like a drum in my ear as he leans close, cold anger on his face.
I don't think you realize where you are,
he growls thickly. I swallow. I know I should just do what he says, just nod until he lets me go like a cat tired of playing with the mouse. But I'm not built that way. I'm not built to roll over and say, yes, please. You don't own Oxford.
Yes,
he snarls. His lips curl into a frightening smile inches from my face.
I do, actually.
My head shakes slowly. I'm not your
You'll be whatever the fuck I want you to be,
Ilya hisses. He's so close. I can feel the heat from his bare chest radiating against me. I can feel the thud of his own pulse through his fingers against my skin, and I can smell the intoxicating scent of him. Tobacco and leather and something else, masculine and captivating. He's a black pool, and I'm drowning in him. I hate that my voice breaks. I have a boyfriend. He grins. He just grins, a smug, amused smile.
Of course you do.
He is... My throat closes as I try and swallow back a lump. He's very powerful and strong.
Does it look like I give a single fuck about a little shit like Patrick North?
A gasp as Ilya suddenly leans close to me fast. For a moment, every synapse in my head screams that he's about to kiss me. But instead, his mouth brushes right past my cheek by a mere fraction of an inch, until it's right by my ear. His breath teases my skin. My eyes close and my teeth clamp down hard on my lip. A shameful heat I do not want blooms deep in my core, clawing at my insides like tendrils of fire.
Monday,
Ilya growls into my ear.
You here. If you're not, I will come find you.
He pulls away. His hands drop from my wrists. The blood comes rushing back into my fingers as I blush hotly and step away from him. His eyes hold mine, little flickers of green fire sparking through the air between us. Then, without another word, he turns and walks back to his room, shutting the door behind him. The tattooed guy from before is nowhere to be found, though it's not like I'm looking, so I let myself out. I frown as I glance up at the sky. I was only inside for a handful of minutes, but the sun has already gone as dark rain clouds crowd the sky. It could be the famously finicky English weather, or it's Ilya Volkov and the swirling darkness that surrounds him. When it starts to pour on me when I'm halfway home, I decide to believe it's the second.
Chapter 7. Ilya. The three of us, Misha, Lucas, and myself, are a polarizing force at Oxford Hills. To some, many, really, we represent new, and not in a good way. We're the harbingers of doom to the upper class, usurpers who don't deserve to be here. or in the upper echelons of society that we occupy. They see the danger in our eyes and the bratva ink in our skin. They rightfully fear us and what we represent for their cultured, pedigreed little lives. Yet to others here, we're irresistible. Black holes, for better or for worse. We're the dangling temptation of danger, darkness, and telling our father to go fuck himself. For who knows or cares what? By sleeping with the tattooed son of a bratva king. Patrick North and his ilk fall into the first category. They're the type who turn their noses up when we pass them in the halls. Nothing could insult me less than Patrick North not wanting to be my fucking friend. The other type are the fans, as if we're a rock band. Girls who want us and guys who want to be us. Groupies, sycophants, hangers-on, and maybe those who are just curious what lying down and looking over the edge into the abyss looks like. What it mostly looks like here at Oxford Hills is the nearly non-stop party we've been hosting at our manor for the last 3 days and 2 nights. The last weekend before term begins, as final year students, as the reigning dark kings of Oxford Hills, should be the stuff dreams are made of. It should be wall-to-wall debauchery of the most depraved, twisted kind. And for some, it is. From the Friday night through to the Sunday evening of near-constant parties at our manor, I barely see Misha out of his room. Perpetually with company, I should add. Even Lucas seems to be having fun. I have no goddamn idea if he's also taking girls back to his room, or who here would even have enough fucked-up daddy issues to go with him. But he does disappear nearly as much as Misha. I should be right there in the thick of it with them. I should be lounging back on my throne, watching my hedonistic court rage and riot before me. A drink in my hand, drugs in my system, and perhaps even a pair of lips wrapped around my cock. And yet for 3 days and 2 nights, I do none of those things but drink, mostly alone. I'm sure I've given Misha years of material for jokes involving me and emo poetry. But I don't care. Just as I don't care about the girls batting their eyes or flashing their tits at me, or outright asking me to show them my bedroom. It bores me. It disinterests me. Even the allure of the parade of drugs through our home over the weekend seems to have lost its luster. Yes, it could be that I'm finally wising up. It could be that my uncle's words have shown me the writing on the wall, that I need to get my shit together and become the man I was meant to become. It could certainly be all that. Or it could be that a certain red-haired, defiant little thorn in my side has wormed her way under my skin. It's a perplexing thought. Actually, my every thought involving Tenley Chambers has been perplexing since the other day, when she stormed into my world for the 2nd time. First, I told her to stay away. Then I made sure she couldn't leave. I despise the way she refuses to cow to me, or to bend a knee. At the same time, that fire and that defiance breeds a fire in me that's still raging days later. A fire that's turned me into a goddamn monk, apparently. By Sunday night, only the most dedicated, or the most likely to have some seriously deep-seated drug and alcohol problems, are still at Lordship Manor. Music still thuds in the big living room and kitchen as I brush through the last of the partiers. I snag a bottle of vodka and step out of the house through the double French doors into the backyard. There aren't many people out here, even with the draw of the pool. 3 guys from the rugby team are hunkered together talking animatedly about sports, I assume. A girl with large tits is bent over in the hot tub getting fucked from behind by a guy whose name is Sean, or maybe Seamus. In all honesty, unless they're useful or close to me, people's names aren't something I really bother to learn. I'm reaching for my silver case of pre-rolls when my phone buzzes. I glance at it, and my brow goes up. It's my Uncle Yuri. I turn to whistle at the 3 rugby players. A jerk of my head lets them know what I want. They quickly scramble up. nod almost to the point of bowing to me, and make themselves scarce. My gaze turns to the couple in the hot tub. "Fuck somewhere else," I bark. The two of them almost have a heart attack, like they're somehow shocked that someone's caught them in the act of screwing in the hot tub at a well-attended party. "Sorry, Ilya." The guy fumbles, trying to cover his dick as he scrambles from the tub. His girl looks at me shyly, biting her lip. She stays in the water as her guy dashes inside with his t-shirt around his waist. If I had any remote interest in sloppy seconds, I'm well aware of where Misha's room is located. Her coy smile drops. "Leave." She springs from the tub, averting her eyes as she plucks the towel I hold up from my hand. When the yard is empty, I call my uncle back and sink into a chair by the pool. "Dobre wieczór, nephew," Yuri grunts in his deep, honeyed voice. "A good evening to you too," I smile. Contrary to a rumor I once heard around here involving the words spawn and devil, I did actually at one point have parents. When they died, Yuri took me in. Not always in with him, of course. He was young and moving his way up the ladder of the Volkov organization, but he always cared for me. He always made sure I wanted for nothing. There were times when I lived with him, of course, in Moscow, in Paris, for a small stint in New York. But the times when that wasn't possible, he made sure I was well taken care of, at private boarding schools or watched over by Bratva allies elsewhere. I smile, remembering the summer Misha and I spent almost entirely alone at Uncle Yuri's hunting lodge near the Black Sea, just getting drunk from the wine in the cellar and shooting off rifles. He's been everything to me, and the only blood family I have, which is why I do actually feel badly about the headaches my bullshit and antics caused him last semester. Regret and feeling bad aren't emotions I'm very well versed in either. "How are you settling in?" I grin as I sit back in the chair. I bring the vodka bottle to my lips and take a sip. "Oh, fine. Organizing my school books and going over my notes for the summer homework." Yuri laughs. He's well acquainted with my sarcasm. "If you weren't so damn smart, I'd have a thing or two to say about your outlook on homework, you know." He chuckles. "Good to be back with the pack." I smile. It's his name for the trio of Lucas, Misha, and myself. "Yeah, it is." "Good. I'm glad. And I can assume you're being a perfect gentleman," he drawls sarcastically. "I won't be hearing from any angry fathers about their little heartbroken princesses." He's joking, but only half. There's still a slight note of warning in his tone. "As if you weren't young once?" He chuckles. "I was young once, yes. But you three take it to another level sometimes, Ilya. I just want to make sure." "I'm being good, Uncle." I frown. "I actually mean that, too." "I'm pleased to hear it." In a year, I'll be at Columbia University, on the fast track to their business school. After business school, I'll be moving into a position as a top avtoritet, a captain in the Volkov command. And one day, I will wear the crown my uncle does. Are you guys on the boat? Yuri's boat is one of the largest, most beautiful yachts I've ever seen. He and his relatively new wife, my Aunt River, own homes all over the place, but that gleaming ebony yacht tends to be their primary residence most of the time. "Chicago, actually," Yuri grunts. "Just a quick visit. River had a shoot for Dior, and I had business to attend to with Victor." Victor as in Viktor Komarov, Lucas's adoptive father. And Dior as in, well, Dior, the fashion brand. My Aunt River is River Finn. The River Finn. For some guys, having a world-famous fashion and lingerie model as an aunt would mean an endless slew of crude jokes at school. I am not some guys, though. One guy, exactly one guy, made one dumb fucking crack about jerking off to my Aunt River. She and Yuri, who's twice her age, had just gotten married, And it was my freshman year at Oxford Hills. The kid who made the crack was a final year, the son of a Swedish duke or some shit. I broke his jaw and his arm, and he never came back to school. The jokes and crude comments about my aunt went silent after that. Behind me, a group of guys and girls spill out onto the patio in various states of undress. They're wasted, and one of the guys yells something about skinny dipping. I glare daggers at them until they realize who's already out here. Then the giggling and laughing drops faster than panties in Misha's room before they make themselves scarce. "Ilya," Yuri growls with a warning tone. "I'm wearing pants, if you're curious." He sighs. "I'm being good, uncle." "You've been drinking, though. I've heard it in your voice this entire call." "I'm 18. He sighs again. "Look, Ilya, I'm not going to let you down, Yuri." I grunt, gritting my teeth. "Last term won't be repeated. I've got my eyes where they need to be. Trust me." He's silent for a moment. Then I hear him sigh. "I know that. And I know you're on the right path." He clears his throat. "Which is actually one of the reasons why I called. I have something I need you to do for me." My brows arch. I'm listening. "There's a potential storm brewing. For the organization, I mean. Politics is a mercurial game. You'll learn this more the higher you get in the command of things." I nod, frowning. "And what's going on?" "I'm sure you've heard the rumors about one of your American classmates, one with a certain senator for a father." I roll my eyes. "North." "Yes. If you're asking me to hurt him, you don't need to say please." Yuri chuckles, but then he sighs heavily. "His father is a powerful man, Ilya. And sooner, rather than later, he's going to become very powerful." "You mean if he becomes president?" "It's not looking like an if anymore. Almost every poll out there puts him miles ahead of anyone the opposing party can put up. No, it's not an if. It's a when. Your classmate might be an arrogant prick, but his father is going to be president someday soon." I nod, frowning at the setting sun as I drink from the vodka bottle. "What do you need me to do?" "Senator North has some," here he swears in Russian, "some bold ideas about cracking down on certain business interests that involve our organization. All Bratva organizations, actually." My jaw tightens. It would be good to have eyes and ears on someone close to Senator North. Someone who might inadvertently spill some information that could be used to influence him in his misguided views on our business ventures. I groan. I know what he's asking. He wants me to chum up to Patrick on the chance I might learn something that my uncle can use as leverage on Patrick's father. My nose wrinkles in distaste. "You want me to be friends with Patrick fucking North?" I close my eyes and slug back some vodka. The list of things I would rather do than make friends with that piece of shit is extensive. "No." I lower the bottle and frown. "What?" "No, I don't. It's too obvious. And besides, it's well documented that you and Patrick despise each other." My brow furrows. "So what are you asking, then?" I bring the bottle to my lips for another taste. "I don't want you close to Patrick. I want you close to his girlfriend." I almost spit out my drink. My heart clenches along with my jaw. "Tinley Chambers. You might not have met her yet. We've met," I say icily. "Ah, good. Then you know who she is, and who her father is." I nod in stunned silence. "I'm sure the relationship thing is some PR stunt for the American press, but either way, she's close to Patrick, which puts her close to his father, And hers, for that matter. If George North turns out to be a goddamn Boy Scout, we'll look to influence Secretary Chambers instead. My eyes harden as the sun sets over the rolling English hills surrounding the Academy campus. Keep an eye on Tenley, Ilya. Get close to her if you can. He clears his throat. However you can. My jaw grinds. I don't relish asking you to do this, nephew, he says quietly. But I do need you to do it. For the family. For your empire. I take another drink. Consider it done. I growl as the vodka burns down my throat. Not a problem at all, Uncle. He sighs. Good. That's good. Thank you. Listen, I have to run into a meeting, but let's touch base soon. I nod. Sounds great. My voice is smiling, my face is not. Hi to Ann River for me, and Mr. Komarov. Of course. Take care, Ilya. Try to have a little fun, yeah? After I hang up, I exhale slowly. I sink back into the chair, staring into the now darkness. First, I told her to run. Then I made sure she couldn't. Now, I will bind her to me.
Chapter 8. Tenley. My shoulders bob in the mirror as I lean close to smudge on a little eyeliner. I've got Hyams, Gasoline, my current anthem of the moment, rocking on a Bluetooth speaker. When I pull back, my eyes sweep over my outfit and I grin. Perfect. Okay, it's not like it took a lot of thought to put it together. It's a uniform, and I look literally identical to every other girl at Oxford Hills. Green, black, and gold tartan skirt, white short-sleeved blouse, black flats. The black jacket with green and gold trim and the golden school crest on the chest is optional, but I'm wearing it because, of course I am. School uniforms, even if I've never worn one before, are like plans. There's no reason to do them half-assedly. I reach up with the last pin, sliding it into my hair and smoothing a hand over the tight bun at the back of my head. Perfect. My eyes drop to my face. When I meet my own eyes, I can't help but bite my own lip. Wearing a uniform is new. So is wearing eyeliner to school. I scowl at the little voice of doubt that creeps up into my subconscious, asking why I'm wearing makeup. Asking who I'm wearing it for. But I stamp that down quickly. I'm wearing eyeliner because this is a prestigious formal institution. I'm wearing it because my dad's head of PR, Jill, recommended I start wearing it to look sophisticated. So, no, my wearing makeup has nothing to do with the cretin who laid hands on me, pushed me into a wall, and let his words rumble through my ears. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'll be going back to his lair after classes today to tutor him against my will. And it has fuck all to do with the dreams of howling wolves, curling smoke, and Russian tattoos that have danced through my head for the last 3 fucking nights. The Hyam song gets to the bridge section. The sultry lyric that mentions, "When you're lying between my legs, it doesn't really matter," purrs from the speaker and I blush. Howling animals, tattoo ink, and marijuana smoke was unfortunately not the extent of the content of my dreams this last weekend. My face burns fiercely as I reach for my phone. I quickly jab my finger at the screen, moving to the next track on my First Day of School playlist, which is, of course, The Last Man on Earth by the band Wolf Alice. Wolf Alice. Oh, fuck off, universe. I bristle as I angrily press the pause button. Okay, maybe no First Day of School playlist after all. I skim my hair one more time. A quick once-over with a lint roller later, I'm shouldering my bag of color-coded notebooks with their corresponding pens and walking out the door. Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? Not this chick. By the time my first class is over, I've long forgotten the shadow howling in my dreams. Oxford Hills might be full of spoiled rich kids, but they're all really smart spoiled rich kids. The classes are challenging enough to keep me fully engrossed. The professors are either experts in their fields or have been poached from tenured positions at some of the best universities in the world. In short, it's heaven. I even skip lunch to sit in on an astronomy lecture by a man who literally holds a Nobel Prize for his work on quantum string theory, because why not? When I see poor Lane trying to get my attention from the doorway, though, I roll my eyes and remember that I haven't let Patrick know that I'm missing lunch. I send him a quick text and then immerse myself back in the lecture. The rest of the day passes in a heavenly blur of knowledge and drinking it all in. It's not until I step out into the late afternoon sun after my last class that reality remembers to bite me in the ass, just to let me know it's still there. I groan when I glance at my phone. It's 3:20. I'm tutoring Elia in 10 minutes. I wince at the thought of going back there, but I have to. He's not wrong about the bylaws of the student guide concerning dropping the tutoring program. I checked over the weekend, and it's there, in black and white. I can't switch students. I can only drop the program. And if I do, it shows up on my record just like a dropped course would, and looks just as staining. There's no getting out of this. Like it or not, or rather hate it even more, I have to go back there. Or else. I start to slip my headphones in as I turn and slam right into a firm chest. Shit, I gasp, jolting back as my heart leaps into my throat. I drag my eyes up Patrick's broad frame into frowning blue eyes. They frown even deeper at my swear. "Where were you?" he growls. I blink, trying to slow my heart and catch my breath. What? "At lunch. We were supposed to meet." I knit my brows. We were? He sighs. "I had Susan sync my schedule with yours over the weekend." The wheels turn, but I'm still searching. Susan? "One of my interns." I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Right. Her, yeah. I saw the email yesterday with the calendar link. Sorry, I forgot to sync mine. I didn't forget to. I thought it was weird that I was expected to, so I didn't. Patrick frowns. "It's best to keep ahead of things here, Tenley. I know it can be overwhelming, but if you let things slide, you'll get left behind." I ignore that last part. Lane found me by the... I know. I purse my lips. I texted you about missing lunch. There was this lecture by Professor Llewellyn. It was fascinating. Did you know he shares a Nobel Prize for... quantum string theory? Yeah, he's incredible. Patrick grins at me and I feel my face flush. He can be overbearing at times, and a little condescending other times, but Patrick is still a very nice guy. And he's very charming, and not exactly hard on the eyes. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and that Kansas farm boy chin that made his father perfect for politics. He reaches up, and I swallow when his thumb brushes over my jawline. "I was just looking forward to hearing about your first morning over lunch. That's all." I smile. "Sorry. Tomorrow?" "I'd like that." He winks at me. "I'd like dinner tonight, too." I smile again, but it's a little more strained. Though I'd rather spend my mealtimes with Charlotte, she's been engrossed with all the royalty schooling, or as I like to call it, Crown College, after regular class gets out every day. It's exactly what it sounds like. Virtual and sometimes in-person classes to catch her up to what being royal is all about. Char hates it. So instead, I've been eating dinner almost every night with Patrick and his crew of the elitist of the elite. Most of them are nice enough people, they're just stiff and very, very snobby. Some more than others, I think, remembering Ainsley's smirking face 2 nights ago when she asked me how I'd managed to reach 18 without ever having been to Paris. I had to resist choking on my shepherd's pie while mentioning that jet setting is a little tougher when you don't own a jet. Yeah, that would be great. He nods. Excellent. His hand comes up, raking his fingers through his blonde hair. "I was going to go play a little tennis with Yoon before dinner. We could rustle up Ainsley and make it a mixed doubles match if you were interested. I smile while thinking that I would rather chew rocks. Oh, I'm fine, but thanks. Are you sure? Fuck yes. Patrick smiles. You could come watch. Yeah, maybe. Shit. Tutoring. I yank my phone out and wince. It's 3:29. You know what? I blurt at Patrick as I shoulder my bag and turn. I actually have to run to... I freeze. My lips tighten. This thing. He frowns. What thing? A study prep thing for this class. I don't know why I'm lying. Maybe it's because Patrick told me he didn't want me tutoring, and I feel guilty that I'm still doing it. No, that's not it. I wonder if it's that I feel like a failure for not being able to get out of it when I was so firm that I would. Or maybe it's the same horrible little feeling deep inside that conned me into wearing eyeliner today. Tenley, I gotta run, bye! I turn and bolt across campus, heart racing. I want to say it's from the fear of being late. I really, really want to say that. I'm just not sure if it's true. You're late. His voice grinds, his green eyes peering at me as I stand there huffing in the front doorway to his manor. Sorry, I had class. He eyes me, his arms spread wide with his fingers holding the doorframe like he's blocking my entrance. You went to the office to try and get out of this. I scowl. Claudette, you little snitch. Elia smiles at the discomfort on my face. Don't push me, Red. You know this works both ways, right? I frown. What? If you quit. Yeah, permanent record mark, I know. I can also fire you. My body stiffens. Excuse me, what? I frown. No, you can't. I can. If you're not adequately helping me with... He smiles thinly. My academic endeavors, or say... His eyes narrow on me. If you're late. Look, I'm sorry I was late, okay? I snap quickly. It was my first day of classes. I got lost. He arches a brow, unsmiling. You seemed to manage to find this place twice before just fine. I glare at him in silence. Say it. My eyes narrow further. Say what, Elia? Ask me not to fire you. Redness seeps into my face as I stare at him. You're joking. He shrugs. Say it, or you're fired. I'm not going to. Okay, enjoy the black spot on that lily-white permanent I jab my foot out, stopping him as he steps back and starts to close the door. Hang on! I blurt, my voice panicky. Elia, infuriatingly, smirks at me. What's your fucking problem? I snap. I don't have a problem. He grunts. You do. A smile teases his lips. With being on time. Come on, Elia. Just say it. He shrugs. Nicely. I stare at him. Has anyone ever told you that you're a psycho? His face darkens. At least I have manners, and know when to be on fucking time. He replies. His expression is neutral and impassive. His body blocks the doorway. And I know right there that this is not a battle of wills I will win. Sometimes you have to pick your battles, and getting a dropped course mark on my record because Elia is a power-hungry asshole is not a hill I plan on dying on. Fine, I hiss through clenched teeth. Elia? I growl. Don't fire me. His lip curls into a half-smile, half-sneer. Was there a please in there I missed? I roll my eyes, my jaw grinding. I want to smack him in the face and storm off, but he sees that. I know he sees that when his eyes pierce into me. Tenley. He growls quietly. I know it's tempting, but think of the big picture. Wouldn't it be easier to just play nice? I look away. My hand closes to a fist. But then I breathe in, slowly, and turn back to Elia, exhaling the tension as best I can. Please, Elia, I say calmly. Don't fire me. He doesn't smile, but he still manages to look downright triumphant. So can we do this now? His eyes sparkle deviously.
Sure. Outside or in my room.
I glare at him, hilarious. I mutter. He shrugs.
I thought you wanted to fuck me that day.
Yeah, gathered that, I hiss. Believe me when I say nothing could be more untrue. He stands there brooding, eyeing me. Well, can I come in? He doesn't say a word, but slowly he drops his arms from the doorframe and steps back.
Conditionally.
I knit my brows. What are the conditions?
You were late.
I've already apologized.
I don't want this to become a habit, Tenley. I really don't. And I'd hate to have to let you go for not being able to provide the educational assistance I so desperately need.
I roll my eyes. Jesus Christ, Elia.
To motivate you to be on time, there's a new rule.
I shake my head, looking away.
For every 10 minutes of my time you waste, you will lose one piece of clothing before you may enter this house.
My head whips around so fast that my neck hurts. I stare at him incredulously. You're more of a lunatic than everyone says you are if you think that's happening. He shrugs.
House rules.
Sounds like your rules.
They're the same thing.
He growls.
And let me assure you, they are non-negotiable. You were 12 minutes late today. I'm feeling generous, so we'll round down and not up. That's one 10-minute block, so you owe me one piece of clothing.
My heart thuds as I lock eyes with him. He stares right back, neither of us blinking. The seconds tick by, and I swear you can almost feel the battle of wills crackling in the air between us. But the deck is stacked, like everything here at this school. The powerful hold the best cards, and Elia is the most powerful of them all. Fine, I spit venomously. I keep my eyes locked on him as I reach down and bring up a foot. I slip off one of my flats. My smile is ice cold as I hold the shoe up by one fingertip. Happy? I hiss.
Thrilled.
He steps away from the doorway and ushers me in. When the door shuts behind me, I turn to him, suddenly more afraid than I've been allowing myself to be. I eye him warily. Is anyone else here?
No.
My gut tenses. I'm not going to your room, I say tersely. His eyes narrow on me, and again, like before, it feels like the wolf himself is sizing me up, wondering how best to devour me. He shrugs.
The vodka is down here in the kitchen anyway.
He brushes past me without another word. My head snaps around to follow him as he walks through the lavish home in the direction of the kitchen. I'm sorry, what?
Chapter 9. Elia. Wait, hang on. The vodka? There's panicky shrillness to her voice that makes me smirk as I walk ahead of her into the kitchen, leaving her in the hall. This game of pushing her buttons to see which sour look it elicits on her face, or what gasping sound her soft mouth makes, is one I'm enjoying. It's an addictive game. A dangerous one, perhaps, but one I had no intentions of stopping. There are two answers as to why I've gone out of my way to make sure Tenley Chambers is basically bound to me, why I've essentially blackmailed her into staying as the tutor I don't even actually need. The first answer is the easy one, because my uncle has asked me to keep tabs on her, in the hopes she may leak information about either her own father or Senator North. With the landscape of how our organization does business potentially changing with the new president, that's information that could be valuable. So that's the easy answer. That I'm keeping her close to me because the family needs me to, because the Bratva has asked me, and as its future king, it's on me to deliver. It's the second answer that's problematic. That one is just as simple as the first, because I like having Tenley near me, because I enjoy having her twisting under my hold over her. Just about everyone at Oxford Hills bends a knee to me one way or another, and the fact that she won't is sliding under my skin like a splinter that won't go away. I've woken up more times than I care to admit this weekend with my cock rock hard after dreaming about her. Yes, Red, the vodka. I growl to clear the visceral dreams of her from my head, the ones where those prissy, unamused, and uptight lips were wrapped around my shaft, the ones where they were moaning my name while I buried my dick between her legs. I turned to let my eyes pierce into her. We're not studying today. We're drinking. And leave that shoe by the front door, I add when I see her bend, as if she's going to slip it back on. She stares at me with a look of annoyance, tinged with uncertainty. That look says she's well aware that she's alone with the wolf in his very den. It says that she's wondering if she'd be safer having a drink in hell with the devil himself. Her brows knit as she folds her arms over her chest. I do notice she drops the shoe, though. We're not drinking. I lean against the fridge. I look at her without blinking until her cheeks burn and she drops her eyes. Yes, we are. No, we're... Did you know Claudette's niece is about to have her third baby? I say mildly. We were just talking about it today, actually. That and the vacation she and her husband are thinking about taking to Normandy next month. The color drains from Tenley's face. She understands what I'm actually saying here. Smart girl. Bribing people is disgustingly unfair, she hisses quietly. No, bribing people is how business works. Yeah, criminal business. She spits before suddenly snapping her mouth shut. Her face pales even more. I don't think it's exactly top secret who my uncle is, I grunt. No, but I didn't mean to suggest. When she looks up to see the smirk curling the corners of my lips, her apology fades. Ask me. Ask you what, Ilya? You're curious if I'm in the same line of work as my uncle, if the rumors about my Bratva connections are true. She shrugs. I don't care. Yes, you do. She swallows and slowly drags her eyes up to mine. Ask, I growl. Tenley's tongue wets her lips. I can almost see the question hesitating in her mouth. She wants to ask. She wants to ask so desperately that the words are practically forming already on her lips. But she's afraid of what the answer might be. She's afraid she already knows the answer. Are you... She squirms. You know. Am I what? I hiss quietly. Her teeth rake across her bottom lip. The air is still. Are you in the Bratva? Like your uncle? My eyes tighten as my mind flashes back to the trials by combat. The ceremony in the old Orthodox church, candles flickering and incense curling through the air. The oaths taken, the ink on my skin. I'm not in the Bratva. I am the Bratva. Yes. She shivers and quickly looks down. Does that scare you? She shakes her head, not looking at me. No. It should. It really, really should. My eyes slide over her as she looks up again, meeting my gaze in spite of the fear clouding hers. This refusal to bow, to take a knee, this persistent defiance. It suddenly occurs to me that it's not just a prickly attitude or a permanent fuck you to authority or those in power. It's a defense mechanism. It's her armor, and I don't know if it ever comes off. I turn to open the freezer, pulling out chilled vodka and then grabbing 2 glasses from a shelf. I set them on the white marble kitchen island between us and sit in one of the high-backed bar stools facing her. Sit. She reacts to the command about as well as I imagined she would. We're not drinking, Ilya. Then we're not meeting today, which I do not think will go over very well with the Student Services Office. Oh? I wonder what they'd have to say when I mention why exactly we didn't meet today. I open the vodka and pour a splash into each of the glasses in front of me. As I said, I don't think it's much of a secret who my uncle is. She swallows, glaring at me. I'm not going to let you threaten me, you know, she hisses quietly. Who's threatening? She sneers. Fine. You want to go there? Your uncle might be a gangster, but my father is going to be the vice-fucking-president. She smirks triumphantly at me, like that's her big checkmate. And if you think necklaces are the extent of my generosity to the administrative employees of this fine educational institution, you are sorely wrong. Tenley glares at me. I'm hardly asking you to jump off a fucking bridge, Red. I grunt. I nod my chin at the chair facing me. It's a drink. Call it an icebreaker. Like in business. Drinking vodka with you in your kitchen at 3:30 in the afternoon is not a business meetup. It's now 3:50. You were late, remember? I can see how badly she wants to roll her eyes at me, but she holds back, barely. Why are you doing this? I shrug. In Russia, they say you do not know a man until you drink with him. That sounds incredibly enabling. And besides, I don't want to know you, she adds with a sneer. I was talking about you. I'm not a man. I'm trying to be inclusive. Tenley's brow furrows. No, you're trying to ruffle my feathers. She glares at me. I glare right back. I have shit to do, Tenley. Yes, like tutoring. So if you're just here, late, to waste my time. She purses her lips. One drink, she hisses. And then we're doing the tutoring. I don't actually need the tutoring. You being on academic probation suggests otherwise. My God, even here, alone with the wolf, the defiance is still there. Sit. She eyes me warily. Let's skip the formalities today. You do not actually need to teach me or tutor me or do anything today except sit and have a drink with me. Then you can run back to dear Patrick. And the Student Services Office? I'll tell them you were the best tutor in the history of tutoring that ever tutored. Tenley's tongue darts out to wet her lips. Fine. One drink, Ilya. And then I'm leaving. She reaches down for her shoe. House rules remain. She glances up at me with a withering look. Seriously? I nod. She sighs and takes a step into the kitchen, but with one shoe off, her gait is lopsided. With a groan and a grit of her teeth, she kicks off the other flat and walks in her knee-high socks over to the counter. She sits in the high bar stool across from me, her small hands balled into fists on the counter in front of her. Here, I slide one of the tumblers toward her. Tenley eyes it warily. What? I'm trying to see if you poisoned it or something. I roll my eyes. You just watched me pour it. Then you won't mind if we trade glasses, then? I glare at her. You've watched too many movies. Here, I push my glass toward her and take hers. Wait, switch again. My teeth grit. What? Switch back. You switched them way too quickly. I laugh coldly. What do you think I did, Red? Poison my own drink because I'd seen the future and knew you were going to want to switch? She shrugs. You're the criminal mastermind here, Ilya? Maybe I'm such a mastermind that I put the poison in yours, knowing you'd think I'd put it in mine, so you'd switch. But when I switch so eagerly, you get suspicious and go back to yours, the poisoned one. A smile actually curls the corners of her lips. I'm beginning to see why the Cold War lasted so long. I smirk and lift the glass in front of me, whichever the fuck one it is. She eyes her own glass before taking it in her hand. She brings it to her nose and sniffs before wrinkling her face in disdain. Ew. My brow furrows. You've had vodka before, haven't you? She frowns. I'm 18. And? The legal drinking age in the U.S. is 21. I stare at her. Have you honestly never drunk before because the law says you can't? Her lips purse. That's what laws are there for. At least for those of us who live in a law-abiding society, she snaps. And you always follow the rules like that? Yes. I'm going to be a lawyer and then a judge. My brow arches. Really? Really, she says icily. May our paths never cross later in life, then. She smirks. Why? Because I'd lock you up and throw away the key? Ah, yes. There's that blind, impartial justice. Tenley sneers at me. What's the legal drinking age in Russia? I only lived in Russia for short periods of time. I grunt, but there isn't one. She furrows her brow. Where did... Never mind. Paris, New York, London, Moscow for a time. She rolls her eyes. So, typical Oxford Hills childhood then, it seems? A shadow crosses my face, seeing the tiny shards of shattered windshield glass. Hearing the squeal of tires on a slick road, the screams of death. No, Tenley, I growl quietly. I am nothing like these other assholes. She looks at me a long time. Okay, fine, she mumbles. I raise my glass. Drinking age is 18 in the UK, so no, you're not off the hook. She eyes her glass. With a sigh, she reluctantly lifts it. Mozdorovia. I grunt, clinking mine to hers. I knock my drink back. Tenley brings hers to her lips as if to sip it. Be bolder. She glares at me, steels herself, then slugs the vodka back. Instantly her face turns red as she starts to cough and sputter. Oh my God, she gasps, her eyes watering. What the actual fuck? I eye her with some amusement as she composes herself. Are you going to make it? She glares at me. Can I go now? No. Her mouth falls open. We said one drink, and then we have half an hour left of our allotted tutoring time. No, I said one drink, and then I'm leaving. She scowls as she catches herself. She said one drink, and then she was leaving. I did not agree to it, and she is seeing that now. I'm not having another one. Her cheeks are already flushed from the first. Then don't. I pour myself a drink, my eyes locked on her. I pour a splash into her empty glass, and she scowls. I said, then don't, I grunt. I am merely being polite. I bring the glass to my lips. I may not have spent all my formative years in Russia, but vodka still smells like home. It still makes me think of cold Moscow nights and roaring fireplaces, sitting by my father's feet, or later, by Uncle Yuri's. How long have you and Patrick been dating? She eyes me. Why do you want to know? Because I'm making conversation. You should try that instead of glaring at people sometime. You may find you might even make some friends, Red. Tenley rolls her eyes. I have plenty of friends here, thank you. Patrick's friends? Her lips purse. Who are also my friends. I'm curious. Does he pay them, or are they pro bono like his little interns that run around this fucking place? Her lips curl into a grin before she can hide it. Why are you with him? She frowns. I beg your pardon? I sip on my vodka. My eyes pierce into her, rattling her as intended. Why? Are you with him? Her brow furrows. Because we just are. We click. Oh, huh. I muttered dryly. I'm sure you'd have a hard time understanding an intimate human connection, Ilya, but it's a fairly common occurrence. And what makes you think I don't understand human intimacy? Because you're a psychopath? Her mouth clamps shut as soon as she says it. Her eyes go wide. I'm sorry. I think that drink... I smirk. It's fine. I really didn't mean... Yes, you did. I smile grimly. And I don't need to have a parent on a presidential ballot to understand how politics work, Tenley. No, Patrick and I... She stammers, frowning before she glares up at me. It's really none of your business. I'm just making conversation. Her mouth purses. Well, how would you like to be grilled with questions? I shrug and take a sip of my drink. Do your worst. Why are you on academic probation? I smirk. That was your worst? No, it wasn't, but I'm curious. Claudette called you one of Oxford Hill's finest, brightest, and highest achieving students. Did it occur to you that she might be slightly influenced by my bribing her? It did, but she didn't say it like it was bullshit. And then, when I went back to... She frowns. To double-check about this situation, I looked over the counter at your file she had open. Tenley frowns and looks at me curiously. Your academic record here is flawless. Evidently not. She smirks. So, what happened? Puberty. She blushes. Uh-huh, she drawls. I'm sure. Maybe I just don't test well. Tenley rolls her eyes. Very professional. She blushes again. No, it's just... Never mind. Speak. She bites her lip. When people say they just don't test well, it's like saying you're a virtuoso. But damned if you just can't seem to play a single note when you have to actually sit down at the piano. My lips curl. I'm smart until I have to prove it, you mean? She grins. Yes, exactly. I watch, saying nothing as she picks up her glass and sips, almost absently. When the vodka hits her tongue, she blinks quickly, like she's just realized what she's doing. But she doesn't spit it out or anything. She swallows, wincing slightly. But she doesn't. The dark side tastes all right, doesn't it? She rolls her eyes, blushing. So what's next in our question-for-question game? Tenley frowns. You never answered mine. Why are you on academic Because I like to have fun. I growl. Too much fun, it seems. She murmurs thoughtfully. I shrug. My turn. She nods, sipping her vodka. Shoot. Are you a virgin? Her smile drops and her face reddens as she glares at me. Go to hell. I smirk. So, yes. We're not doing this, Ilya, she hisses. She suddenly slides off the bar stool, glaring at me across the counter. Doing what? This banter while you try and feed me alcohol. You trying to be all charming and cute, like I'll fall for that bullshit. I've seen that movie, Ilya, she snaps. And I am not that girl. No? I growl as I stand. Then what girl are you? The one who's leaving. She turns and marches toward the front door, but I'm faster. She gasps, whirling just as I get to her. Her hands come up, but with a growl deep in my chest, I pin them against the wall, trapping her. Her breath catches. Her eyes widen. Ilya, you'll leave when I say you can leave. I grunt. Her breaths are halting and shaky, her body trembling as I lean closer to her. Then closer, until my mouth is barely 3 inches from hers. But those 3 inches feel like a mile. the demilitarized zone between the two Koreas, a no-fly zone. And I know crossing that 3-inch divide would explode my entire world. Tenley's big blue eyes are frightened as she stares up into my fierce gaze. "Why are you doing this?" she whispers. "Why me?" I could lie. I could lean into my reputation as a cold-blooded psychopath, but I don't. "Because you will not bend the knee," I growl. "Because you defy me, Tenley." Her lips quiver, enticingly, temptingly. Then they purse and a dark cloud washes over her face. She glares at me. "You're not a king, Ilya." "No," I growl. "But I am the wolf." "I'm not scared of wolves." "That will be your undoing." She trembles in my hard grip. She swallows. "You're too close," she whispers hoarsely. "Am I?" She doesn't answer. Her eyes just lock with mine. I can feel her pulse thudding on her wrists against my fingers. I can smell the vanilla and citrus scent of her hair. I see that fiery and defiance in her eyes, and I want it. But I also see something else, past the sneer, past the defiance, past the coldness. Buried, but it's there. Curiosity, aching, forbidden curiosity, pulling at her like at a loose string. "You're wondering what it would be like," I say quietly, my voice hard. What would be like?" There's a quaver in that angry tone, and it gives her away, same as the heat blooming in her cheeks. "To be wanted," I hiss. Tenley trembles, biting her lip. I have a boyfriend." "I know." Her pulse thuds. "And that doesn't tell you to back off?" she hisses quietly. I shake my head. "No, that tells me I'll enjoy this." Heat creeps up her neck and over her face. "Enjoy what?" she gasps as I lean right into her, my lips brushing her earlobe as my pulse throbs. "Taking what isn't mine." The room stills. You could drop a pin in here and it would be deafening. Tenley and I just stare at each other, inches apart, her pinned against the wall. Suddenly I hear shrieks and giggles from outside by the pool. One of the French doors opens, and the sound of girls laughing and Misha's voice floods in. My hands drop from Tenley's wrists. I slowly pull back. For a second, the look in her eyes makes me think she wants to slap me. But then it morphs, changing into something I can't quite decipher. Her lips purse as her face blushes, and then with a whirl, she's yanking the front door open and bolting. "Who was that?" I turn, glaring at Misha. "What?" I snap. He smirks at my moodiness and nods his chin at the front door. "Who was that?" "No one." He shrugs. "Whatever, man." He starts to turn, then stops and frowns at the floor near my feet. "Well, no one left their shoes here." He eyes me. "In case you were interested." I'm not. I'm not interested in a single thing about Tenley Chambers. But I could say that 100 times, and it would still be an absolute lie.
Chapter 10. Tenley. The front door to my cottage slammed shut behind me. I tremble, panting as I lean against it. Once again, I've just run like a crazy girl from Ilya's manor with the feeling that a wild animal is almost literally nipping at my heels. My eyes close. My heart thuds as I remember the soft heat of his lips brushing my ear, his breath on my neck, his grip on me, making my pulse roar and my skin tingle. A wild animal was almost nipping at me. "Hey!" I scream, almost jumping out of my skin as Charlotte walks around the corner. Whoa, she gasps, jumping back herself at my outburst. She looks at me curiously. Are you okay? I nod. I'm too out of breath to talk. Or maybe it's that I don't trust the words that will come out if I try. Charlotte is still looking at me curiously. Her eyes lower and she frowns. What happened to your shoes? I look down and groan at my stocking-clad feet, stained brown, black, and green from my escape across campus. Shit. My brow wrinkles as I shake my head. Where were you? I close my eyes and take a deep breath before I look up at her. Ilya Volkov's house. Sit. In a daze, I've let Charlotte pull me into the kitchen and seat me at the table. She rattles around by the stove, putting the kettle on for tea. I usually joke with her about me being a strictly coffee girl, but tea sounds oddly comforting right now. I close my eyes, sucking in a breath of air. When I open them, Charlotte is leaning against the kitchen counter, looking at me with a frown. I start to laugh. I'm sorry, what exactly is funny about... Nice hat? Her hand flies up to touch the wire-thin silver and diamond tiara perched on top of her dark locks. Her face goes crimson as she quickly yanks it off. Forgot it was there, she mumbles. Was Her Majesty practicing her royal wave while I was... Charlotte throws a dish towel at me, immediately brightening my mood even more. No, I was on a Zoom call with Gemma, she mutters. Gemma is Charlotte's Royal Educational Liaison. Basically, her job is to teach Char how to actually be a princess. Hey, dress for the job you want. Look, I have to wear the stupid thing during our lessons, remember? She grumbles. I grin. Just teasing. Yeah, and how's that glass house, Miss No Shoes? My face reddens. Charlotte shakes her head. Tunley, why on earth would you go back to Ilya? I'm saved by the whistling of the kettle. Char eyes me like the water boiling is a diversion of my own making. She turns to take it off the heat and pour it into the waiting teapot. Then she puts the pot on a tray together with 2 cups and the milk jug and brings it all over to the table before sitting across from me. Nice saucers, Prince. She shakes her head. No more deflecting, Tenley. Why the hell were you at Ilya's place? I thought you got out of that stupid tutoring thing with him. I groan and drop my head into my hands. Yeah, I haven't actually found a way to tell her about that yet. There's some, issues with me getting out of it. I tell Charlotte about the bylaws in the student handbook and the black mark I'll get if I drop the tutoring program. Her jaw drops in outrage when I mention the wolf necklace around Claudette's neck. He can't do that. I roll my eyes. Okay, I'm new here, and even I can tell you that of course he can. I scowl. They can do anything, he and his buddies. The Dark Princes, she murmurs quietly. Ilya, Misha, and Lucas. I nod. It's completely ridiculous. No arguments here, I grumble. Tenley, you know I hate invoking this, but my stepfather is an actual king. Your dad is going to be the fucking Vice President of America. She frowns. Surely we can stop this nonsense with Ilya keeping you hostage like this. I smile wanly. And yet, here we are. We both know it's useless. This isn't the son of some pretentious billionaire. This is the heir apparent to one of the most brutal, notorious crime families on the planet. It's not that the King of Luxlordia or the damn United States Secretary of State couldn't go toe-to-toe with Yuri Volkov. It's more like why on earth would they over what is essentially a stupid squabble. This isn't an international incident. This is schoolyard bullying. What about another student? Can't you just switch? I groan. No, and even if I could, it wouldn't matter, I say glumly. There are no other students in the tutoring program. Charlotte's mouth twists. Want me to fail my next test and request you? I grin. Tempting, and you're the best for even suggesting it, but no, I never ask anyone to tank their grades for me. I scowl. Inside, my core is churning and clenching. My hands grip the teacup tightly so they won't shake. Honestly, my pulse has never really stopped thumping since I ran from him. Wait, so why the hell aren't you wearing shoes again? I tense, hesitating. I don't want to tell Charlotte about Elia's house rules, and I don't know which is worse, that those rules about losing an article of clothing for every 10 minutes I'm late even exist at all, or that I actually followed them, even if it was just a shoe. Either way, I know for sure I don't want to tell Char about it. Oh, just a house rule, I guess. No shoes inside, and when I ran off. Hang on, she says tensely, looking serious. You ran off? Her face darkens. What the hell did that sadistic prick do to you? I blush, but I shake my head quickly. No, nothing like that. Like having me drink with him? Like asking me extremely personal questions? Like pinning me to the wall and brushing those infuriatingly perfect lips against my ear? Like making me excited in the worst way? I shrug casually. Just Ilya being the asshole he typically is. More like an idiot. Being put on academic probation at this place is dumb enough. You'd have to be a moron to be a dick to your tutor on top of that. That's like setting your life raft on fire. My brow knits. I don't think he is, actually. Is what? An idiot? She shrugs. Okay, I'll grant that wasn't fair. But still, academic probation at a place like Oxford Hills. I mean, I hate to sound like the rest of the elitist little pricks here, but maybe Russian mob money isn't enough to get someone through 4 years of this place, know what I'm saying? I shake my head. Yeah, but that's the thing, he's really smart. Sociopaths are conniving, not necessarily intelligent. No, but... I frown. For all that bad boy reputation of his, he's actually an incredible student. I mean, seriously gifted. Char's face scrunches up. You're joking? I caught a peek at his file at the student services office. He seriously is. I frown. How the hell do you end up on probation when you're like the top of the class? Charlotte shrugs again. I mean, he and those other assholes do party pretty hard. I think of the first time I went to Lordship Manor and the utter debauchery and craziness I saw. My mind flashes back to Ilya, shirtless, drink in hand, joint hanging off his lips as those piercing green eyes peeled away every single layer of my... I blush and quickly lock that up. Yeah, seriously. You haven't seen the half of it, she mutters. They were out of control last term. I mean, it was like having the Rolling Stones living on campus. Drugs, booze, loud music, groupies, and all. My gut clenches at the mention of groupies. I think again to the tall, gorgeous blonde with her tits half hanging out who answered the door that first day. Just remember, you had the chance to run, and didn't. I swallow uncomfortably, but then I go right back to wanting to slap myself for getting, what, jealous? About Ilya? Gross, no. Yeah, there was a second year who almost died at one of their parties last year. Like severe alcohol poisoning. I'm frowning into my tea when there's a knock at the door. If that's him, Char grunts, I don't care who his scary uncle is, I'm stabbing him. I giggle as she storms out of the kitchen. I know I don't have to be worried about her actually murdering Ilya Volkov on our front doorstep, because I know it's not him out there. There's no way Ilya would bother knocking. He'd just walk in. I hear Charlotte open the door and then a muffled, quiet conversation. She walks back in, rolling her eyes. You have a messenger here to see you. I'm confused what she means until Lane trots in, looking sheepish. I groan. Apologies, Miss Chambers, but Mr. North... Lane, I sigh. He's 18 years old, and you're not on his payroll. You can just call him Patrick. Lane frowns. He wanted to request your presence for dinner. Fuck. For the second time today, I'm late for something. This time, it's dinner with Patrick and his snooty friends. I blush. Something tells me being late for Patrick wouldn't come with the same house rules as being late for Ilya. Then I realize I'm comparing and contrasting the two of them, and my brain is going to short-circuit if I do that. I frown at the floor. The idea of having dinner with Patrick after what happened at Ilya's sounds daunting. But then I want to slap myself again. Really, nothing happened. I had a drink. And yeah, maybe it was basically my first, aside from a half glass of wine at the inauguration dinner at the freaking White House where my dad was with me. I had one drink, and Ilya asked me some prying questions. So what? My face heats. So what if he pinned me to the wall and I genuinely thought he was going to kiss me or devour me? So what if his lips brushed my ear and my body reacted like a goddamn traitor? I could come up with as many so whats as I liked. It still doesn't mean I want to sit down for dinner next to Captain America right now. You know what, Lane? I smile weakly. Can you please tell Patrick that I'm feeling a little exhausted from my first day? I'm just going to go to bed early. Of course, Miss Chambers. Lane bows. Like, for real bows. And then turns to scurry away. I want one. Charlotte sighs when he's gone. I want a lackey. I giggle and trudge into the living room to slump onto the sofa. Char follows and plops down next to me. So you want to tell me why you really don't want to eat with Patrick? Not at all. Not for all the tea in China would I tell even Charlotte that it's because I can't get the feeling of Ilya's lips against my ear out of my memory, that I can't stop tingling where his hands touched my wrists, or that my heart is still racing, like he still might break down our door and finish what he started. Whatever that is. I shrug. It's just that whole crew of Patricks. What, you don't want to talk trust funds with Ainsley Hendershire? I groan. She's the worst. We need a name for them, like the Brat Pack. I giggle. Rich bitches? Slowly, she turns to grin at me. The Snob Mob. We both howl with laughter for at least another minute before Charlotte wipes the tears from her eyes. Well, if you're not eating out, we could just order in and watch Netflix all night. One more absolutely fantastic thing about snooty rich elite schools like Oxford Hills, you can literally have dinner delivered to your cottage. Which is exactly what we do. It's amazing what fish and chips, binge-watching The Good Wife, and the presence of your best friend at school can do for your mood. 2 hours later, I'm fed, happy, and wholeheartedly agreeing with Charlotte that Chris Noth is way hotter than Josh Charles, but that Matt Zuckery is obviously the hottest guy on the show. We clean up and say goodnight before heading to our rooms. I take a long, hot shower, brush my teeth, slip into PJs, and crawl into bed with every intention of forgetting this day entirely. But the minute I close my eyes, he's there. And when I try to slow my still racing heart, I know it's not going to happen. All I can think about is those lips brushing my ear. All I can feel is his grip still on me. My mind replays the growling, bossy tone of his voice, his demands, his arrogance, the psychotic way he's toying with me and keeping me chained to him for what? For fun? The problem is all those thoughts and swirling emotions blend deep inside of me. They sizzle and throb in my core, making my chest rise and fall. My skin tingles and prickles. My thoughts darken. My legs squeeze together. I bite my lip to stifle the moan. My nipples harden and pucker to pink points as my hands slide over my midriff. I push one hand under my t-shirt. My eyes squeeze shut as my hand cups my left breast, fingers brushing the nipple as I gasp quietly. My other hand pushes lower, down over my belly button and then deeper. Fingers slip into the waist of my sleep shorts and then under the lace edge of my panties. This is wrong. This is fucking sadistic and twisted. Ilya's snarling, bossy tone and his demands and his psycho, sneering smile shouldn't get me like this. But they do. My fingers slip through my wetness and I moan. I drag the pad of a finger through my seam, pulling the sticky slickness up to circle my clit. I squirm, rolling my hips as I pinch a nipple and rub my clit in circles. I see Russian tattoo ink and rippling muscles. I see piercing green eyes and the flash of white teeth. I feel the power of his grip on me again, but this time, he doesn't stop. As the fantasy unfolds, Elia pins me to the wall beside the door to his manor and shreds my clothes off. It's his hand between my legs right now. It's his finger rubbing my clit. It's his mouth twisting my nipple until I gasp. My fingers plunge inside. My hips push up, grinding my clit into my palm. I roll over, burying my face and the moans that fall from my mouth into the pillow. My body coils and clenches. My fingers rub and stroke until, suddenly, I'm coming. I'm coming while fantasizing about Ilya fucking Volkov, the wolf of Oxford Hills. When I'm finished, when it's over, I take a second shower. My face is haggard, my brain is short-circuiting, trying to rationalize what I've just done. By the time I'm back in bed, though, my mind is made up. This has to stop. One way or another, consequences be damned, this shit with Ilya is done. It has to be, before I lose my fucking mind. Unless it's already too late. One way or another, I am through playing games with the wolf. Chapter 11. Tenley. I hate games. Not like Monopoly or chess, that is. I love those kinds of games. It's mind games that screw with me, which is, I suppose, the entire point of them. My mom played mind games with both of us, my dad and me, for years. She lied and gaslit and breadcrumbed my dad for years, and me too, until the very end. Even if Dad and I didn't know about the man she was having an affair with until she died with him, we always sort of did, in the backs of our minds. No one likes mind games, but I freaking hate them. And right now, I'm in the deep end of mind games with the last person in the world I should be playing them with. Ilya Volkov, bad influence, bad guy, heir to a Bratva kingdom. And also gifted with the evil, dark, magical ability to enter my dreams, both waking and sleeping, and do things to me. Bad things. Terrible things. Mostly bad and terrible because of how they make me feel, and how they make me ache for more. I flush as I step through the vaulted stone archway into Edward Hall, where my next class of the day is. I shake the disgusting somethings, I don't even want to call them fantasies, about Ilya from my head with the stern grit of my teeth. 2 days ago, I was weak. 2 days ago, I gave in and let myself get pulled into his little fucked-up vortex of chaos and destruction. Yesterday, I was stewing because of it, and hating myself for getting all tangled up in it. But today, as they say, is a brand new day. And I've hit on the perfect way to beat Ilya at his stupid fucking mind games. I'm not going to play them at all. In 5 minutes, Professor Macklin will be delivering his first English literature lecture of the term. It's going to be great. Not only do I have a soft spot for English lit, but Professor Macklin isn't exactly hard on the eyes. But the best part is, I'm not even officially taking Professor Macklin's English lit class. I'm just sitting in on this lecture because why not? Why is that the best part? I smile as I step down into the lecture amphitheater and settle into the seat next to Charlotte that she's been saving for me. Because it's 3:30 in the afternoon. Because today is a tutoring day. But today I'm not going to go to play mind games with Ilya. In fact, I'm not going to go see him at all.
Sheet Tenley.
Christo beams at me as we step out into the late afternoon sun after the 2.5-hour lecture. I blush. Stop, please. But the aristocratic Mexican guy with the longish black hair shakes his head.
No, that was a perfect breakdown of Hemingway. Perfecto.
Cristio Feliciano is the star center for the Oxford Hills football team. And aside from almost being assured a place in the Premier League when he graduates, he's also the son of the largest mineral mining tycoon in Mexico. Needless to say, he's part of Patrick's snob mob. But he's one of the good ones, at least, relatively speaking. Stop, I laugh, my face red. Professor Macklin asked, and I... I shrug. I just talked. Charlotte snorts with a grin.
You just talked and gave like a masterful breakdown of Hemingway's books in relation to the Spanish Civil War?
She rolls her eyes.
Show off.
I'm about to respond when a big, heavy arm lands across my shoulders, startling me. I whirl and look up into Patrick's golden-ringed, blue-eyed face. He grins down at me.
Hey, babe.
Hi? I feel my cheeks burn. Patrick and I are not a couple, not really. And quite honestly, while he's mostly a nice person, I don't really have any feelings that lean toward taking away the fake part of our fake relationship. Lately, I've started to get hints even more and more that maybe he does. The looks are a little warmer, the touches linger a little longer. That charming presidential grin has unsaid words behind it. It's the same grin that's burning into me right now. Charming, warm, caring, and full of emotion. It's a stark contrast to the smile I've seen recently, the one that belongs to a sadistic, twisted monster. Elia's smile is none of the things you'd describe Patrick's as. It's cold and calculating. It's disarming, but in the way a snake's hypnotic stare is meant to lure in its prey. It's dangerous, is what it is. Patrick's eyes pull away from me. He reaches past me to bump fists with Christo before he nods at Charlotte with a brief smile. Patrick certainly has some snobby tendencies, but he's not as bad as someone like Ainsley who wants nothing to do with Charlotte. Patrick is at least smart enough to look past her not being real royalty to see that it doesn't matter. In the end, he'll be the son of a president. She's the daughter of a queen. He might lean toward Ainsley's way of thinking about it, but he recognizes that, like it or not, he and my best friend are on the same level on the elite scale.
Charlotte,
he says formally.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. She smiles the same smile back at him. Hey, they might not ever be best friends, but at least they're cordial.
So what's going on?
Christo chuckles.
We were telling your girl here how much she just blew away Professor Macklin with her off-the-cuff Hemingway dissertation.
Your girl. I smile when Patrick's arm goes over my shoulder again, pulling me close. But inside, the idea of being Patrick's sends confusion through my head. I've never really had a boyfriend. You can take your pick of the reasons why. A dad whose career uprooted me in my early teens. My own obsession with studying my ass off on the road to the plan. Or my mother's actions showing me in no uncertain terms how utterly destructive being someone's can be. Not to mention how phony. So, fake or not, the idea of being Patrick's or anyone's sours inside of me.
Well, she's a smart cookie.
He chuckles, turning to grin at me. I smile back.
Well, shall we head over to dinner?
Patrick smiles again and turns his gaze to my roommate.
You should join us, Charlotte. We'd love to have you.
I glance at her pleadingly. I see her try and hide the grin before she straightens her face.
Patrick, I would love to, but I have other plans already. Ah, well, please do take me up on the offer anytime.
Patrick's arm slips from me as he lunges over to playfully punch Christo in the arm. They start talking about football as I whirl on Charlotte. Oh, come on! Save me from Ainsley Hendershire. She giggles.
Sorry, my dear. I'd love to, really, but I've got...
Her face sours and her voice lowers.
Dance lessons.
I blink. I'm sorry, what?
Dance lessons.
She hisses a little louder, her face red. In the recital hall, via video call with Gemma and some famous ballroom dancing person. The grin pulls wide across my face before she glares at me. Don't you dare make a joke. I make a zipper motion across my lips. Sorry, mouth shut. She sighs.
Well, enjoy the snob mob. Please tell Miss Hendershire that I highly recommend she empty all that sand out of her knickers.
I snort as I choke out a giggle. Have fun with ballroom dancing. Char gives me a hug before she takes off across the campus toward Bourne Auditorium.
Shall we?
I turn back to Patrick and his charming, warm smile. I might not be into him like that, but I can't ignore the way that smile makes me tingle a little. Can I meet you there? I was going to drop my bag off at my place and change. He grins. Of course, I'll save you a chair. I wave goodbye to Christo and Patrick, and then start heading back to my cottage. As I walk, I slip my headphones in and switch to my music on my phone. Mumford & Sons starts to play. I smile as I throw back my head and inhale the early evening fall air. There's no monsters swooping in. No one is arresting me. The Academy hasn't called to tell me they're permanently tarnishing my record. I smile smugly, triumphantly. I looked the wolf in the eye, and he blinked. Fuck Ilya. And fuck his stupid mind games. I mentally pat myself on the back as I step into my cottage and shut the door. The music fills my ears as I congratulate myself for beating Ilya at his own game. All this time, everyone's been so terrified of him, and apparently all it takes to deal with a bully like him is what it takes to deal with any bully. You stand up to them. You call their bluff. Bullies will be the first to call for a game of chicken, but they rely on the fact that the other person will flinch first. All you have to do is not do that, I think to myself as I climb the stairs to my room. Just don't flinch and the bully will. I grin as I step into my room. Check. Fucking mate, Ilya. I let the door close behind me and walk over to my desk by the window. I swing my bag off, stretch my shoulders, and then pluck out my headphones.
Are you proud of yourself?
I scream, like a full-on murder shriek as I whirl, clutching my heart. There, leaning against the dresser in the corner of my bedroom, is Ilya. I swallow, paling as his piercing green gaze burns into me. I croak. His mouth thins.
You blew me off.
I drag my teeth over my lip. My eyes feel locked with his, like I can't look away because of some kind of dark magic.
That wasn't wise.
Somehow, I make myself push the fear to the back of my mind and manage to make myself glare right back at him. I'm not your servant, Ilya. He smiles at me, looking like a viper, like an animal ready to pounce. I tremble. You don't control me.
You missed our tutoring appointment.
I smile. Actually, I didn't miss it at all. His eyes narrow.
Cute.
I'm not scared of you, Ilya. I spit. His jaw tightens and he stands from the wall. I gasp, shuffling backward as he steps closer.
And I keep telling you.
He growls. He keeps coming toward me until I'm trembling against my desk as he looms over me. It's like he's pinning my ass to it without even touching me, like his very presence or aura is doing the pinning all on their own.
You really should be.
I swallow the lump that threatens to choke me. My fingernails dig into my palm hard enough to sting, but I refuse to quail before him. I refuse to cry or beg for his forgiveness for missing our appointment. What are you going to do, Ilya? I hiss. Hit me? Hurt me? His eyes bore into me. Slowly, the corners of his lips curl dangerously.
Do you think of me as some sort of bully, Red?
He growls quietly. I curl my lip. Yes, because you...
I am so much more than that.
He snarls, his head lowering so fast I gasp, and his lips brushing my ear. Again. I close my eyes. I can't help it. It's like an automatic response to his mouth near my neck like that. It's evolution, I try and tell myself. That's the reason my skin tingles and prickles. That's the reason my pulse thuds like a train in my ears. That's why heat blooms between my thighs when his hand reaches up and his tattooed knuckles brush my jaw. His hand strokes back and forth before he twists it. Suddenly, his thumb and forefinger grasp my chin. It's not hard enough to be painful, but it's hard enough to send something hot searing through my body.
Don't play fucking games with me, Tenley.
He purrs.
This was your one fuck-up. Next time, know that you're playing with fire.
And if I don't play at all? I breathe quietly.
That's no longer an option.
We stand there, inches apart, him pinning me to my desk with my jaw caught in his hand. The heat of him burns me. The power of his gaze sears into me. I'm expected somewhere, I whisper. A growl rumbles in his chest.
Where?
Dinner. His lips curl into a sneer.
With Patrick.
No, I pause, then I nod. Yes. His hand drops from my chin. The way I instantly miss it makes me cringe. It makes me want to check myself into fucking therapy today. He backs away from me. His eyes sweep over me from head to toe, leaving my skin tingling in their wake.
In that?
I frown. Excuse me?
I asked if you were going in that, or if you were dressing up for him.
My lips purse. Just tell him to get the hell out. Scream for help. Tell him to go fuck himself. I was going to change, I say softly. He doesn't say or do anything. But then, slowly, he turns, walks to my dresser and reaches for the top drawer. I'm still so thrown by him even being here that it takes me a second to jolt into action. My eyes go wide as he slides the drawer open. Wait, don't... He smirks. Too late. Ilya Volkov has officially just opened my panty drawer.
These aren't.
He frowns and then looks up at me with a smirk on his face.
You don't wear these, do you?
I stiffen. Excuse me?
Tenley, these are.
He shakes his head.
Jesus.
What the hell is wrong with my Hey, get out of there! I shriek as he dips a hand into the drawer. He pulls out an especially awful, frayed red and blue striped pair. I cringe as the blood rushes to my face. Those are for laundry day, I mumble.
Of course they are.
He snickers.
And these?
This time, it's the world's most unflattering pair of mint green, high-waisted boy shorts. Dear Lord, please just take me now. For the other laundry day? I hiss through clenched teeth. Ilya smirks.
Nothing special for dear Patrick.
I glare at him. Patrick and I aren't... My mouth snaps shut. Plenty, I sneer. I just... keep those pairs somewhere else. Ilya's amused smirk stays on his face as his eyes burn into me.
Maybe I should help you change for...
Get out! I hiss. His grin fades briefly, but then it's back. Hungry, daring, wolfish.
Remember that this was your one and only warning. Red.
He growls.
Next time, I won't be so nice about you missing our sessions and fucking with my schedule.
He turns and glances back into my open drawer. Before I can yell at him again, his hand slips in and he plucks something out. This time, it's actually a pair of halfway sexy panties, a red, somewhat lacy bikini cut style.
Wear these.
I gasp as Ilya tosses them to me. I catch them in my hand, glaring at him. Get out.
Are you going to wear them?
My face burns hotly. My lips purse tightly. This is inappropriate, Ilya. He shrugs.
Enjoy dinner.
He turns, but then stops. His head half turns back to me.
Better not tell Patrick I just got into your panties.
Without another word, he steps out of my room. I wait, my skin throbbing with heat, barely breathing as I listen to him walk down the stairs. It's not until the front door closes behind him that I exhale, shaking all over. I was wrong. I didn't win the game of chicken today. The wolf did.
Chapter 12. Ilya. Depeche Mode's Personal Jesus pounds out of the speakers, echoing around the steel-reinforced concrete of the garage. I lie back on the hood of Misha's matte black 1968 Shelby Mustang, UK steering conversion too, with my feet on the fender and bring the spliff to my lips. The lighter flicks, the cherry glows orange and red, and I exhale slowly as the music washes over me, Depeche Mode is old school, but I grew up with this stuff. Yuri used to tell me stories about when he was a kid in the 80s and 90s back in Soviet Russia, when they had to actually smuggle in shit like Depeche Mode and Nirvana. I think about that as I puff on the spliff. I turn my head and watch Misha across the garage, pounding on the practice bag like it just fucked his girlfriend. That is, if Misha did the whole girlfriend thing. My head turns again, and my eyes swivel to Lucas. He's kneeling in a corner next to the 1933 Indian motorcycle he's been fucking around with since last term. I've never asked how he picked it up, but he's a natural with engines and taking shit apart to put it back together. I shake my head, letting the song wash over me. It's funny to think that we three here will be the future of the Bratva. 3 hard-partying private school kids. It'll be us who take the word Bratva from being in the same line of thinking as mob or mafia and bring it in line with Silicon Valley, OPEC, and Wall Street. The Bratva has always been about the same things it is now. Brotherhood, wealth generation, and thumbing your nose at the authorities. But back then, it was more like Robin Hood's merry band of cutthroats and thieves. Yuri was the turning point for the Volkov organization, though. He's the one that took it from fearsome criminal organization into a thriving multinational corporation, albeit one still absolutely not to be fucked with. I glance at Misha again. The tattoo ink covering the vast majority of his exposed skin glistens with sweat as he hammers the practice bag with punch after punch. Yeah, Misha might be a rich kid who was born a rich kid, but there's a hunger and an anger there behind those eyes that's different than the rest of the rich shits who go to Oxford Hills. Misha's dad, Boris Zavakov, is old school. And old. Misha's mom was 18 to Boris's mid-50s when they had Misha. She was pretty much gone the second Boris got a hold of his heir. He's not a bad guy, Boris, but he's tough. Really, really tough. And he went out of his way to make sure his son, though beyond wealthy, grew up steeped in the same Bratva traditions that he had. Someday, my friend is going to inherit an empire and a fortune that makes companies like Apple, Amazon, and Tesla look like chump change. And then there's Lucas. No one had to toughen him up in the Bratva ways. That's just how he came. In fact, unless you knew him as well as Misha and I do, you guess there wasn't a single soft part about him. His future is the interesting one. Bratva tradition would have the Kashenko Empire go to Lucas's little brother, Sasha. But those are traditions from the 19th fucking century that don't consider adoption. I know Victor and Fiona, Lucas's adoptive parents. To them, he's their son. End of story. The keys to the Kashenko Bratva Empire are his for the taking. But then again, he might make his own path. All I know is the future will come later. Later, we will be Bratva kings and lords of empires. For now, this is a place where I can lie back, get high, and just be. Personal Jesus ends, but before Halo can come on next, Misha hits the pause button on the stereo. Fuck, Ilya. He frowns. You got this thing cranked up loud enough? I don't think they can quite hear it in fucking London, man. I shrug. Let him play it, Lucas grunts from his bike. Not like anyone is going to hear through these walls. Misha rolls his eyes. Fine. What do I need eardrums for anyway? He grunts. His eyes swivel to me, like he's just realized where I am. And get your fucking feet off my car, asshole. I grin as I slide off and saunter over to the couches in the pseudo-living area we've got set up down here. Here, by the way, is almost the entire reason why certain strings were pulled and pockets lined in order to get us Lordship Manor as our on-campus residence. Yes, the manor itself is beautiful. The pool is great. But it's the subterranean World War II command barracks turned Cold War nuclear fallout shelter that's the real selling point. Better still, no one knows about it. Back in World War II, Oxford Hills was a garrison and training camp for soldiers heading off to the front. Lordship Manor was turned into the officers' quarters, but out of fear of German bombing runs, they expanded the old root cellar way deeper, reinforced it with concrete, and made it into an emergency command center. Later, during the Cold War, they expanded it even more, further reinforced the fuck out of it with rebar and steel, and even dug a 1-mile, car-width escape tunnel that exits into a barn sitting just outside what is now the property line of Oxford Hills. In a totally random series of events, when we took over Lordship Manor as second years, a shell company of a shell company of a shell company run by Volkov Enterprises bought that barn. Oxford Hills, given the kids who go here, is very much a closed campus for security reasons. And that is, except for us. This place, our bomb shelter, should be the ideal party space. It's hidden, it's soundproof, it's got running water and electricity, and it looks like it was designed and decorated by whoever did the set for Mad Men. Part concrete car garage, part Playboy Mansion lounge. But no one comes down here. Not a single person but us. The whole world is our party space. This is our escape. And yet, I frown, staring at the framed pictures of Winston Churchill and Margaret Thatcher hanging on the wall above the minibar. The issues from up above don't always leave when you come down here. It may be an escape, but there's no escape from some things. For me, there's no escape from Tenley Chambers. My jaw grits. I had a plan for my triumphant final year at Oxford Hills, to conquer this place and leave a swath of chaos and destruction in my wake like a ravaging crusader king. Tenley was not part of that plan. The defiant little redhead is a thorn in my side and a pothole in my road to victory. And yet, it's more than just her not bending the knee. I'm not actually that much of an egotistical maniac to be this hung up on one fucking girl who won't drop to her knees and say please. It's the way she looks at me. It's not only defiance. It's a sort of bored, unamused pity. And that is what rankles me. That's what has me stewing and even more broody and ill-tempered than usual. Not so coincidentally, that's also what has me wanting her. It's the disdainful way she seems to roll her eyes at me. It's not in that playing coy or hard-to-get way, either. And it only makes me want her even more. It makes me want to wrap the red hair in my fist, bend her to my will, and taste those insubordinate lips until they're bruised by the memory of me. I blink when I realize Lucas is sitting on a couch across a small coffee table from me, looking amused. What? I grunt. He smirks, leaning back against the sofa with his hands laced behind his head. For a second, my eyes drop to his arms. His sleeves are still rolled up from working on the bike. Lucas catches me looking and frowns as he deftly pulls them back down. Sorry, I mumble. He shrugs it off wordlessly. What's got you even more cheery than usual today? I roll my eyes. Funny. Lucas grins. Well, his version of a grin, which is more of a thin line across his lips. But I like seeing him smile, even if it's his way of doing it. When we first met, when he'd just come to live with Victor and Fiona, Lucas was a shell of a human, gaunt, like he was hollow inside, with a dark rage in his eyes like he'd seen hell itself with them. Knowing even the small slivers of his background that I do, he has. Would you like to talk about it? I glare at him. I'm not interested in therapy. You're sitting on a couch. We're halfway there. I smirk. Well, look who's got jokes all of a sudden. He grins with a shrug. You know, you might feel better if you let yourself have some fucking fun for once this term. Misha grunts, panting as he strolls over from his shadow boxing. Meaning? I grunt. He smirks at me with that cocky grin of his. Meaning I didn't realize you were going to be taking a vow of celibacy for your final year. Do I need to call a dick doctor? I'm fine, I growl. You sure? I glare up at him. Want to check? Misha grins. That it, Volkov? You switching teams on us? Before I can roll my eyes, Lucas cuts through the bullshitting. No, it's a girl. I turn to glare at him. Excuse me? He shrugs. It's a girl, no? Misha snorts. There hasn't been a single girl since term started. Believe me, I'm the one that has to deal with them when they come pouting to my room after Brother Volkov here sends them away. There is. Lucas sits back on the sofa again. There's not, I grunt. There isn't. I am not hung up on Tenley. I'm not fawning over her. I simply want her. And I want her so that I can move on from this fucking annoying feeling she leaves in me, like a splinter under my thumbnail. I want her so that I can go on with my perfectly fine life, no longer wanting her. There is the tutor, the red-haired girl who threw that drink in your face. Misha starts to laugh. Hold up. What? His brow shoots up. Wait, the chick who was looking for you at the house the other day that I sent upstairs? Yes. No, I snap, glaring at Lucas. I take a breath and grit my teeth. Her name is Tenley Chambers. Misha's mouth curls into a grin. Ah, so the truth comes. She's a target, not a conquest, I growl. The two of them give me confused looks. Fuck it. Both of my friends are schooled in the Bratva anyway. My uncle wants me to keep close to her. Her father is going to be the U.S. vice president. Lucas nods slowly. And her boyfriend's father. He's not her boyfriend. Misha and Lucas glance at each other. I scowl. It's a media thing. Uh-huh. I ignore Misha's smirk. Regardless, Patrick North's father is going to be president. Lucas finishes. Exactly. That's why you were at her cottage last night? My eyes snap back to Lucas, scowling. Misha laughs. Just playing James Bond, huh? I ignore Misha, again. Where did you hear that? I growl at Lucas. He shrugs. The girls at this school gossip like... He frowns, searching for the phrase. Like schoolgirls? I growl. He shrugs. Yes. 3 of them were talking about it in my morning bio lecture today. They'd seen you leaving her cottage last night. Leave it, I grunt. Misha eyes me. Interesting play. What play? I snap. Playing the nice guy card so that the nice girl lets you into her panties. I glower at him. I'm not trying to get into her panties. Cool. Then you won't mind if I do? I'm on my feet before I can stop myself, my teeth bared as I snarl right into Misha's face. You'll stay the fuck away from her. His lips curl. What's the matter, Volkov? Got a little crush? You're out of line. And I don't take orders from you, Your Majesty. He hisses back, jabbing a finger hard into my chest. I shove his hand away and step closer to him. But then Lucas is there, grabbing me by the back of my shirt and shoving Misha back. Enough! He barks with a fury that actually seems to startle both Misha and I out of our little alpha-on-alpha showdown. Misha blinks and looks away. He runs his hand through his hair before he glances back at me. I was just being a dick, he grunts. You're always being a dick. He grins. So do I. We're good. Misha and I, that is. But inside, I'm not good at all. Lucas pours us a round of drinks so we crank the music back on, loud. But even with enjoy the silence blaring over me, a drink in my hand and my 2 friends bantering around me, I can't seem to focus. Or I can, but it's entirely on visions of red hair, defiant blue eyes, and temptingly brash lips. Misha lights a joint and passes it my way, while he and Lucas talk motorcycles. But I tune them out as I draw in the smoke. I exhale slowly, letting it curl around my eyes like blinders as I stare at the wall. I'm playing with fire, allowing myself to be tempted by Tenley. My uncle's request is clear. Get close to her in order to gain information that may help later. But as his words replay in my ears, my lips curl into a hungry grin. Keep an eye on Tenley, Ilya. Get close to her if you can. However you can. I've been caught between the desire to have her and the desire to fulfill the obligations to my family. But now, the answer is clear. Why not both? The wolf leads. The wolf hunts and takes. The wolf doesn't play games or hesitate. And I am done hesitating.
Chapter 13. Tenley. It's not like I've been invisible since I got here. I mean, I'm publicly with Patrick North. I sit at the elites table, and even for a place like Oxford Hills, my dad is kind of famous. But today, something is different. Something is very, very different. I wasn't invisible before, but today everyone is looking at me. They whisper to each other in hushed tones as I pass. Their brows arch and their eyes judge. And no, this is not a dream. I'm fully awake and very aware that the entire fucking school is staring at me like I'm a leper. By the time my first period world history class is over, it feels as though the entire lecture hall was talking about me, not the Roman Empire. I clutch my bag tightly over my shoulder and scurry out. My face burns as the eyes, the whispered words, and the sneers follow me through the halls until I burst outside. My head spins and my chest feels tight as I whirl. Panic claws at me until suddenly a familiar face is right in front of me. Hey! Hey! Charlotte looks worried as she grips my shoulders and shakes me gently. I blink, sucking in a lungful of air as I focus on her. Her brow furrows. Are you okay? I nod. My mouth feels dry and my skin still feels clammy, but I take another breath and look up at her. Yeah, I think so, at least. I bite my lip. Sure, I don't want to sound like Ainsley Hendershire, but it feels like everyone is staring at me. Charlotte's face scrunches and twists. I mean they are. I pale. What? Why? She frowns. What do you mean, why? She stares at me. Look, if you didn't want to talk about it last night, that's fine, but are you seriously confused why this would be big news? I stare at her blankly. Charlotte, what the fuck is going on? Tenley, Ilya Volkov was seen leaving our cottage last night, followed by you, alone, 5 minutes later, apparently looking disheveled. The ground drops out from under me, and if I was floundering before with the whispers and the stares, now I'm in freefall mode. My chest constricts as heat flushes up from my chest all the way to my cheeks. My eyes widen in horror. What? Catherine Von and a few of her friends from the swim team saw Ilya leave our cottage, and then you right after. She wrinkles her nose. Needless to say, if Catherine Von knows something. Yeah, the whole fucking school knows it. I've barely been at Oxford Hills a week, and even I know that. Disheveled? I mean, I was flustered because the wolf himself had just huffed and puffed his way into my fucking bedroom, but I groan as my shoulders slump. Sure, it is not what it looks like. When she looks visibly relieved, my brow furrows. Oh my God, did you really think? Well, I don't know, she hisses back. I mean, you say you're going to drop Ilya, and then the next thing you know, you're going to his house again, and then he's at our cottage while I'm not there. Charlotte! Well, fill me in, Tenley. I mean, you were kinda late to dinner last night after going home to drop your stuff off. And you did look flustered. Yeah, I mutter, because that little psychopath was waiting in my fucking room when I got home. She pales. Are you kidding me? I shake my head. No, he was just there, waiting for me. That's fucking terrifying. No, it's not. I blush at the immediate response that mercifully only pops into my head and not out of my mouth. The problem is, Ilya waiting in my bedroom wasn't terrifying. Well, it was at first. The real issue is, it quickly wasn't. The problem is, I wasn't flustered when I got to dinner last night because I was scared. I was flustered because being alone with Ilya Volkov in my bedroom had my pulse racing and my skin tingling. It had my thighs clenching together with a forbidden, terrible heat. The problem is, being alone with Ilya Volkov didn't leave me feeling scared. It left me feeling excited. Tenley? I blink and quickly shake my thoughts away to focus on Charlotte. She frowns. I said, what the hell did he want? Oh. I swallow and wave my hand absently. Just stupid tutoring stuff since I'm stuck with him. She makes a face. That's so fucking unfair and so creepy. Tell me about it. She pouts and then pulls me in for a hug. Sorry, I didn't mean to assume. I pull back. Assume what? She winces. The, rumors going around don't exactly involve the two of you going over tutoring notes. I pale. You're joking. Her head shakes with a sympathetic look. Afraid not. Phoebe Carlson told me Ainsley Hendisher said you looked like you'd just... Her mouth snaps shut as her face reddens. Just tell me, I groan. Like you just been fucked sideways. Howard, sorry. I cringe as my eyes close. It isn't just that this is going to be biting me in the ass hard in terms of my day-to-day social interactions. I mean, I'm with Patrick, and the last thing he, his father, or mine needs is for me to be publicly thought of as one of Ilya Volkov's little groupie conquests. But that's not entirely what makes me cringe. Better not tell Patrick I just got into your panties. I'm cringing because after my flustered, scatterbrained dinner with the elites, where I could barely make eye contact with Patrick, and after walking home and mindlessly watching one episode of The Good Wife before I lied to Charlotte about being exhausted and went to bed, after all those things, all I had were my horrible, disturbing, filthy thoughts of Ilya. Sordid thoughts, dirty thoughts that turned into X-rated dreams that had me tossing and turning for half the night before my face burns at the memory. Before I took matters into my own hands. I'm cringing because last night I touched myself while fantasizing about the wolf himself again. Look, it's just stupid rumor shit, right? Charlotte shrugs and tries to put on a bright face. People will forget about it before lunch when some new drama or gossip pops up. She smiles at me before she pulls me in for another much-needed hug. It's going to be fine. I nod glumly. Where are you off to? I jerk her thumb over my shoulder. Camp Hall, you? She frowns. Edward Hall. Want to get dinner in tonight? Yes, I groan, more than anything. She grins. Hey, don't sweat it. Keep your head up and ignore the bitches. This'll blow over in no time. It's going to be fine. Trust me. We need to talk now. I gasp as the big hand clamps down on my arm, yanking me back from the front entrance to Camp Hall. I whirl, my heart jumping into my throat as I look up into Patrick's angry face. No, angry doesn't cover it. He looks furious, enraged even. I gasp as he yanks me by the arm away from the entrance and around the corner into the shadows of the old ivy-covered building. Patrick! Is it true? He hisses, leering down into my face. I cower under his furious wrath. What? Is it fucking true? He snarls. You and Volkov. I frown. Is what true? That he was at my cottage? Patrick's lips curl. Did you fuck him? My jaw drops. Seriously? I'm asking, aren't I? My mouth purses. First and foremost, really? Do people really think I'm the kind of girl who would have quickies with the wolf of Oxford Hills before dinner with my boyfriend? Seriously? That alone has my blood boiling. But then there's the second part. That Patrick and I are not actually together, and this is none of his fucking business. Not that it's any of your business. I gasp as Patrick grabs both of my shoulders and slams me back against the stone exterior of Camp Hall. His face is livid as he leers close to me. You're goddamn right it's my business, he snarls. I tremble, scared. The golden boy with the farmhand chin and the twinkling eyes is gone. Instead, all I see is a fury and a rage I've never once seen in Patrick before. I swallow. No, I croak meekly, hating myself for saying it so limply. I take a shaky breath. No, Jesus, I did not sleep with Elia. Are you kidding me? Patrick's lips curl.
Then what was he doing at your cottage?
I bite my lip, my eyes dropping.
Answer me, Tenley.
He growls. It was a tutoring thing, okay? He scowls when I look back up at him. It was just a tutoring thing. You can relax.
I told you to drop that.
I can't.
You can, and you will. You're not going near Elia and his crew of fucking criminals. Do you understand?
You don't own me, Patrick. He bristles at my words. His mouth thins and his nostrils flare, but his grip on my shoulders loosens and then drops as he takes a step back from me.
No,
he says quietly.
But I will someday.
I shake my head. Patrick, this entire thing with us was just for the cameras.
For now, yes.
He sighs. And suddenly the anger and the rage evaporate like they were never there. Suddenly the Patrick I know is smiling, that charming, lopsided smile at me, as if he hadn't just been Mr. Hyde at all.
You want to follow through on your plan?
He asks.
Which road do you think takes you there? To the D.C. law office and the judgeship? Me, with my father being the next 2-term president of the United States and on my own track to Congress?
He beams at me, and then his face clouds.
Or by being another pathetic lackey to the criminal scum that have bribed and bullied their way into this fine institution.
He reaches for me, and I flinch. A pained look crosses his face.
I'm sorry I lost my temper,
he says gently.
I was so angry and hurt that you'd...
I didn't, I say with a small smile. He beams back. This time, when he reaches for me, I allow the gentle hand on my arm.
I know, babe.
He sighs.
Look, I get that Elia seems wild and fun.
I frown. He doesn't.
I mean, who doesn't love some rock and roll, right?
Patrick.
But he is poison, Tenley. You haven't been here for 3 years like I have and seen how he is.
His jaw clenches.
He is a drug addict and a womanizer. He's a scumbag, and his kind do not belong here. Make no mistake about that.
His shoulders drop as he places both hands on my shoulders, even more gently this time.
He's not like us, Tenley. He's just not.
I nod. Okay, I got it.
I'm just looking out for you.
He lowers his face and kisses the top of my head. When he pulls back, he's smiling.
This is a brand, Tenley.
He grins, wagging a finger between us. His smile darkens.
Try to act like it, okay?
My brows knit, but I nod. Yeah, I got it.
Great.
He beams as he pulls away.
Dinner tonight?
Oh, Charlotte and I.
I'll see you at 6.
Before I can say another word, he's striding away. I blow air through my lips as I sink back against the ivy and stone at my back. What a freaking day. The phone is answered on the second ring. Or at least, I think it is. It's hard to tell because there's no words, just the click of someone picking up the line, and then silence. I swallow. Elia?
Yes.
His deep, thick voice resonates through the phone and directly into my ear like the wolf himself is standing right beside me, purring into my very thoughts. I tremble as I take another breath in the semi-darkness of my bedroom. It's me.
Hi, me.
I blush. It's Tenley.
I put that together.
My teeth rake over my lower lip. I'm not tutoring you anymore. I blurt, so fast that it almost comes out as one jumbled word. Elia sighs deeply.
I thought we'd been over this.
Do what you want, I snap. Fire me or report me to the student services office. I don't care, Elia. I am done being fucked with by you. I'm done jumping through hoops for whatever psycho amusement you're deriving from it. My voice turns steely. I do not play mind games. I don't. Period. So this crap, done. Do what you will, but stay out of my way and out of my life, got it? I'm flushed with adrenaline, my very ears ringing from it by the time I'm done. My heart is pounding, and I brace myself for the snarling threats I'm sure I'm about to get. But there's just silence, like a full 30 seconds of silence. I chew on my lip before I open my mouth. Are you still...
Is this because people are talking about me leaving your cottage last night?
There's amusement in his voice, and that cavalier tone makes me furious. Oh, you think? I snap. I have a lot resting on my shoulders, Ilya. I have a future and a plan to get there. I have a brand, you know? I spit, parroting Patrick's words. Ilya chuckles. He chuckles. My temper flares as I grit my teeth. Well, I'm glad you find that fucking funny, I hiss.
No, Red. I just would think that a rumor of me coming over to your cottage to... What are they saying in the hallways? Fuck you sideways.
My core flutters as my thighs clench. Heat flushes through me.
I would think a rumor like that would do wonders for your prudish reputation.
My reputation is my own business, thank you very much.
It appears not.
My eyes narrow. I'm hanging up now. Stay away from me, Ilya. We're done with this tutoring bullshit.
I think not.
I stiffen. Excuse me? He growls deeply over the line.
Do not forget our deal, Tenley.
Oh, go to hell, Ilya.
Or I will come find you. And you might not want.
I hang up. The sudden silence is deafening. My heart thuds, and my skin feels electrified. Slowly, a grin starts to creep over my face. I just hung up on the wolf, mid-threat. And damn, does it feel good. I silence my phone and put it on my bedside table. In the bathroom, I brush my teeth, change into my pajamas, and then pad back over to the bed. Under the covers, I glance back at the phone once more before closing my eyes. I feel victorious. I feel free. I feel like the hunter who's just slain the big bad wolf. I gasp as I sit bolt upright in bed. I'm clammy and damp. My heart is racing and my skin tingles with 1,000 forbidden touches. I glance at my phone in confusion and frown. It's 2:30 in the morning. My brow knits as I try to replay what just woke me up. The intense dream, the heat, the way he growled into my ear as he spread my legs. With a gasp, my hand flies to my mouth. My eyes widen as it all comes rushing back. And suddenly, I'm well aware of why I'm awake. I just had the most vivid, hottest sex dream of my life. And it was about Ilya. Illicit heat blooms between my thighs. I bite my lip, sinking under the covers as my hands slip down my stomach. I gasp when I feel how soaking wet I am, so wet that my panties cling to my pussy. I could stop. I could resist. But something tells me I've already failed that test when it comes to him. My finger rolls my clit. My other hand slips over, sinking a finger deep inside me. I gasp, moaning as I let the depraved fantasy involving the filthy, inked psychopath himself wash over me. In my mind, he takes me. He pins me to the bed and forces my legs apart. His one hand is on my hip, the other around my neck as he rams his cock into me. He's not gentle. He's not tender. He's not romantic. And I love it. I come in a swirling mix of throbbing pleasure and horrible self-loathing. But mostly, I come thinking of him. Chapter 14. Tenley. I tell myself it's just part of following through with the plan. I tell myself it's just being responsible and thinking of my future. I tell myself it's not giving in, it's sticking to my own guns. Truth be told, I tell myself a lot of things to try and rationalize why it is that I'm standing outside the front door to Lordship Manor the very next day at 3:30 on the dot. But not a single thing I say manages to stop the throbbing, pulsing feeling deep inside. It feels as though I'm doing something wrong just by being here, like I'm an accomplice to a crime just by standing outside of his house. But that's worrisome, because I shouldn't feel tingly all over if I'm about to commit a crime. I frown and shake my head. There's no crime being committed here. No wrongdoing at all, actually. The fact of the matter is, sticking with tutoring is the best thing I could be doing for my future and the plan. And again, Patrick doesn't own me. Does Elia? I blush at the voice inside, but then I shake that away too. No one owns me, and I'm not here to commit some kind of scandalous act for God's sake. I'm here to tutor a smug, possibly psychotic asshole who screwed around too much last semester. Full stop. I raise my hand and knock on the door. Birds chirp in the background. The unseasonably warm fall English breeze rustles through the ponytail falling down the back of my school uniform. Sans jacket for once. The knob twists, and I brace myself. But it's not Elia who answers the door, nor is it Misha, the heavily tattooed guy from before whose name I now know.
Yes.
The tall, broad-shouldered guy with his long sleeves rolled down has a quiet yet bold and strong voice. His accent isn't quite Russian, maybe Balkan of some kind, and there's a haunting darkness to his sharp blue eyes. They narrow a little when I don't respond immediately. I blush and clear my throat. I'm here for Elia? A single brow arches as his arms fold over his chest.
Are you carrying any glasses of scotch with you?
His face and voice are totally deadpan, so it takes me a second to realize he's making a joke. I grin. Saw that, huh?
I did.
Well, I spread my arms wide. No whiskeys of mass destruction on me this time. He smirks a strange, tight smile.
He's upstairs in his room.
I swallow, nodding as he steps aside to let me in. I walk past him and start up the stairs.
Tenley.
I pause, glancing back. Yes?
If he acts like an asshole, feel free to tell him so.
I grin. Thank you, I will. Elia glances at his wristwatch when he answers the door to his room. Okay, for the record, I say quickly, I was on time. I was just talking to your friend downstairs. He arches a brow.
Scared I'm going to invoke house rules on lateness.
I'm wearing 2 pairs of socks. Do your worst. His mouth curls slightly. Careful, I smirk. You might accidentally smile.
Har, har, har.
He drawls sarcastically. He steps away from the doorway. I ignore the shiver that creeps up my spine as I step into his room, right into the wolf's lair. Then I blink in awe. Elia's room, like the rest of this palace of a home, is stunning. The walls are dark, almost charcoal black paneled wainscoting. The floor is honey-stained wood. Matching dark tan leather Chesterfield sofas sit across a heavy masculine steel and dark wood coffee table from each other, all in front of a fireplace. I turn, blinking at the enormous gray wood and black iron bed with a charcoal gray duvet covering it. When I realize I've been staring at Elia's bed, I blush and quickly turn back to him.
Up to your design standards.
He grunts. You have very nice taste, Elia. He arches a brow, letting his eyes drift over me. I squirm under his gaze. He closes the door and leans against it, arms crossed. I swallow, feeling my pulse quicken. It's not altogether a bad feeling.
Want a drink?
My brows knit. I think I'm fine with just the tutoring. He shrugs, unmoving. But I mean, don't let me stop you.
I won't.
I swallow again as he stands there, his eyes drinking me in as the heat flushes up my neck. So, I clear my throat. Is it hot in here? I thought today we could start with...
I got you something.
I falter, frowning. You what? Ilya steps away from the doorway and stalks across the room. Or more like prowls, like an animal. He picks up a medium-sized matte black box with a glossy black ribbon around it that's been sitting on one of his bedside tables and turns to me.
A gift.
He growls. My brow knits. For?
You.
I roll my eyes, blushing. Ha ha ha. I mean, for what?
For taking such a dedicated and personal approach to my education.
He drawls, his words dripping in sarcasm. I arch a brow. Ilya sighs as he walks over and pushes the box into my hands.
Just fucking open it, Red.
I smile. I actually smile, with the wolf himself giving me a present. What, am I being lured in by this little act? Letting my guard down in his very lair at the first shiny little bauble dangled in front of me? If this is roadkill or something, I'm leaving. He smirks as I sit on one of the couches and set the box on the table in front of me. I start to untie the ribbon.
It's something we were discussing the other day.
He shrugs.
I saw it and immediately thought of you.
I smile as I undo the ribbon and start to pull the top off the gorgeous black box. That's actually oddly sweet of you, Ilya.
I have my moments.
I grin as I tug the lid off the box, revealing gauzy cream-colored paper beneath covering something. I bite my lip as I look up at Ilya. Okay, I'm an asshole. I've been looking at Ilya through the eyes of everyone else at this place, through Patrick's eyes and Ainsley Hendersher's. Maybe he's kind of a prick, and a grump and a black cloud, but maybe it's just that he's not like these other students here. I mean, neither am I. And like Ilya, I've now been on the receiving end of the gossip machine of Oxford Hills. And it sucks. Maybe that's why he's a perpetual dick. He's just tired of all their bullshit and looking for a like-minded friend. This was unexpected, I say quietly, smiling at him before I look back at the tissue paper and start to pull it away. Really, thank you for... I freeze. My heart skips as heat suddenly creeps up my back. My mouth falls open and I stare bug-eyed at the contents of the box. A jet black set of lacy, gauzy, semi-see-through matching bra and thong panties. They are, hands down, the most scandalous, risque pieces of lingerie I've literally ever seen, much less owned. My face flushes with throbbing heat as I sit there utterly still, like a red-faced little statue. I'm not even sure what to say, or where to look. All I can do is just stare at the lingerie in the box sitting on my lap. Seconds tick by. Finally, I swallow the lump in my throat. Ilya, I croak.
Put them on.
My eyes widen as my head snaps up to stare at him. I'm sorry, what?
You heard me.
My face sizzles. Ilya,
I've been in your panties, Tenley.
He growls with a hint of amusement, speaking about pawing around in my panty drawer the other day.
And you needed to up your game.
I drag my teeth over my lip, my pulse thudding in my ears. This is inappropriate.
No, this is a gift. Now put it on.
I take a shaky breath, somehow unable to pull my eyes from his smoldering green ones. Is this another mind game? He shakes his head.
It's a request.
Then I respectfully decline.
Perhaps it's more of a demand.
He growls. My breath catches as he suddenly leans down, his arms going to either side of me to grip the back of the couch, pinning me there. My heart pounds like a drum. The heat on my face sizzles over my skin.
Debate it in your pretty head all you want.
He hisses quietly.
But you will do this.
He leans into me, forcing me to bite my lip to stop the squeak from tumbling out. His masculine scent invades my senses. His lips brush my ear, and I feel the rush of excitement throb through me.
Put it on.
Slowly he pulls away, leaving me panting, actually panting for air. I blush hotly as I sit there holding the box, looking up at him. I could run, I could scream and just make enough of a scene that this becomes ridiculous and he just drops the whole thing. So, why am I not? I grip the box tighter. My pulse thuds as I hold his smug gaze with my own. Fine. I stand quickly and assertively, flipping my hair back. I chance a glance at him, hoping to see surprise that I'm calling his bluff. But all I see is that same intense, piercing gaze of expectancy. He's not surprised that I'm going through with this. He's pleased. I tremble as I slide past him, my heart racing as I march across the room and slip into his bathroom. Ilya's private bathroom is every bit as gorgeous and refined as his bedroom, but that's not what I'm looking at in the full-length mirror next to the clawfoot tub. I'm looking at me. I'm staring, actually, my mouth hanging open and my eyes wide. 'Cause holy shit, I look hot. The lingerie fits me perfectly, like way, way too perfectly. I Google the designer's name, Alexandra Yosef, and discover that she's one of the most exclusive, custom-tailored lingerie designers in the world. This fits me perfectly because it was made for me, specifically. I could wonder for hours how on earth Ilya has my exact measurements or how the hell he got an exclusive French designer to get this here in like a day. But instead, I'm thinking bigger picture. That Ilya Volkov bought me risque, ultra-sexy lingerie at all. I tremble as I let my eyes slide over myself in the mirror. I've never worn anything like this, like ever. I've never been one for dressing sexy, and I've never had a boyfriend. So why would I have ever had something like this in my wardrobe? For that matter, why would I now? And why am I wearing it? Because Ilya told me to. That's why. I flush, feeling heat smolder inside me. My eyes slip over my reflection again as my face burns. I mean, for God's sake, I can see my nipples through this bra. I chew on my lip. Okay, I've put it on. There was no mention of keeping it on. Bluff? Called. I've worn the present I'm sure he bought just to fuck with me. Now it's time to take this off and get the hell out of here because clearly I've had a huge lapse in judgment. I've told myself that I can stand toe-to-toe with the wolf. I've let myself believe that I can call his bluffs and stand up to his shit. But I've been wrong. Every time I force myself to stand against him, thinking that this is the most ludicrous he can get, Ilya ups the game. Every single time. I'm starting to realize I'm running out of runway, and he's got miles of it. I start to undo the front clasp of the bra, then I stop. I glance up into the mirror and frown at myself. No, this is what he wants. It wasn't about me putting this on. It was about me yanking it off and bolting from his room in a panic. That's what Ilya Volkov, twisted psychopath extraordinaire, was after. Humiliating me. I groan. This entire thing is probably just his long-con response to my throwing that stupid drink in his face. So I don't take off the lingerie. I reach for my clothes instead. Ilya's sitting on the couch facing me when I step out of his bathroom. My skin tingles from head to toe as his gaze slips over me. He peers at me.
I thought I was clear.
I smirk at him as I shrug. I did what you asked. When his brow furrows, I turn to the side. My pulse is like a jet engine in my ears as I pull the waistband of my skirt down just a bit to show a flash of black lace at my hip. See? Ilya's gaze cuts through me as he stands to his full height. He's wearing the short-sleeved version of the white uniform shirt, no tie, untucked, with the top few buttons undone. My eyes drop to the swirls of tattoo ink trailing down his muscled biceps and across his broad chest. I refocus when I see his teeth flash.
Take off the rest and let me see.
I shiver as my eyes bulge. What?
Take off the uniform,
he growls.
So that I can see.
I stare at him. He stares right back. And once again, I've bitten off way more than I can chew. Once again, I've played chicken with a fucking freight train. Ilya,
Take it off, or I will.
my heart skips. I should be terrified. I should be scared shitless of being alone like this, wearing what I'm wearing with a demented, no is not a word in my language psycho like Ilya. So why the hell does it feel like excitement pooling in my core? Why does it feel like the rush you feel as the barometer drops, the calm right before the thunderclap that heralds the start of the storm? When I say nothing, he suddenly starts to move toward me. I feel my pulse hammering, my toes curling in my shoes as he barrels forward, as inevitable and as unstoppable as a thunderhead rushing to the shore. My teeth drag sharply over my lip, and my heart jumps into my throat, choking me as he surges into me. I gasp as his hand slams flat on the bathroom door behind me, pinning me to it with his large, muscled frame. Ilya. His hand reaches up, and I shiver when his forefinger rests on the very top button of my school blouse. My eyes grow wide as I look up into his swirling green pools. You wouldn't?
Birds fly.
He growls quietly.
Fish swim.
His thumb and forefinger pinch the top button, slowly twisting it as he leans close. His lips tease past my ear and my eyes flutter shut. His fingers twist harder. I gasp as the top button to my blouse pops open.
Little rabbits flee.
He growls into my ear. His fingers drop to the next button and he deftly pops it open as I tremble, shaking with a mix of fear and excitement.
Wolves hunt.
His fingers pop another button, and then another, and another. He keeps going until my blouse falls open, revealing the black lace beneath it barely covering my breasts. Ilya's eyes drop to hungrily devour what he sees. I feel myself blush, but I don't stop him. I don't slap him or shove him away or run. And the horrible truth is, feeling Ilya Volkov's eyes greedily looking at me, basically topless in sexy lingerie, is one of the hottest moments of my life thus far. His hand slips up the row of buttons on my blouse. Then he starts to slip it off. My heart thumps against my chest as he pushes it off one shoulder, then the other. The blouse falls to my elbows. Then I let my arms drop, and it's suddenly at my feet.
Now the skirt.
He grunts thickly. I tense. This is already far past anything I'd ever imagined I was capable of. What he's asking is beyond.
Now,
he hisses. My eyes look up into his defiantly. His lips curl. As you wish. His hand drops to my hip. I tremble, but again I don't stop him. He deftly pops the button on the side of my green, black, and gold tartan skirt. His fingers slip to the zipper, and he tugs it down enough to loosen the whole thing. The skirt puddles at my feet. Suddenly, I'm standing in front of him in nothing but basically see-through lingerie and knee-high socks. Ilya pulls back slightly. His eyes are hooded and dark as they sweep hungrily over me. His teeth flash like a beast about to devour its prey. Wolves hunt. Little rabbits flee. So why the fuck am I not fleeing? I can't move. My entire world feels hot and throbbing. My legs squeeze together and a lustful tremble creeps over my skin. I want to hate him for making me do this, but I can't. I'm too horribly turned on. Ilya's hand raises. I shiver, tensing up as he reaches for me. Then he grits his teeth, hesitating and instead sliding his eyes up to mine. His hand follows, moving up to cup my jaw roughly. His shoulders heave, one hand flat on the door behind me, the other cupping my face. The drop before the thunderclap. The last click of the timer before the bomb explodes. And then, suddenly, finally, the wolf pounces. My choked gasp is muffled as his lips crush mine. He doesn't kiss me. He attacks my mouth, devouring it, conquering it. He kisses me so hard I'm sure he's going to bruise my lips. And yet I kiss him right back. I don't pull away. I don't slap him. I don't scream. I, Little Red Riding Hood, am willfully kissing the big bad wolf. And I know from here on out, whatever happens, I had the chance to run. And didn't. I whimper as Elia pins me to the wall, his lips sear to mine, his tongue demanding entrance. I get lost in the kiss, until suddenly that last little shred of sanity in my brain comes screaming out of the closet she's been hiding in. I suddenly freeze. What in the ever-loving fuck am I doing? Suddenly, this isn't about jumping off the edge, or the drop before the thunderclap, or anything poetic like that. Suddenly, I see quite clearly that this is just his trap that I've stepped right into. Once again, I played chicken with a force of nature I had no business facing off with. And now, I am really going to pay for it. With a gasp, my palms suddenly shoot out to press against his chest. I shove him back, my face burning hot. I snatch up my clothes, bolt into his bathroom, and slam and lock the door. There's no gazing into the mirror this time. I just yank off the lingerie and quickly slip into my regular clothes as fast as possible, as hard as that may be with how much I'm shaking. I take a final breath before I yank open the bathroom door. I gasp. He's right there, leaning against the doorframe. His green eyes pierce into mine, and once again, I almost fall into his trap. But not this time. I shove past him, grab my bag, and bolt out of his room, out of Lordship Manor, and all the way across campus until I'm locked safely behind my own bedroom door.
Chapter 15. Elia.
Hello, Earth to Ilia.
I blink out of my reverie with a scowl. I look up, frowning against the light around the silhouette looking down at me. Then the silhouette cocks its hip and leans in, and my eyes focus.
Daydreaming?
Juliana McCreed, of the blonde hair, long legs, and tireless attempts to get me into bed, grins at me. I was. She smirks.
What about?
How wonderful it is to be uninterrupted. She laughs playfully and sinks onto the stone bench next to me. I've been sitting in the rose garden next to Chapman Hall. It's a favorite spot of mine because it's quiet and usually devoid of anyone else. Usually. What do you want, Juliana? She arches a brow.
Wow, sassy much?
I'm not really in the mood for conversation. Or anything, which is why I've been skulking around here in the garden since first period, trying to get my head on straight. Because it's been very much knocked off straight since last night. My teeth grit as my mind wanders back to where it was before I was interrupted. For the 100th time, I replay the feel of her soft lips yielding to mine. The heated throb of her pulse beneath my grip on her. The way she whimpered when I stole that kiss. Eagerly, desperately, hauntingly. And haunting me it has been. Every single minute of every single hour since she ran out of my room. My eyes narrow, muscles clench.
Oh my God, you're doing it again.
I scowl as I turn back to Juliana. I have shit to do. What is it? She rolls her eyes.
Nothing. I just haven't seen you around much.
You know where to find me. Unfortunately. She sighs.
You know what I mean. I mean you and I haven't gotten a chance to hang out at all.
And why would we hang out? I see the flicker of hurt in her eyes. It does nothing to crack the steel around the place where a heart might be in my chest. I am not the cold-blooded murderer or the unhinged, deranged psycho that I've heard murmured about me in these halls. But am I a heartless, ruthless bastard? Yes, I am. But I also see no reason to dance around this with Juliana. Yes, she's beautiful and smart, and from the right upper crust of society. None of that makes me want her, though. So why not use brutal honesty to get her to back off and save her some effort? She clears her throat, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear like she's wiping the slate clean. She smiles at me.
I heard you've been spending time with that Tenley girl.
My brow arches. Have you? She nods.
Like a lot of time.
She peers at me with a smirk.
Trying to corrupt another innocent soul, Ilya?
Juliana.
She's a little plain and boring for you, though, isn't she?
She's my tutor. Her lips purse.
With benefits, so I hear.
I roll my eyes and reach into my back pocket. I pull out my silver case of pre-rolled spliffs and stick one between my lips. You heard wrong.
She has a boyfriend, you know.
I sigh heavily before I light the end of the spliff and inhale deeply. I don't care. She giggles and drops a hand on my thigh.
I know you don't, bad boy.
I frown as I push her hand off me. She laughs again.
What?
Stop it.
Why?
She pouts. Because I'm legitimately unsure how I could possibly make it clearer to you that I'm not interested. She drags her teeth over her lip.
You know that rumor about me and Misha is bullshit, right? That didn't happen, Ilya.
I look away. I don't care.
Is that why you've been resistant to me?
You're not my type, I growl.
What? And a freckle-faced virgin goody two-shoes who tutors in her free time is?
She snaps. Yes. Even grunting it inwardly makes me pause. Is that why? I'm not Misha by a mile, but I've hardly been a monk. There was a time when I'd have said yes to Juliana, or any girl being half as insistent as she's being right now. But now, I frown. Now what the fuck is wrong with me? I suck on the spliff. Suddenly, Juliana's leg swings over my lap. Before I can shove her away, she's settling onto my lap, arms draped around my neck.
Ilya. Oh my God, get a room.
I scowl, glaring over Juliana's shoulder to see Ainsley Hendershire, one of the snobby elites of Oxford Hills, wrinkling her surgically perfected nose.
Ew!
I roll my eyes. Juliana shoots her a look.
Fuck off, Ainsley.
With a grunt, I shove Juliana off my lap. Ainsley sneers at me.
Smoking isn't allowed on campus.
I lean back against the wall behind me before I delicately pluck the spliff from my lips. My middle finger raises as I exhale slowly toward her. Her mouth purses as she glares at me.
Being an asshole is not a personality, Ilya.
Neither is fucking every guy on the football team and thinking nobody knows, Ainsley. Her face pales. I think I hear a match whistle right now, actually. I smile. Try not to get too wet on the way over to the pitch.
Fuck you, Ilya.
When she storms off, Juliana starts to laugh.
Oh my God, that was good.
She turns to leer at me.
And so hot.
My eyes roll. She reaches for my belt, but I stand, ignoring her confused look as I start to walk away.
What does she have, Ilya?
She snaps. I stop, my back to her.
Come on. I mean, what is it about her?
My eyes close for a second before I open them again and glance back at Juliana. She's smart enough to know I'm fucking toxic, I grunt. That's what she has. Survival instincts. I leave her still pouting on the bench as I storm out of the rose garden. There's a war inside my head. I want Tenley because she doesn't want me. At least, I think that's why. And then there's the Bratva and what is asked of me. Yuri needs me close to her, to glean information about her father and Patrick's, but getting into her pants and taking her to bed in order to do that seems fucked up, even for me. The problem is, I'm lying to myself. I can tell myself 100 times that I bought Tenley that lingerie to ruffle her after my comment about her panties when I was in her room. But I didn't buy Tenley $5,000 panties to fuck with her head. I bought them because I want to rip them off her. Rabbits flee, the wolf hunts. So why aren't I? Chapter 16. Ilya. My muscles burn and my teeth grit as I shove the bar up from my chest. Sweat trickles down my back as I hiss, pushing for one more, and then another, and then a final one before I know I've hit my limit. The weight bar settles onto the rack with a clank, and I exhale slowly. I sit up on the bench, glancing around the empty and dark weight room. A real gym is the one luxury we don't have at Lordship Manor, but the one attached to the athletics building here is state-of-the-art. It always is, actually, because every 3 years, like clockwork, someone's rich father buys Oxford Hills Academy a new gymnasium so they can slap their name on it. The current iteration is named after Otto van Ness, an Austrian hedge fund guy whose son Klaus was the top scorer of the football team for 2 years ago. Coming to work out in a gym full of other students would annoy me. That's why the back weight room on the 3rd floor of this place is basically accepted by the entire student body to be off-limits to everyone but Lucas, Misha, and me. If money won't buy a private gym on this campus, fear will. I grab my water bottle and suck down a drink before I peel off my shirt. I glance down, my eyes moving over the various tattoos covering my chest and arms. I don't have anything like the almost full body piece that Misha wears. That's not my style. Still, all these tell a story. I'm about to drop back down to the bench for another set when suddenly the door to the room clanks open behind me. I frown before I hear a girl's breath catch.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know anyone was in here.
My lips curl. It's Tenley. Slowly I stand. When I turn to her, the smile on her lips drops and her face darkens.
Oh, she mumbles. It's you.
I'm wounded, Red. She glares at me from the doorway.
I have a hard time believing you are actually hurt by people not wanting to be around you and your charming disposition, Ilya. She mutters, especially with how often that must happen.
I eye her coolly, bringing a hand up to rake my fingers down the stubble on my jaw. Did you rehearse that one? Tenley rolls her eyes as she turns to leave.
Get fucked, Ilya.
I'm wounded because I never received a thank you card. She stops, turning to look at me with a furrowed, confused brow. Your feelings for me aside.
I don't have feelings for you, Ilya. None except disdain.
I scoff. Even so, it's only proper manners to send a thank you card when you've received a gift. She frowns.
What?
The color rushes into her cheeks as she snaps her mouth shut. She swallows, but it does nothing to diminish the pink creeping up her face.
I didn't take it.
But you wanted to. She chews on her lip. My eyes slide over her, and I growl when I drink in the sight of the running shorts bearing most of her smooth legs and the spandex tank top clinging to her breasts. Her long red hair is pulled up in a high ponytail. I want to grip it in my fist. I want to tug it while I take her from behind. I want to see how true a redhead she really is. I grit my teeth, clearing my head as she glares at me.
Why are the lights off in here?
Because I don't need or want them on. She frowns.
So screw anyone else who might need them on.
I shrug. Her eyes fall to my bare chest, then trace down my abs before she catches herself. I smirk as she drags her eyes back to my face. She makes sure to plaster her scowl back on. No one else uses this part of the gym. It's ours.
What do you mean it's yours?
Misha's, Lucas's, and mine. It's our section, exclusively. She stares at me.
It's the school's gym, Ilya.
Not this room.
You don't get to.
Yes, I do. My feet start moving before I can stop it from happening. I move toward her like a prowling animal, not because I'm trying to scare her, but because I'm drawn to her. Because I can't not move toward her once my eyes land on her mouth. The one I claimed yesterday. The lips I kissed and tasted deeply. It's not until I'm almost touching her that Tenley gasps, like she's just realized how close I am. She takes a step back from me, eyeing me warily. Do I scare you? I growl. She shakes her head. No, it's just that I don't like or want you near me, she hisses. Then why do you keep finding me? I snarl. My hands twitch and my jaw clenches. I'm barely holding back from taking her mouth once more. Run home, little red, I hiss tightly. It's late anyway. Shouldn't you be studying or deciding if you're going to hyphenate Chambers and North or just go ahead and take his name? Fire sparks in her eyes. Her lips curl into an angry sneer. And shouldn't you be with Juliana McCreed? She snaps. I arch a brow curiously. What? You two are together, right? She says icily. At least the kind of together that you're capable of. Her mouth thins. I mean, I don't care, Ilya. I have a boyfriend, you know. Of course you do, I grunt. But what are you talking about? You and Juliana McCreed. There is no me and Juliana McCreed. She rolls her eyes. Ainsley Hendershear was telling the whole table at dinner that she saw you and Juliana. Her face darkens. Together earlier today. I roll my eyes. Juliana is not my girlfriend. Just a girl you call friend? She snaps. I fix my eyes on her, the corners of my mouth curling. Feeling jealous, Red? She laughs coldly. Hardly. More like pity. For her. She sneers at me. Anyway, bye. She turns to leave again. This time I'm not letting her walk away. My hand shoots out, and she gasps when I grip her wrist. I tug her back, and she whirls with fury on her face. Get your fucking hand off! Why did you put it on, Red? I growl. Her lips press together. Put what on? Your present. She blushes deeply. She bites her lip. Let go of me. See, I have a theory, if you're curious. I'm not. Let go. I think you wanted to put it on because you wanted to feel dangerous. Her eyes dart back and forth. That's ridiculous. I think you liked feeling bad, putting on something like that. You're not getting in my head, Ilya, she hisses. No? My lips curl dangerously. Tell me then, how did it feel, looking at yourself in the mirror and seeing a version of you that you've never allowed yourself to see? Or feel? How did it feel to stop being so fucking good? Her face burns. I can see her chest rising with her breathing. I felt like I had to, she snaps. Just to get out of there. I laugh coldly. I smell bullshit. I shake my head, pulling her closer to me. I think you liked wearing it, Tenley. You liked feeling dirty, and you liked feeling dirty for me. Her breath hitches as her eyes blaze. You're disgusting. No, I shake my head. I'm just the bad guy. But you like that I'm bad. I don't, just like you liked kissing me. She laughs coldly, but it's fragile. Ilya, I can't even remember kissing. Then let me remind you. I don't think, I just do. I pull her to me. My hand slips into the back of her hair, tangling it in my fist as I lower my mouth to crush our lips together. Last time, I kissed her to make a point. This time, it's because she is mine. Her soft whimper melts into my mouth. Her lips sear to mine, and I feel her hands fall to my bare chest. They don't shove this time, though. They curl, her fingertips dragging over my skin like she's trying to pull me closer. I grip her hair more tightly. My other hand comes up to hold her jaw as my tongue seeks hers. I groan into her lips, feeling the lust surge like a storm inside of me. Suddenly, with a gasp, Tenley pulls back from me. Her face is pale, her eyes wide as she stares up at me. I can see her trying to tell herself to turn and flee, as she should. Except we both know too many lines have been crossed. The lingerie was one line. Having her put it on for me was another, and so was pinning her to the door and plucking her clothes off button by button. I'd say kissing her was the final straw, but that was until it happened a second time. And the problem with kissing her again is that it's shown me something I wasn't supposed to see. That for all her sneering looks, defiant pushback, and refusal to do a thing but defy me, I'm not the only one wanting what they shouldn't. You should have kept away, I hiss thickly. My hand tightens in her hair again. Ilya, she whimpers haltingly. You really should have kept away. I pull her to me, hard. The door behind her bangs shut, and my mouth slams to hers. I groan into her lips, devouring her. I'm lost in her. So lost that when she pulls back and slaps me, it takes me a second even to process it. After I do, my jaw sets. I glare at her as she pulls from me, backing away until her back hits the door to the weight room. Her hand raises, and she blushes as her fingertips trace over her swollen lips. Don't ever kiss me again, she whispers hoarsely. I say nothing as she turns, yanks the door open, and runs away. Again.
Chapter 17. Tenley. I have a plan. No one ever said it was going to be an easy path, but it's the road I've laid out for myself nevertheless. It involves exceeding at one of the best schools in the world. It involves going to Columbia, then Harvard Law. It involves Wellesley and Kane, and then Lancer, Stein, and Ramirez. It involves the Supreme Court. It involves being the daughter of the next American vice president. It involves holding hands and smiling for the cameras with Patrick. That is the plan. That's my path. And absolutely not a single fucking bit of it involves kissing Ilya Volkov. This is a mantra I've told myself a dozen times in the day and a half since he kissed me again. Twice. You should have kept away. And I should have. So why the hell can't I? Does it owe you money? I frown as I raise my eyes. Charlotte is looking at me curiously from across the kitchen. Huh? Your waffle. I lower my gaze to my plate and to the waffle that Charlotte made me. The one that currently has about 40 stab marks from my fork in it, though without a single bite. I feel my face burn as I look back at my friend. Sorry. Don't say sorry to me. Say sorry to the poor waffle. I grin. Sorry, waffle. Charlotte nods before turning back to her waffle iron. It's Saturday, and the only plans I have involve a refresher of the week by going over my class notes, and probably more The Good Wife marathoning with Charlotte. We decided to skip the dining hall in favor of breakfast at the cottage. The waffles were an interesting surprise. What were you stewing about? I stiffen. Just now, while you were repeatedly murdering the poor waffle, who were you wishing it was? I grin. Do I come off as that psychotic? Driven, she grins. The word is driven. Very funny. She turns back to her waffle iron, sipping her tea. Hey, so is this waffle thing part of your princess classes? Ha ha. She turns, looking sheepish. Okay, sort of. I laugh loudly. Waffles are part of royalty training? She rolls her eyes. No, but Petit Four and tea sweets are. How's that working out? She points to the automatic waffle press. How do you think? I grin, sipping my latte as I drop my eyes back to the waffle on my plate. You're not still dwelling on the whole Elia rumor, are you? I blush, yes. No, of course not. She turns to smile at me. See, I told you this place would forget about that in no time. I haven't had a single peep about it since the other day. She's not wrong. Not a single person has given me any crap about Ilya Volkov having been seen leaving my cottage a few days ago. Because, of course, there's always a new drama, or a new story, or a new couple breaking up that the whole school needs to be in the know about. They always find something new to latch onto, like a pack of piranhas. She shrugs. Today should help. I glance up. Why should today help? Oh my God, are you kidding me? A home match always sucks all the air out of the rest of this place. I wince. Shit, football match? That's today? Yeah, in 20 minutes, she shrugs. But it's not like you have to go. I'm not. I groan. Patrick wanted me to be there. She rolls her eyes. Well, we wouldn't want to forget to ask how high when Lord Patrick North asks you to jump. Har har, I groan. Come on, you know it's not like that. I know, I'm just giving you shit. I frown. You know what, though? I don't want to, so I'm not. She grins. There's my girl. Another waffle? Yes, please. There's a knock at the door that interrupts me. I'll get it. I take a bite of the waffle and then walk across the cottage in my pajamas to fling the door wide. My mood darkens when I see Lane fidgeting on our doorstep. Oh, Miss Chambers. I sigh heavily. You're here to ask me about the match. Lane smiles awkwardly. I am, yes. Well, I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Please tell Patrick that I'm afraid I'm going to sit this one out, but to have fun... He wanted me to tell you that this one was non-negotiable. I frown. Excuse me? Yes, sorry. He said to tell you to... Lane fidgets. To think of the brand. I scowl. God damn it. I could sit here stewing. But on the other hand, Patrick does have a point, sort of. The brand is the plan. Period. And like I said, no one said the path to the Supreme Court was going to be easy. In fact, it's going to be hard every step of the way. So what's a dumb football game with Patrick? I take a breath. Besides, if nothing else, it'll be good for one single thing. Getting Ilya Volkov and his lips out of my damn head. Breathe that in. Next to me on the bleachers, Patrick inhales deeply as the roaring crowd cheers around us. On the field, the pitch, that is, the the football, is being kicked around. That's pretty much the extent of my football knowledge. It's electric, the energy here, isn't it? I smile politely. Yeah, it's exciting. And it is, even if I'm not a sports person. Oxford Hills Academy's first home game of the season is a match against Manchester Prep, an all-boys boarding school known for molding two things: ruthless corporate CEOs and professional footballers. The crowd is mostly Oxford Hills, but there are definitely a good number of Manchester Prep fans here as well. There are also camera crews, but they're not here for the future all-stars playing on the pitch. They're here for us, Patrick and me. He's already explained the situation. I'm just having a hard time putting it together in my head. I'm also having a hard time getting over the fact that I could have heard this from my own dad or even from his PR people instead of Patrick, but here we are. Back in the States, George North is starting a string of public appearances that will culminate in the much-anticipated announcement of his run for the presidency. As part of the media storm surrounding that lead-up, his team, and more than a couple of big news outlets, want the inside scoop on his son's budding romance with his potential VP's daughter. Cringe. But I smile when a cameraman sticks a huge lens in our faces and clicks away. I know this is stupid, but it's all part of the whole thing. This is the game, so I might as well learn to play it. Yoon is crushing it out there, Patrick yells excitedly. It sort of just looks like a bunch of guys kicking a ball around, but I'll take Patrick's word for it. Where were you the other night, by the way? I frown, turning to him. The other night. Where were you? My brows furrow. Which night? 2 nights ago. I tremble as something hot teases up my spine. 2 nights ago was when I kissed Elia. I frown. No, when he kissed me. Twice. I force those memories from my head, though, as I smile at Patrick. The gym? Remember I told you at dinner I was going to go for a run and maybe try some of the machines? Yeah, but I didn't see you there when I went. I stiffen. You were there? He shrugs. Yeah. Where were you? I take a breath and try and clear my head. Oh, yeah, I got there and remembered I'd totally forgotten about this stupid group study thing I was going to jump in on. What the fuck, self? We couldn't go with I felt sick or I was tired or something that can't be verified as bullshit later? But Patrick just smiles. I exhale in tentative relief. Didn't mean to pry, sorry. I'd just missed you is all. A camera juts into our faces, clicking away. Patrick takes my hand. I let him as we both turn to smile for the small crew of photographers doing their thing. Patrick! Tenley! Over here! We turn to smile at another group of them. I don't know which is going to be hotter, North. An American newswoman with big blonde hair and a southern twang grins. The campaign trail or you two? I smile harder, gritting my teeth. I'll write that article for you, Kim. Patrick laughs easily. Spoiler, it's us. Before I can even react, he's turned, awkwardly palmed my cheek, and has started to lean in. I realize at the very last second that Patrick is trying to kiss me on the mouth. I turn, and his lips brush my cheek instead as the cameras click away. Aw, come on, Tenley, he chuckles, pulling away. I cringe, looking around. We're surrounded by people and cameras. Patrick, there are people. So? He beams. I want the world to know that I'm in love with this girl, he crows loudly. I freeze. My face burns as dozens of eyes snap to us. I turn to look at him, trying to read his face. Is this some new level the PR people want from us? We're not just a smile and hold hands couple. We're fucking kissing and saying the L word now? I lean close to his ear. Seriously, are you doing this for the cameras? Can we talk about... I'm not doing it for the cameras, Tenley, he says quietly as he turns to me. He pulls back from me, and he actually looks kind of wounded. Patrick, I'm not. He smiles, gently and genuinely, and takes my hands in his. I want us to be a real us, babe, he says quietly. Truly. Does it play well for the media? Of course it does. But that's not why. I want a future for us, Tenley. I want you by my side when I run for Senate. I want to come home to our beautiful family. I think I'd be working pretty late at the firm, Patrick. I laugh nervously. I mean, partner track is a grueling workload. You wouldn't need to, though. He grins. Be my Jackie, Tenley. My Laura Bush. My Nancy Reagan. I feel cold. Patrick. I'm getting ahead of myself. He laughs, pulling me close with an arm over my shoulder. For now, let's just watch some football, yeah? Yeah. And later we can discuss if I'll even make it to sophomore year at college without proposing to you. He belts loud enough for the photographers to hear. So much for catching up on class notes and watching Netflix. The rest of the day is a blur as I play a side character in the life of Patrick North. There's not just a few cameras there. There are a lot of news people. This was an ambush, not a last-minute photo op. I'm paraded around the whole fucking campus, posing with Patrick in front of the dining hall. My cottage, his cottage. We even pose holding hands next to the fucking dean of students. It feels like I'm shaking, like I'm in a horrible dream I can't wake up from. I keep telling myself that this is all part of the plan, but that's losing its power every time I say it. Because the whole time, With every picture standing there holding Patrick's hand and pretending we're a couple, I'm not thinking of Mr. Golden Boy. I'm thinking of the wolf. I'm remembering his lips on mine, his hands on me, the savagery and dark power that surrounds him. And it leaves my heart thumping and my skin tingling. It leaves me feeling like I'm going to explode. Somehow I get all the way to dinner time without detonating like a human bomb. I'm numb as I sit with all the rest of the elites. The entire dining hall is in an uproar too, yelling and screaming, cheers of victory. Apparently Oxford Hills won the match against Manchester Prep today. Carl Yoon looks like he's on cloud 9. Part of me does feel the general excitement that the whole school is feeling right now, but I'm only halfway there. The other half of me is still thinking of him.
Oh, 3 at least. Right, babe?
I blink and turn in a daze. Patrick laughs and puts his arm around me. He nods to Ainsley, who's beaming away at us, fluttering her eyes at Patrick.
Ainsley asked how many kids we're having.
I almost choke on my green beans. Our kids? He grins.
Yeah.
Patrick, I'm 18. He chuckles.
Not now, but in a couple of years, maybe.
In a couple of years, I'll be in law school. He smiles.
We'll see.
He turns to start screaming about football to Yoon as the color drains from my face. What the fuck is happening? The walls feel like they're closing in. My throat constricts. My pulse is so fast that I feel dizzy, and black spots dot my vision. I'm either going into cardiac arrest or having a panic attack. Either way, I need to get the hell away from all of this, right now. I lurch to my feet.
Babe,
Patrick frowns.
What's up?
I have a ton of notes to catch up on, I blurt. Patrick grins.
There's my girl.
My girl. This isn't what I signed up for.
Hey, there's a party at Yoon's cottage quad later. Maybe we could...
I really have to study, Patrick. He nods.
Okay, no problem.
He stands and pulls me in. I panic and twist my face. Once again, he kisses my cheek.
Later, babe.
It takes every ounce of my control to walk and not run from the dining hall. Outside, though, I break into a sprint. But I'm not going home to my cottage. I'm not going to study notes. I need to be grounded. I need to feel something real, even if it's something bad. Or maybe because it's something bad.
Chapter 18. Ilya. O-H-A! O-H-A! A small cottage is packed with students chanting it over and over again. Someone knocks into me, almost spilling the beer in my glass down my shirt. The guy looks back, and when he realizes who I am, his face pales. Shit, bro, I ignore him and push my way through the crowd toward the back door. My lip curls as I glance around the pathetically small cottage. Christ, how do people live in these things? The crowd parts for me as I shoulder my way outside. At least I can breathe out here. My brow furrows as I glance around at the shenanigans happening around me. Apparently, OHA won its first home match against who the fuck cares. Misha is the sports guy. I like to work out, but, shocker, I'm not one for team activities. The party is spilled out into the central garden that these 4 cottages, all housing most of the star players on the football team, share. I drain the beer in my hand and push my way through the crowd toward the cluster of kegs. Ilya! I turn and roll my eyes. Misha is draped across some wicker furniture, surrounded by girls vying for a place on his lap, and guys vying to, fucked if I know, be near him, I guess. The motherfucker is completely in his element, though. Shirtless, drink in hand, and sprawled back, looking like a Roman emperor of the Greek god of wine. Come, he bellows, beckoning like he's seriously channeling his inner Bacchus. As I get closer, I realize the cup in his hand is actually the trophy from the match. That Misha, who is not even on the football team, is drinking beer out of. I frowned down at him, over the groupies draped all over him. Enjoying yourself? I am, he grins. And you are not, I assume? Sulking as usual?
Oh, do you need cheering up?
A brunette I don't recognize stands and smiles coyly at me. Seeing as how she was on the outer fringes of Misha's harem pile, I'm guessing she spotted me and decided gunning for me instead is an unexpected fast track to popularity. She's wrong. Desperation stinks. And desperation for popularity is repulsive. Not by you. She looks wounded before she turns and slinks away. Misha just rolls his eyes as he shakes his head at me. You are such a prick, man. I shrug. Tell me something I don't know. Any idea where Lucas is? Misha sighs as he untangles himself from his pile of groupies. He gets up and walks over to drape an arm over my shoulder. No, but your girlfriend's boyfriend is here. I make a face. My what? He smirks. You know who the fuck I'm talking about? The redhead tutor, Tenley. He eyes me. And don't try to tell me you're unaware that she's with Patrick North. I truly don't give a shit who she is or is not with. Attaboy. My frown. No, I mean, I simply don't care about any facet of her or her life. Uh-huh, he drones, sounding bored. Well, good luck with that. He nods past me. I follow his gaze and scowl when my eyes land on Patrick North. The blonde-haired little prince is standing by the kegs, talking animatedly with this guy Yoon from the football team, and some girl I think might be a sausage heiress. Something to do with food, anyway. Ainsley, I think. Like I said, people like Misha, Lucas, and me are polarizing in this place. Most people want us, want to be near us, or just want to be us. But the holdouts are twats like these, the elites. In a world where undesirables like we three manage to get into a place like Oxford Hills, Patrick, Ainsley, Carl, and the rest of them would reign supreme as the royalty of this school. They still do. It's just that now they have to share that popularity and limelight with us. And they hate it. Can't believe they're actually going to get married. My jaw ticks as I whirl back on Misha. What? I snap coldly. He nods back at Patrick. Fuckface and redhead. Tenley. They're a media couple. It's not real. Yeah, I'm well aware of how that works. He rolls his eyes. Remember last year when my dad made me take the daughter of that minister he was trying to woo to her formal school dance? It's all fake for the cameras and the gossip blogs. He shrugs. I mean, I still tap that, but yeah, totally fake. I roll my eyes. In any case, Tenley and Patrick are not. Here. Misha shoves his phone in my face. On the screen, a clip from an American news channel is rolling. A blonde-haired woman with a microphone is talking to Patrick and Tenley, sitting side by side at the match earlier, holding hands. I want the world to know that I'm in love with this girl. My jaw grinds at the triumphant smile on Patrick's face when he yells it. The clip cuts to the same woman giving a play-by-play from a studio chair. Then it's back to another clip of Patrick and Tenley. This time, it seems later, after the game. Not immediately, of course. Patrick chuckles. His arm is around Tenley's stiff shoulders. I have a sudden urge to snap it in two. I mean, we'll finish at Oxford Hills, obviously, but someday soon, absolutely. He turns to beam at an unsmiling Tenley. We've already discussed it, and it just makes sense. Like the joining of two great houses, and Senator and Mrs. Chambers has such a nice ring to it, doesn't it? The blonde interviewer laughs. Patrick laughs. Tenley smiles weakly. My grip on Misha's phone tightens so much, I feel like it might crack. Just saying. Misha shrugs, yanking his phone out of my iron grip. If you were planning on making moves there. And what exactly are we planning? I grit my teeth at the sound of Patrick's fucking voice. I turn to level my gaze at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed little shit standing there smirking at me with a cup of beer in his hand. An orgy, Misha grunts at him. Sorry, Pat. We'd have sent you an invite, but your dick must be at least this big. Misha holds up a hand with 2 fingers spread an inch apart. In order to attend. You know how it is. Patrick sneers at him. I'm afraid I don't, since I'm not a criminal degenerate like you, Savakov. He smiles smugly. You know, word has it that my father is about to start putting men like your father and your uncle, he turns to me, out of business. I shrug, smirking right back at him. Is that so? Oh, it is, he snaps, getting close to me. Misha moves in, but Patrick seems to ignore him. He drops the hand holding his cup of beer to his side and stabs at my chest with his other hand. People like you don't belong here, Volkov, and men like me and my father are going to... Hey, Pat. Misha is still standing almost right against Patrick as he clears his throat. Thanks for the cold drink. My balls were getting a little heated. My eyes drop. Misha's dick and balls are in Patrick's beer cup. What the fuck? Patrick sputters, dropping the cup as he springs away. Fucking savages! He snarls. Misha shrugs, shaking the beer off his dick and tucking it away. I just smile thinly at Patrick, eyeing him coldly as I pull out my case of pre-rolls and stick a joint between my lips. He glares at me. I don't like you, Volkov. I'll try not to cry myself to sleep tonight, North. I spark the end of the joint, puffing as smoke curls around my face. Patrick's lips curl. And I don't like you sniffing around Tenley. I know you two are done with that absurd tutoring thing. My brow arches. So Patrick thinks Tenley is no longer meeting with me. Color me curious. But if I catch any hint of you eyeing my girl, we're going to throw down, Volkov. You get me? I'm not fucking scared of you, you little shit. Then you're a bigger buffoon than I imagined you were. I suck in a lungful of the sweet smoke and step closer to Patrick. The way he stiffens and grits his jaw, and the way his whole frame seems poised to sprint away, scream pretty much the opposite of his blowhard comment about not being scared of me. When I'm right in front of him, inches apart, I exhale a stream of smoke into his eyes. Patrick hisses, sputtering as he steps back to fan his hand in front of his face. Dude, what the... Don't worry, North, I growl. I'll tell them you didn't inhale. He glares at me. She's mine, Volkov. I say nothing. I'm marrying that girl, so keep your fucking eyes to yourself. Understand me? Oi, North, Misha yells from behind me. Get me another beer, would you? My balls are almost dry over here. I smile coldly at Patrick. His lips curl into a sneer. Crossing me is a mistake, Volkov. I'm not scared of... I bark suddenly, like a dog. Patrick looks like he nearly shits his pants as he jumps back, whirls and disappears into the crowd. It should amuse me. It doesn't. She's mine. I'm marrying that girl. Think I'll be getting that beer anytime soon? I smirk as I turn to Misha. I wouldn't hold my breath. Have mine. I'm out of here. He frowns. Come on, man. He gestures around us. This is our element, Ilya. You know you don't always have to be the scowling prick with a chip on your shoulder. He's right. I don't have to be anything. But who I am is who I am. It's not something I strive for. It's not a switch that I have to keep in the right position. It's just me. Perpetual chip on the shoulder and all. Sometimes Misha gets that. Other times, he doesn't. I'm going home. I clap him on the shoulder and nod. Try not to have too much fun. I pass him my beer, turn and wander out of the garden. I meander in a non-linear path across campus back to Lordship Manor, confusion swirling around me. I don't do feelings. I don't get hung up on a girl. And I don't ever put one on a fucking pedestal. Not ever. The idea of love is silly. Either you learn the truth about someone and realize you hate them, or life will find some other way to tear you apart. Or a drunk driver will ram your car off the road, killing the both of you, slowly, in front of your 5-year-old son trapped upside down in the back seat. My parents were perfect. They were the 1 in a million where it's real, and look where that got them. I let a second spliff off the cherry of the first as I moved like a shadowed wraith across the dark Oxford Hills campus. So why the fuck am I still thinking of Tenley Chambers at all? Why does hearing Patrick North blathering on about marrying her make me want to roar like a demon and break shit? Why does the thought of him with his arm around her or kissing her make me want to kill? I glare at the dark footpath under my feet as I bluster through the night back home. I need to channel my inner Misha, or reclaim the old me before whatever the hell fucked me up got to me. I need to dive into random sex with random girls and fuck the red hair and freckled nose out of my goddamn head. I need to stop playing these games with her. I need to walk away. I need to surgically remove Tenley Chambers from my life. I stopped short with a frown. Sitting on my front step, hugging her knees with the moon glinting off her red hair, is Tenley. Chapter 19. Ilya. What are you doing here, Red? I growl. She stands. She says nothing, but her face, the hard look of heat and determination in her eyes, like she's still working up the courage for this, speaks volumes. I know what this is, and I know why she's here. I also know this is a mistake.
Today.
She shakes her head.
I don't know why I'm...
Yes, you do. I snarl. I step closer to her. I watch her eyes widen in the moonlight. Her teeth drag across her lip as her hands fidget.
I didn't know.
Go back to your pretty life, Tenley, I hiss. Go back to your golden boyfriend, and your future is Jackie O.
That is not my future.
No? Who are you trying to convince here, Red? Me? Or you? She scowls.
I'm not trying to convince you or anyone of anything. I just...
She trails off and looks at her hands. You just what, Nancy Reagan? She looks up, fury on her face.
You know what, Ilya?
She shakes her head. For the first time, I realize her hair is down, fanned around her face and tumbling down her shoulders. She looks good with her hair down for once. She looks really good. No, but I have a feeling you're going to tell me anyway.
I didn't come here so that you could be a dick to me, you know. So fuck you.
She goes to storm past me. My hand shoots out, and she winces as I grab her arm and yank her back in front of me. No, I hiss, looming over her, my hand still on her arm. She backs away from me, or maybe I'm the one pushing her. Either way, she gasps quietly when her back hits the front door behind her. Then why did you come here, Tenley? I snap. She's blushing deeply as she looks down, squirming under my dark gaze.
I don't know.
Yes, you do. Her breath catches as she drags her eyes up to me. Yes, you do. I growl again. I move even closer to her, pinning her against the door. This is a mistake. I'll pay for this somehow, and I know it. And yet there's no stopping this. No breaks, no mercy. You're here because you spent all day, all week, all month, and all of your entire fucking life being the good girl. She shivers, chewing on her lip.
That's not...
Yes, it is, I growl. And today, you saw your whole future as Mrs. North, didn't you? She swallows uncomfortably. I don't do futures, Tenley, I snarl. My eyes blaze into hers. I don't do girlfriends.
I know.
I know you know that, I hiss quietly. Just like I know that's exactly why you're here.
Ilya, I don't even know why I'm...
You're here for this. My hand shoots up, gripping her long red tangles in my fist. I snarl as I draw close, tilting her head back with the moonlight shimmering over her delicate skin. With a growl, I slam my mouth to hers viciously. I kiss her hard, punishingly. I kiss her like it's owed to me, and I'm here to fucking collect. Her lips part, and she whimpers as my tongue finds hers. Then suddenly, she's shivering and shoving me back.
I did not come here to...
I do it again. I grab her hard and pin her roughly to the door behind her as my mouth crashes to hers. This time, she grips my shirt tightly, pulling me against her. Her mouth opens willingly, and she moans as my tongue demands entrance. My hand slides to her hip. I grip it tightly, tugging at her school skirt. She's trembling against me, but those moans speak volumes. I tug at the skirt, pulling it up higher and higher on her hip. My cock grows hard, throbbing against her as I pull her skirt up over her panties. Slowly, my hand slips up her thigh, making her whimper into my lips. I dance my fingertips up over the lace waist of her panties and slip my hand around to the front. Her stomach caves under my touch. Her body stiffens and then shivers. Her whimpers are soft against my lips.
Ilya.
She chokes as my fingers tease the waist of her panties. Tell me to stop, I snarl into her mouth. Fucking say it, Tenley. She moans. I groan, my dick throbbing as my fingers tease under the waist of her panties. Say it, I hiss. Fucking tell me to stop. Her breath catches. Her hands cling to my shirt.
And if I don't?
I pull back just enough for her to see the savagery in my eyes and the snarl on my lips, still wet from hers. Then I will consume you. She nods. She says nothing, but her hands tighten on my shirt. It's the only encouragement I need. Heaven help her now. My mouth slams back to hers roughly. I kiss her like a demon, pinning her against the door. My knee spreads her legs, and my fingers push under her panties. I feel delicate lace and smooth, trembling skin. I feel soft hair and then a slick wetness that instantly floods my fingers. Tenley whimpers breathlessly as I touch her. It's like she's frozen, her brain unsure what to do. But her hips aren't. They move, rolling against me as my finger grinds over her clit. She moans, breath hitching as I kiss her deeply. My finger rolls over her throbbing button, making her squirm and moan for me. I drag a finger down her slit until I find her entrance. I sink it into her, groaning at how damn tight she is, and wet, and slick, and so fucking eager. She pulls at me, kneading me close. I start to stroke my finger in and out of her as my palm grinds against her clit. I rub it in slow circles, adding pressure. My finger curls deep against her G-spot, and her knees start to shake.
Ilya.
She moans my name again and again into my mouth as I touch her. Her wetness drips down my hand, soaking her panties. I keep kissing her, tasting her moans as I make her come apart for me. Suddenly, I can feel her tense.
Ilya.
She moans, whimpering nonsense words as she teeters on the edge. Come, I demand into her ear. Come for me. Now. I rub her clit hard against my palm as my finger strokes over her G-spot. Tenley's whole body tightens up and jolts until she's coming for me, hard. She clings to me, moaning into my mouth. Her body goes limp with my hand between her legs. I stroke her again before I slip my hand from her panties. Suddenly she stiffens. She gasps and pulls away from me.
You can't just...
I just did.
That...
She blushes, shaking her head as she angrily smooths her skirt down before hugging herself.
That is never happening again,
she breathes. Fine, I snap. Then run back to Patrick, Tenley. Run back to your fake boyfriend. She sneers at me.
It is so easy for you to judge from up there in your little ivory tower, isn't it, Ilya? Mr. Give No Shits, Mr. Who Cares because my uncle is going to give me the keys to the kingdom?
I glare at her. You done? Tenley barks a cold laugh.
Yes, I'm done. And don't worry, I'm leaving. I know you don't do girlfriends or futures or anything but whatever you want to do.
See? You picked that up almost as fast as you just came on my fingers.
She purses her lips. Fuck you, Ilya.
Only if Patrick watches, and if you say, pretty please, first. The slap stings across my face. My jaw grits and I snarl at her. Tenley pales, but stands her ground.
We're done. With anything and everything. Okay? Done.
I shrug. Great. Then can you move so I can get into my fucking house?
Gladly.
She shoves past me, shaking her head. She pauses and turns back to glare at me, her face throbbing with heat from coming for me.
You are such an asshole.
She glares at me once more, whirls, and storms into the night. She's not wrong. I am an asshole. I'm the king asshole, the ruthless hunter, the wolf. But she's wrong about one thing, and she's more wrong than she could possibly know. We're not done with anything. Not by a fucking mile.
Chapter 20. Tenley. I dream of green eyes and perfect lips. I dream of savage growls and a firm, possessive touch that leaves me yearning for more. I dream of tattooed skin and snarling demands. And when I wake, gasping and shaking in my bed, there is no force on earth that could stop me from seeing it through. My hands push under my sleep shorts. My fingers eagerly rub at my swollen clit as I turn to moan his name over and over into my pillow. I come hard, almost as hard as he made me come on his fingers. After, I curl into a ball under the covers. What am I fucking doing? I'm dangerously close to the edge, close to driving this train right off the tracks and derailing the entire plan. And it's all his damn fault. I frown. Except that's not true. Not really. No one forced me to go to Ilya's house last night. I went of my own accord, and I went to... My face burns. I know that's exactly why you're here. It wasn't a line. It wasn't some slick, cool thing he said to make me melt. He literally knew. He could see it in my eyes or read it on my lips, or maybe he's just even more inside my head than I know or give him credit for. In the darkness, with the covers up over my head, I feel my body flush with the memory of what happened last night. Of Ilya kissing me again. Of Ilya pinning me to his front door, pulling my skirt up, pushing my legs apart, and I tremble, and touching me, and making me ache for him, and making me come by someone else's hand for the first time. I stiffen under the covers, heat throbbing in my face and between my legs. There's the crux of this issue. It's not just that I'm running off to the wolf's lair. It's not just that I'm going there because I'm tired of being the good girl and was desperately looking for something wild and dangerous. It's not just that I needed something to shatter the bars that I felt going up around me with all those cameras and talk of marriage to Patrick. The crux of the issue is that in no sane world is having Ilya fucking Volkov be the first man to touch me like that a good idea. My pulse thuds. My breathing is shallow and slow. Last night was a mistake. A huge, huge one, and one that could have been so much worse if I hadn't somehow dragged myself back to reality and realized what the hell I was doing. Even if what I was doing was mind-blowing and incredible, even if it had my heart racing and my skin aching for more, even if I want it again. Hey. The knock on my door and Charlotte's voice on the other side of it almost gave me a heart attack. What? I choke. She laughs. Wow, you are not a morning person. I cringe, still throbbing under the covers. Sorry, I mumble. Hey, how was the party last night? That's what I blurted to Charlotte when I got home last night, red-faced, panting, and feeling like I was going insane after fleeing Elia's place again. Oh, fine, she snorts. Had a few, What? No, Tenley, you were red in the face, shiny, and talking a mile a minute, she giggles. So you had a couple of pints, who cares? Did you have fun at least? My lips twist. Yes. Fuck yes. Having the biggest orgasm of my life at Elia's hands against his front door was fun, like I imagine jumping out of an airplane is neat. I'm making breakfast, want some? My stomach gurgles. I remember that I barely ate dinner last night with all the anxiety and chaos of Patrick dropping the bomb on me. The several bombs, actually. That he actually likes me. That we're getting married, apparently. And children. And I suppose I'm not going to law school, too? My face shadows. My mood dips. Hello? Tenley? Yeah, thank you, I blurt. Breakfast sounds great, thanks. Come and get it. I hear Char walk back downstairs as I exhale slowly. I tremble as I slowly push the covers off me. I slip from the bed and plop down at my desk to open my laptop and check my email. The first one that pops up is from Jill, my dad's PR chief. The subject line is, All-Star. I frown as I open it. Looking great. You two are killing it. Keep it up. It's followed by a list of URL links to major news outlets. I frown as I click on the first one, for the DC Tribune. The page loads and my stomach drops as my face goes white. The huge picture is of Patrick and me at the match yesterday. His arm is around me and my face is turned into his chest. It looks like I'm unable to stop myself from grinning as he leans down to kiss the top of my head. My teeth grind. What the picture really is of is Patrick trying to kiss me twisting to dodge it and wincing as I get one of his jacket buttons in my eye. The headline doesn't mention being kissed without asking or buttons in the eyes. Instead, it screams, North campaign heats up before the race begins. It goes on to gush about Senator North's son and Secretary of State Chambers' daughter being the new it couple of D.C. I don't read the rest. Or any of the other links Jill sent. I slam the laptop shut, shaking as I sit back in the silence of my room. The picture and that headline are patently not true, but that's not the only reason they sting. Because even if they're bullshit, and even if Patrick and I are not a thing at all, for some reason they're making me feel something I shouldn't. Guilt. I feel dirty looking at them. I feel like some sneaky, cheating housewife stepping out on her charming, cleft-chinned senator husband to take a walk on the wild side with the bad boy from the wrong side of the tracks. I scowl. Patrick doesn't own me. We are not a couple or a thing at all. Who I choose to spend my time with is my own business, and no one else's. But still, my business or not, I should definitely make a point of staying the hell away from Elia. Not because of Patrick, not because of some trashy headline trying to make me feel guilty for not wanting this fake thing with Patrick to be real, but because being around Elia is only going to end one way, with him detonating my entire life right in front of my eyes, one way or another. I stand and take a breath before I head to my closet to get dressed for the day. It's my business who I spend my time with. And right now, it's also my business who I choose to not spend it with. Ever again. I sense his presence before he says a word. It's not like he wears especially loud shoes. It's not like he wears strong cologne, but it doesn't matter. I know he's behind me in the back study corner of the library. Maybe that's why I don't jump out of my skin when he growls right behind me.
I thought I was clear what would happen if you missed another of our tutoring sessions.
It's Sunday evening. After breakfast with Charlotte, we caught up on some much-needed The Good Wife binging. Then I went for a long, long run. After that, I told Lane when he inevitably found me that no, I couldn't do lunch with Patrick and the snob mob. Instead, I found a nice, quiet corner in one of Oxford Hill's several incredible gardens and read a book. And I read it purposefully, straight through my tutoring time slot with Elia. For very, very obvious reasons. Next up on my day of checking out from life, I once again informed Lane to tell dear Patrick that I just wasn't in a very social mood this afternoon. Instead, I decided to come to this study area I found on the second floor of the school's incredible library to get a leg up on the week ahead. I'd be lying if I said I didn't expect him. I wanted not to expect him, but I knew he'd be out there, lurking, seeking, waiting to find me, like a shark sniffing down the scent of blood, like a wolf doing the same. But even with that very wolf right behind me, burning a hole in my back with his piercing green eyes, I don't turn around. Were you? His footsteps are bold and quick as he storms up beside me. He stops right next to me, a low growl in his throat as he glowers down at me. I pull in a steady, slow, hidden breath. Then I take my time, slowly turning to look up at him. My plan is to be smug and cavalier. My plan is to casually shrug him off, as if last night was just a thing of no importance or weight. That plan shreds to pieces and burns away the second I look up into his eyes, because when I do, all I can think of is last night, and those eyes boring into me, watching me come on his fingers. I blush heavily and quickly look away. What can I do for you, Elia?
Take off your fucking shirt.
I tense, my eyes bulging as my heart jumps into my throat. I whip my head around to stare up at him. Excuse me? I choke.
You heard me, and you know damn well what the rules were that I set out about you being late for or missing our sessions.
I stare at him. What?
Our tutoring session was supposed to be an hour. That's 6 10-minute increments.
Elia.
Per the rules.
Your rules, I snap.
Yes, my rules.
Elia grunts right back without missing a beat.
You lose 1 piece of clothing for every 10 minutes.
Elia, listen.
You're wearing 2 shoes, 1 pair of socks, and I'm guessing you're going to try and sell me on that fucking hair tie being a piece of your wardrobe.
He grunts with a hint of warning in his voice, letting those piercing green eyes burn right into me.
I'm just skipping the bullshit of you removing your shoes, socks, and hair tie and going right for the 6th piece of clothing, which I promise you is your shirt.
I stare at him with wide, incredulous eyes and a teasing heat on my cheeks. You don't seriously...
Now.
God help me, I almost do. It's all of it. The knife-like stare of those gorgeous eyes. The way his jaw ticks like his patience is just about done. The commanding, dark, dusky tone of his faintly accented voice. Or the way all those things remind me of last night and what he did to me. And thinking of that has me very, very wet. I blush, squirming under his fierce gaze, but I hold back. I find strength. Somehow. I swallow the thickness in my throat and glare back at him. I have a boyfriend, Elia, I whisper quietly. He smiles. He fucking smiles.
So I've seen. On the front page of about 12 publications today.
He doesn't blink or miss a beat.
Take your goddamn shirt off. Now.
I tremble, biting my lip. No. His eyes rip me apart. His jaw grits. What the fuck, is he actually mad that I'm not gleefully ripping my shirt off for him in the library when I do have a, well, pretend boyfriend at least?
I'm counting to 3.
I have a boyfriend, Elia, I snap. Interrupting Elia feels like wrapping your hand in bacon and waving it around in front of a wild animal. But he says nothing. All he does is glare right fucking through me. I have a boyfriend, I repeat, and a future.
I suppose I could always blackmail you.
I blink, caught off guard by his threat. What? Elia smiles wickedly.
I could tell dear Patrick about the way you came on my fingers last night.
I stare at him. Unless I take my shirt off, I seethe. He shakes his head.
No, unless you do it again.
The room feels extra quiet. There's a quiet ringing in my ears as my face burns hotly. I'm looking for a chink in the armor, anything to let me know he's just making a really dark joke. But there's nothing, because this isn't a joke. Elia's completely serious. I chew on my lip as I stare back up into his smug face. Little twisted even for you, don't you think? I say quietly.
You have no idea how twisted I am.
I swallow, trembling. Is that how you want me, Elia? I croak. Indebted to you. The corners of his mouth curl.
Maybe.
I pale, shaking my head. That's not you.
You do not know me, Tenley.
He snarls. He rests his knuckles on the table and leans down over me, making me bite back a gasp.
You do not know me.
The seconds tick by. His eyes burn hotly into me like twin green flames. The ringing in my ear gets louder and louder. So does the thumping of my heart. So does the tingling feeling in my skin as my body remembers the way he made me gasp last night. Finally, after what's either 30 seconds or 4 days, I blink. Fine. I mumble, blushing as I look away. But I'm not blushing in shame or anger that he's blackmailing me. I'm blushing because the idea of giving in, I suppose, of doing what Elia wants, is as thrilling and filthy hot as it is demeaning and enraging. And do what you will, Elia. I try to keep the excitement out of my voice. It's unclear how well I do at that. I'm still looking at my hands twisting on the library table in front of me when I hear him sigh slowly. My eyes snap up to see a hint of a triumphant grin in the corners of his perfect mouth.
Oh, Red,
he growls with a low tone and a small smile.
It won't be now.
I look back up at him sharply.
But when I do want it to happen,
his eyes drag over me, making me tremble.
You'll do as I say, and spare us both the bullshit of you asking, or what? Okay?
I can't even respond. All I can do is swallow the lump in my throat, ignore the tingle teasing over my skin, and pretend the wet heat pooling between my thighs is from something else.
Oh, and you left this the other day.
Right there, in the library, Elia drops 2 things on the table in front of me. 2 black, lacy, incredibly sexy things. The matching Alexandra Yosef bra and panties. My face scorches with heat as I quickly shove them back toward him. Elia, I hiss. I shake as I pull my hands away. I don't want...
They were a gift.
I gasp as he suddenly leans down to let his lips brush my ear.
Keep them.
He hisses right into my fucking soul.
And be wearing them the next time we meet.
My eyes close. My body clenches and heat churns deep inside as I replay last night once again.
And next time, Red,
he growls, pulling back and standing.
You will do as I say, when I say it. Or else.
He turns to walk away. Why the hell would I do... He storms up behind me and I almost moan when his lips brush against my ear.
Because you like it when I tell you what to do.
My eyes close. My thighs squeeze together as I feel my head swim. Slowly, I turn my eyes, opening. Elia? But he's gone, leaving me twisted up, trembling, and unsure if I want to chase after him or run very, very far away.
Chapter 21. Elia. I stare at the headline on my laptop screen. It's not the first time I've seen it, or the dozen others just like it. It's also not the first time seeing it has put me into a confusing fury. It's going to be a White House wedding, says Junior North. The picture is another one from that fucking ridiculous photo shoot Tenley and fuckfaced it all over campus a few days ago. This one is them standing in the rose garden, in my fucking rose garden, holding hands with him leaning in to kiss her head again. Seeing it makes me want to destroy something. It'd be easy to state the obvious, but this is clearly a PR move to boost their father's efforts on the campaign trail. I mean, it's so painfully obvious it almost hurts. But something about it has been grinding at me, and it's finally starting to make sense. Yes, it could be fake, except for one little detail. Patrick North is not that good an actor. He's a politician's kid, obviously, and he's got that shit-eating grin that'll play well on live TV debates. But the way he looks at her, the way he talks about her to the papers, or the way he's always trying to kiss her, I scowl, seeing red. That's not acting. Patrick North has fully drunk the Kool-Aid, and he's fully into Tenley. All the shit he's spouting off about in the papers, marriage, kids with her, those aren't lines. He means all of it. And goddamn, does that make me see red. Even if I don't quite understand why. Yes, I want Tenley. I want her on her knees, looking up at me, saying, please. I want her spread out across my bed and wrapping her legs tight around me as I plunge into her. As always, it's the defiance in her that brings this out in me. In a school full of girls who would do and say all those things at the drop of a hat, the one that wouldn't for $1 million is the one pulling all of my attention. But she's harder to read than Patrick. He's got it all over his face. Her, though, she's a mystery. Her emotions are utterly neutral in every picture, the perfect poker face every time. The smug asshole in me wants to say she's clearly not interested in Patrick. The other parts of me groan and wonder why the fuck I care who Tenley is or is not interested in. I don't do this. I don't do girlfriends. I don't pine for what I can't have, because there's nothing I can't have. The wolf fucking hunts. Period. With a growl in my throat, I slam the laptop shut and shove it away. It's been 5 days since I cornered Tenley in the library, and for 5 days, I've been a saint. Or at least, as close to one as I'm going to be getting. Monday through Friday, I went to class. I did my homework. I studied class notes. I aced both quizzes that got thrown my way midweek. I didn't party. I didn't drink. I smoked in moderation. But now, seeing yet another fucking headline about Tenley and Patrick, crap. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm being fucking ridiculous, and it needs to stop. I'm doing what I should. I'm killing it in my classes. I'm staying away from anything hard in terms of partying or drug use. But I've been pretending to be something I'm not, because for the first time ever, like it or not, I've been fixating on one fucking girl. That has to end. As if scripted, my phone dings. I glance down to see a text from Misha, which is ridiculous because I know he's home, down the fucking hall from me. You through being lame? Party tonight at Laughlin House. Interesting. Laughlin House is another non-cottage student house across campus. Historically, it was the first housing for girls when Oxford Hills went from an all-boys academy to a co-ed model after World War II. For the last decade or so, it's unofficially become the housing for the girls' football team. Laughlin House is nothing like Lordship Manor, but it's at least somewhat bigger than the cottages. It's fairly private, and it's on the bank of a small pond with a dock. And those girl footballers tend to throw one riot of a party. I tap out a "let's go" back to Misha. This being a monk shit ends, and it ends tonight. One way or another, I'm drinking, smoking, snorting or fucking Tenley Chambers and the mountain of baggage that comes with her out of my goddamn system. For good. Told you you'd have fun if you just lay it yourself. Misha claps a hand on my back and clinks his glass to mine. Lucas leans in to touch glasses as well. No zdrowie, my brothers. Misha grunts. Cheers. We drink and sit back on the patio chairs we're sitting in outside Lachlan House by the pond. Around us, other students are reveling in another week at one of the hardest private schools in the world being over with. A few guys from the football team are playing beer pong on a table across the garden. There's a shriek as a couple of girls start stripping down to their underwear to jump in the pond. I smirk and turn to Misha. Well, there's your cue. He grins at me, but he just shakes his head as he knocks back his whiskey. I frown. Did your dick finally stop working? Misha glares at me and shrugs again. No, I'm just fine relaxing right now. I glance at a smirking Lucas. Fill me in. He's got eyes for someone in particular. I don't have eyes for shit, motherfucker. Misha grunts, glaring at Lucas. What? I can't just hang out with my friends and enjoy a drink? There just has to be a half-naked girl hanging off each arm every time I go to a party? History would suggest, Lucas mutters into his drink. I scoff as Misha flips him off. Then I see her, and all my plans, all my ideas about cutting myself free from Tenley Chambers and these stupid games I've been playing with her go up in smoke. She looks good. She looks too good, actually. She's wearing this tiny little black cocktail dress. It's almost the kind of little black dress you'd wear to a formal thing like a fundraiser or a fine dinner. But it's maybe an inch too short to pass for formal. The neck plunges an inch too far for a fundraiser. My jaw grits as I stare at her through the windows of Lachlan House, in the kitchen inside. It doesn't matter to me that there's a wall separating us. I don't even give a shit that she's here with Patrick. The wolf has caught the scent of his prey once more, and I'll huff, puff, and blow every single house down to get to her. What are you doing here? She whirls, then frowns when her eyes land on me, but she also blushes. Her eyes hold mine before it's as if she remembers to quickly look away. She's still blushing, and I know it's because she's still remembering the words I growled into her ear at the library 5 days ago. Her tongue slips out to wet her lips as she raises her eyes to mine. It's a party, Ilya. I arch a brow as she brings a cup to her lips, taking a drink. It's a party, she repeats, her voice icy. I'm allowed to have fun. If I say so, you mean? She blushes again, biting her lip. Then she catches herself. She stiffens, her brow furrowing as she glares at me. No, Ilya, she whispers. No, we're not doing this. Doing what? That. She rakes her teeth over her lip again. That control thing. What control thing? She rolls her eyes. I'm not here to play mind games, okay? Then tell me, what are you here for? She purses her lips. Her cheeks flush and she turns to glance around at the party around us. You're here with him, I snarl. She rolls her eyes. My boyfriend, you mean? She says tersely. You mean I'm here with my boyfriend, Ilya? How about we stop playing that game? Her mouth snaps shut. She glances around like she's looking for him. I don't know or care if she's doing it to seek his help or to make sure he's not close enough to hear me. Frankly, in this moment, I don't give a shit either way. I know she's not his, and I know I'm failing miserably at telling myself I could care less even if she was. Does he know you're still tutoring me? Her red face says it all. Interesting. I muse, stroking my fingers across my chin. Ilya. And does he know about our arrangement? She frowns. Oh, there it is. She gets it now. Her eyes widen as her face burns crimson. We are not talking about that here, she hisses under her breath. Talking about what, Red? I growl as I step closer to her. She stiffens, but she doesn't back away. I move even closer, until when I lean down, my lips are by her ear. Do you mean we're not talking about you coming on my fingers the other night? Her breath catches. Her body stiffens. Stop it, Ilya. I thought I'd made myself clear. I growl into the hollow of her neck, making her whimper quietly. You are... what's the word you used? I grin. Indebted to me. When I pull back, she's looking at me with a swirling mix of emotions on her face. Anger, fear, but also something deeper and more visceral. And I suddenly realize it's excitement. She swallows, shaking her head as her cheeks burn. She drags her teeth across her plump lip. Ilya, I can't. Now, where did that Patrick go? I frown as if I'm scanning the room. Her hand lays on my arm delicately. What do you want? I drag my eyes back to hers. My pulse thuds as her big blue eyes meet my green, hooded ones. What do you want? She whispers again, breathlessly. My pulse is thudding. My cock swells in my pants as the desire builds. The nearness of her is fucking with me, as it always does, making me weak, making me make bad decisions, making me play games I never want to play. I lean close to her ear. She stiffens, but it's not out of fear. It's to clamp her mouth shut and muffle a whimper on her lips. You, I hiss through clenched teeth. I want you. A second ticks by, both of us frozen in the dark corner of Lachlan House where we're standing. When? She whispers haltingly. My eyes pierce into hers. Now.
Chapter 22. Tenley. His hand grips my wrist tightly as he pulls me after him. For a second, all I can think about is, what if someone sees me? What if someone spots?
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Bienvenidos, bienvenidas a un programa especial. Hoy se van a conocer los 13 jugadores y el seleccionador, que ya lo sabéis que es Narcís, de la selección española de la Kings Cup Nations de la selección española. Así que por favor, un fuerte aplauso porque estamos en la tienda en Barcelona de JD. Bueno, no voy a estar solo, voy a estar acompañado y además con el presidente de la selección española. Fuerte aplauso para DJ Mario.
A ver. ¿Cuánta gente?
¿Qué tal, Mario? ¿Me has tenido regalos para mí?
Ah, no es para ti, no me jodas. ¿Dónde los dejamos?
Pues debajo del árbol.
Es para luego, sí.
Venga, debajo del árbol, debajo del árbol.
Vamos a darlo ahí.
Pensaba que eran para mí, macho.
No, luego los vemos.
¿Estás tú como presidente de...
Me being led away to God knows where by the snarling wolf himself. Suddenly, Ilya is kicking open a side door to the house and pulling me after him into the darkness. Briefly, I turn to let my eyes dart over the party behind us, the lights, the music, the people smiling and drinking. Then I turn my head back to him. My skin tingles and my pulse pounds as I willingly and eagerly let Ilya pull me into the black night. Where are we? I gasp as he suddenly yanks me into him, spins us, and slams me back against an ivy-covered stone wall. His hand grips my hip possessively. The other curls to a fist against the wall beside my head. His face is fierce in the low light of the moon, his lips pulled back in a wolf-like snarl and those green eyes piercing into me. An onlooker might think this is something sinister, the quivering, panting, red-faced girl with the wide, nervous expression, and the dark, brooding, tattooed guy with the clenched jaw and predatory glint in his eyes pinning me to a wall, alone, in the dark. But that onlooker would be wrong. I'm nervous, but I'm not scared. I'm out of my element, but I'm not here against my will. I'm here because I want this. I'm here alone with him, with the lust throbbing in my core, because I want him to take what he wants from me. I want to feel that electric, forbidden pulse of heat I felt before with him. It's what I feel every time with him, the mix of so wrong it's criminal and so right I can't say no. The swirling blend of yes and no, of dominance and defiance. Ilya's hand tightens on my hip, squeezing as it sends a buzz tingling over my body. His forearm clenches as his fist tightens against the wall next to me. His arm twists, and I gasp quietly as his fingers turn to thread into my hair, tightening. "What do you want?" I whisper breathlessly. He just looks at me, and his jaw tightens as he pins me silently to the wall. "Ilya," I gasp quietly, shaking. "What do you—" His mouth crashes to mine, like a viper striking its prey. I tremble at the fierceness of it, at the unbridled lust and heat that radiates off him as he pins me to the wall with his lips. He growls deeply as his hands tighten in my hair and on my hip. A moan escapes my lips as his mouth opens, his tongue seeking mine. I give it, willingly trembling against him as he utterly claims my mouth. My hands slide up to his muscled chest, my fingers curl against his shirt, pulling him into me. Or as if I'm frightened, he'll pull away, and this will just be another confusing, heated memory. He draws back slowly, his teeth dragging over my bottom lip and sending sparks through my core. His hand tightens in my hair, making me quiver with excitement as he tugs my face up to look down into my eyes. I flush as I feel his hand on my hip start to trace over me. He grips the slinky black dress I borrowed from Charlotte and starts to pull it up. He drags the hem up my thighs slowly, higher and higher, until I feel the air against my panties. And I let him.
"Spread your legs."
He snarls into my mouth. I whimper, moaning as I kiss him back and open my legs for him. His hand slips up the smoothness of my inner thigh, making me shiver and tremble with heat. His fingers trace the lace edge of the panties, the Alexandra Yosef pair he bought me, and he growls quietly. He knows I'm wearing the risque lingerie that he bought me. I can almost imagine his ego swelling. But then he drops his mouth to mine, kisses me fiercely, and pins me to the wall with his body. And I feel something else swelling too. I blush, trembling with heat. Something big. His hand slides over the front of my panties, cupping my pussy through the delicate lace. I blush, knowing he can feel how soaking wet I am. Then he cups my pussy a little more forcefully and slowly drags a finger up my seam through the lace. "Ilya," I choke, gasping as his finger rolls over my clit. He deftly pushes the panties to the side. His finger traces back down my slit until he finds my slick opening. He sinks a finger into me, and I moan as I cling to him. His palm rubs against my clit like it did last time, sending sparks through my very core.
"So fucking wet for me."
He growls into my lips. I whimper, nodding, because I don't know what to say, or if I can even speak words right now.
"Is this what you wanted when you put on this dress tonight?"
He grunts.
"When you picked out these panties and slid them on?"
I whimper, nodding again.
"Say it."
He snarls. "Yes," I gasp.
"Say it again."
I moan. "Yes, oh God." His mouth drops to my neck, right along my collarbone. He bites gently, making me squirm as it taps a direct line right between my legs. My desire spikes as his lips, tongue, and teeth drag over my skin. I moan desperately as he grinds his palm into my clit and strokes his finger in and out of my pussy. And then suddenly he's pulling away. His hands move to my wrists, and I gasp when he shoves them back against the wall above my head. His mouth nips and sucks at my neck and collarbone again. And then Ilya lets go of my wrists and drops to his knees. My mouth falls open and my eyes widen as I watch him shove my dress back up. His fierce gaze drops between my thighs to where my lacy, sexy panties are still pulled to the side. My face burns like the sun as his eyes drink me in. All of me. Suddenly, he leans in close, and I see fucking stars. Ilya! I scream his name when I feel his tongue drag through my lips. He parts them slowly, wetly. His tongue slides up to my clit. His lips wrap around the throbbing nub, and I melt as he starts to suck. His big hands pin my hips to the wall. He growls into me, tonguing my clit before dragging it back lower. He pushes the tip of his tongue into me, and I cry out, "Oh, fuck." He groans deeply into me, the vibrations rumbling through my core. His tongue drags back to my clit, and his lips wrap around it again. He sucks, flicking his tongue back and forth as my insides turn to jelly. My legs shake. My hands grip the ivy on the wall at my back as I start to tense and quiver. His fingers dig into me so hard I'm sure there'll be bruises. But I don't care. I don't care how bad an idea this is. I don't care how dirty it is that Ilya Volkov has me pinned to a wall outside with his tongue between my legs. I don't care how wrong it is that he's about to make me come. I just want him to. Ilya,
You better fucking come for me.
he growls against my thigh. He looks up at me with those piercing green eyes in the moonlight. His lips are wet from me, and I whimper when he licks them clean. He pushes his mouth back between my thighs. I cry out as his tongue drags up my seam to curl around my clit yet again. He's relentless, driving me higher until I can't take it anymore. You'd better fucking come for me. His tongue swirls over my clit as he sinks a finger into me. He strokes it against my G-spot as he hums on my clit. It's more than I can possibly take. I see nothing but exploding light in my eyes as I clamp my hand over my mouth and come hard. My hips rock shamelessly, eager for his mouth as the orgasm shatters me. His tongue drags lazily over my slit again as I tremble. Slowly, he pulls away. His head turns, and I gasp as I feel his mouth press to my inner thigh. For a second, I think he's going to kiss me there. But then I jolt when I feel his teeth nip me. Heat pools through my core again. Ilya stands. His eyes glint in the moonlight. His hand slips into my hair, gripping it in a fist at the back as he moves to me. His lips crush mine, taking my breath away and making me whimper. I can taste myself on his tongue, but I don't care. In fact, I like how naughty it makes me feel.
Tenley!
I jolt, my heart leaping into my throat at the sound of Patrick's voice, but it's in the distance. I turn, glancing back toward the lights of the party back there in the darkness. I turn back to Ilya.
You should get back.
He grunts quietly. Yeah, I whisper. Our eyes lock. My entire body sizzles and buzzes with heat. My dress falls back down over me. I blush as I reach down to slip my panties back into place, but in doing so, I simmer at the lingering sensations there between my legs. My fingers brush against the place where he nipped me with his teeth, and I shiver. I look back up at Ilya, and I feel frozen, rooted to the spot, like the power in those supernatural green eyes has me locked in place. Or maybe it's that I'm not ready to go back to reality after what just happened. He moves back into me, and his hand cups my jaw, gripping my chin. His thumb brushes over my lips before he lowers his mouth to kiss me. It's a punishing, fierce, hard kiss. When he pulls away, I can barely breathe or stand upright.
Now you're mine.
He growls thickly. I flush, looking up into his eyes. When I see the smirk on his lips, the defiance swells in me, like an instant reaction. That doesn't make me yours.
We'll see.
He grunts. His hand suddenly moves up between my legs, and I whimper as he cups my soaked panties and throbbing pussy. Ilya smiles smugly.
We'll see.
Chapter 23. Tenley.
Where the fuck have you been?
Patrick eyes me with one of his half closed. His words slur as he brings a cup of beer up to his mouth. Some of it spills as he wobbles on his feet. Him being utterly wasted is the only saving grace keeping me from turning and running. I've just walked back into the party from the garden where Ilya pinned me to the wall and, well, that. Where he did what no one's ever done to me before. I tingle, blushing as I replay the feeling of his mouth between my legs, his tongue dragging through my lips and his teeth nipping my skin. Part of me can't believe I just allowed that to happen. Part of me knows there wasn't a shred of resistance in me when he pulled me into the darkness. And the rest of me knows I knew exactly what would happen when I went with him. And that's why I went. Ilya Volkov is like a horror movie. You know something is going to jump out and make you jump out of your skin or have a heart attack, but damned if you just can't stop watching.
Tenley.
I blink out of my daydreaming and focus on Patrick, who is clearly having a hard time focusing on anything.
Where were you?
I frown. I was mingling? His brow furrows.
I was looking for you.
Well, I was here. What have you been—
Had some drinks.
He slurs. I smile dryly. I see that. He sways on his feet as he squints at me.
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
There's a note in his voice I've never heard before. A surly anger and a leering suspicion that has me on edge. Hey, how about we find some place to sit down and—
Were you with him?
I freeze. Slowly I turn to glance behind me. Instantly my face burns hotly. After what happened back in the garden, I walked back to the party first. Ilya was lighting a joint by the wall where I'd just— well, yeah. It seems he's now made his way back to the party too and walked in behind me at the worst possible time. Ilya's eyes lock with mine. His lips curl into that smug, quiet smile with a joint between them.
Tenley.
I whirl back to Patrick. His expression is livid, and the space between us goes silent. Seconds tick by. He says nothing, but his eyes scream plenty of accusations. The silence seems to swell like a mushroom cloud until suddenly it pops.
Were you with him?
He snarls. I swallow, shaking my head. What? No, Patrick, I was just—
Why are you still associating with that fucking criminal, Tenley?
Patrick,
you understand that even being associated with him could destroy your future, right? Our future.
My eyes flare. This controlling shit is getting to be too much. I'm getting it from Ilya, but that's something else. Getting it from Patrick makes my skin crawl and my jaw grit. All this talk about me leaving the plan and my dreams to fit myself into his has been a thorn festering in my side since last week with all those cameras. I will associate with whomever I want, okay? I snap coldly. Patrick glares at me.
You're out of line, Tenley.
Enough, Patrick. I am not yours.
You know he's just using you, right?
Patrick slurs furiously.
His Mafia uncle wants tabs on you because you're father of mine.
His words sting. It's not like I haven't thought of that before. I mean, Ilya clearly knows who my father is, and there's no way in hell his family doesn't know too. But hearing it from Patrick like it's the most obvious reason in the world for Ilya to be even speaking to me feels like a slap in the face. Patrick, you're drunk.
Oh, am I?
He snaps.
Ilya and I— There is no Ilya and you, Patrick hisses. Let me say this slowly for you. You're with me. Understand?
I shake my head, my lips thin.
No, I am not. Yeah, you fucking are, he roars. And if you decide not to be, especially to go slut it up with Ilya fucking Volkov, he snarls dangerously, then I'm going to tell my dad what a fucking liability you and by proxy your father are to his campaign.
A cold feeling creeps up my spine. You wouldn't.
I would, he growls. And you know what? My dad listens to me.
He smiles cruelly at me.
It would be a real shame for your father's VP run to stall out because you wanted to whore it up.
My blood pressure spikes. Ilya and I know each other because of the tutoring program. That's it. Patrick! He suddenly shoves past me, blundering through the crowded party and lurching out the back door. I follow, and my face pales when I see what or whom he's storming toward. "Patrick, stop it!" I hiss, chasing after him as he stumbles across the yard, right over to Elia, Misha, and Lucas. Misha nods and Elia turns. He smirks at the approaching, lumbering Patrick as he steps forward to meet him. "You stay the fuck away from her," Patrick snarls. Elia doesn't flinch. He folds his arms over his chest and arches a brow as Patrick stops right in front of him. They're about the same height, but Elia is stronger. His shoulders are broader, and rich kid or not, he's got an edge to him that a guy like Patrick has never once had.
"Having a good night, North?"
Elia hisses quietly.
"I was until you and your fucking scumbag friend showed up."
The party around us grows quiet as people turn to watch the standoff between the golden boy and the wolf.
"What the fuck are you even doing here, Volkov?" "Making your girlfriend come on my tongue."
I blanch. My heart drops through the floor. But the fury that swells in Patrick's face isn't the kind where he's realized what Elia is saying is true. He's just taking it as a crude insult. Mercifully.
"My father and hers are going to put men like your uncle and you in fucking prison."
Patrick slurs. He leers into Elia's face and jabs his chest with a finger.
"You stay the fuck away from her, understand me?"
Elia says nothing. He just smiles, a cold, brutal, calculating smile that sends a shiver down my spine. Patrick whirls, grabs my wrist, and pulls me after him.
"Let's go, Tenley."
"Let go of me." He doesn't. He just keeps yanking me after him until we're out of the back garden of the party and headed for the paved path back across campus. "Patrick!" I hiss. "Let me go!" I wrench myself free, but he whirls and grabs me into his arms. Horribly, I realize he's about to kiss me. This time, I don't just turn away. I slap him. Patrick looks stunned. He looks instantly sober, actually. He lurches back, holding his cheek as he stares at me, his face pale.
"Fuck. Tenley, I'm sorry."
"Go home, Patrick." I spit. "You're being an asshole." His eyes turn to dangerous slits, but he stays back from me.
"Why, so you can hang out here and go be one of Elia Volkov's little groupie sluts? Hey!"
I'm not listening to his shit. Mid-rant, I turn and start walking away. I chance a glance back, just in time to see Patrick wave his hand at me in a fuck it manner and return to the party. I exhale slowly as I storm across the dark Oxford Hills campus. My heart is thudding like a drum in my ears. My head is swimming. And the pulsing heat between my legs that remembers the feel of Elia's tongue on me will not go away. The TV is on when I step into our cottage. When I walk into the living room, I grin when my eyes land on the couch. Charlotte is sprawled across it, asleep, snoring, with the credits to, hilariously, Princess Diaries illuminating her. Quietly, I turn off the TV and pull a blanket off one of our chairs. I drape it over her, tucking her in before tiptoeing out of the room. In the dark kitchen, I sink against the counter. My hands grip the edge of it, and my pulse is still hammering like a drum. For possibly the very first time in my life, I find myself really, really wishing I had a drink in front of me. So fucking wet for me. Is this what you wanted when you put on this dress tonight? When you picked out these panties and slid them on? I've been good my entire life. I've been a model student. I've done all the right out-of-class volunteer work. I've played the politics game for my dad. I've thrown myself headfirst into the plan instead of ever stopping to have fun or be wild or do something I shouldn't, and suddenly that's all coming back to bite me in the ass. Or the inner thigh, I think, with a filthy heat. Elia has chipped away at the dam and slowly it's starting to cave. He's breaking me, piece by piece. And the worst part is, I'm eager for it. It's as if I can't wait to see which part of me he breaks next. Which part of me he takes. I flush as I lean against the dark counter. My teeth drag over my lips as my eyes slide to the front door. The clock ticks on the wall. I don't even really realize I'm moving until the door shuts behind me. I hug myself, still just wearing the thin, short party dress from earlier. I could lie and say I'm walking aimlessly to clear my head, but there's nothing aimless about the straight line I take. I know exactly where I'm going. I'm just not quite clear why I'm going there, but I'm about to find out. My pulse thuds as I raise my hand. Gently, I knock on the huge, imposing wooden door to Lordship Manor. I wait, hearing nothing. I glance up at the dark house and frown. This was a bad idea. For a number of reasons, but right now, because it's clear no one's home. I roll my eyes at myself. Of course they're not. The 3 guys who live here were just at the same party I just left. I groan and drop my forehead to the door. This was dumb. All of this is dumb. What the hell am I even I frown. My ears tune, and suddenly, very quietly, I can hear music. Massive Attack's Teardrop, specifically. And it's coming from out back, behind the manor home. I drag my teeth over my lip as I make my way around the side of the huge house, through the manicured gardens until the dim lights of the pool area flood over me. My eyes slide across the backyard until suddenly, I stiffen. Elia is lying reclined in a pool chair, shirtless, with one leg up. He looks up at the dark, star-studded sky as he exhales a thin plume of smoke. There's a darkness shrouding his face, much more than his usual grim demeanor. It's captivating. Beautiful, really. I tremble, hugging myself. He's beautiful. Not just hot in that bad boy tattooed way. He's beautiful in this broken, captivating way that sinks its claws into me and refuses to let go. And I know that's why I can't pull away from him. That's why I keep coming back, one way or another. Either by him finding me or me finding him, I keep being sucked into his orbit, just like I am right now. And like all the other times, I go willingly, without looking back. Slowly, I step out of the shadows at the edge of the pool and walk toward him. Elia turns slowly and his eyes drink me in. Then his gaze hardens and his jaw clenches.
What are you doing here, Red?
He growls quietly. I stop where I am, a few feet from him. My hands twist in front of me. My pulse thuds so fast that I'm not even sure I can form words. I don't know, I started walking and... No. Elia shakes his head, sucking deeply on the spliff between his lips.
We're not doing this anymore, Tenley.
He hisses. Doing what?
This.
He snarls, standing abruptly. His face is grim as he storms toward me, making me gasp as he stops right in front of me. His face is lined, his eyes wild and fierce as they burn into me.
This fucking dance where I'm the only one leading.
My brow furrows. Elia,
Because I can drink and drink and drink until I'm drunk on you, Tenley.
He groans.
It won't slake my thirst. It never will.
The night is still and silent. A cool wind teases over my bare legs and I shiver as my eyes drag up to his. And what would? I breathe, so quiet I'm not even sure he's heard me. His lips curl.
You.
He growls.
You asking for it. Begging for it.
I swallow nervously, trembling under his gaze. Elia smirks coldly.
But you won't ever do that. You're just here playing tourist on the dark side from your good, clean, perfect little life.
He hisses savagely. He shakes his head and starts to turn away as my heart wrenches.
You won't ask, so this isn't happening
I want you to kiss me. The words blurt from my lips. My heart thuds. Elia freezes, half turned from me. Slowly, my hand reaches out for him. I grip his muscled forearm and let my hand slide down to his wrist. And then his hand. I take a breath, shaking all over. I want you to...
I heard you.
He groans through a clenched jaw. He slowly turns, and I tremble when those green eyes pierce into me.
But if you fucking say that again, Tenley, I'm not going to stop. I'm not ever going to stop. So think long and fucking hard before you.
Kiss me, Ilya, I whisper. I want you to. I moan as he grabs me, yanks me into his arms, and slams his mouth to mine. And this time, there's no going back.
Chapter 24. Ilya. Her mouth doesn't leave mine as I lift her into my arms and take her into the house. I could have thrown her down on the pool chair and ripped the dress off right there, but I'm not chancing anyone coming home. She's my present to unwrap, all for me. She moans into my kiss as I carry her up the stairs. That tiny dress rides up over her ass, and I growl as my hands grip her soft, supple skin. I kick in the door to my bedroom, storm in and kick it shut behind me before I stride over to the bed. I set her down, and she whimpers as I spin her around, pulling her back into me. My mouth falls to her neck, and she gasps as my hands slide over her hips. Then they move up her sides, my hands brushing the sides of her tits as she moans quietly. My hand grips her hair, pulling it away from her neck as my mouth seeks more skin. My other hand moves to the zipper at the back of her party dress, and I feel her stiffen suddenly. Are you scared of me? I growl.
Should I be?
She breathes. Yes. She shivers.
I'm not.
I start to pull down the zipper. She whimpers, breathing quickly as the black dress starts to peel away from her spine. When the zipper is at the small of her back, I slide my hands up her arms and grip the straps. I start to slip them down her arms before she freezes.
Ilya.
You're a virgin. She stiffens. You think I'd just fuck you right here, just like that? She inhales sharply and turns her head to glance at me, her face a mix of worry and excitement.
Would you?
She breathes. I growl, turning her in my arms. My hand lifts to tilt up her chin. She looks both hopeful and scared shitless. Yes, I snarl, making her whimper softly. But first, I'm going to fucking devour you. My hands slide back to her shoulder straps. I peel them down her arms and let the dress fall off her to pool at her feet. She blushes deeply as my eyes drink her in. Her arms start to cross, as if to cover her bare, braless tits. I stop that fast. I grip her wrists and pull her arms back down. She whimpers, blushing as my eyes feast on her nakedness, bare but for the lacy black panties I bought her. And even those are so sheer, I can see the glistening lips of her pussy through them. I fall into her, grab her hair and crush my lips to hers. I kiss her deeply. I kiss her like she's mine. And then I push her back, making her gasp as she tumbles back onto the bed. Before, in the garden, it was dark. The lights are off in my room, but the moon illuminates her skin as I crawl onto the bed after her. This time, I'm seeing all of her. My fingers slip into the waist of her panties. I start to slide them down, and her hips raise to help me. I groan when the moonlight floods over her bare little pussy. She's a true redhead, all right. I pull the panties from her feet and toss them aside before I crawl between her legs. She's panting, her chest rising and falling quickly as her pink nipples pucker in anticipation. I groan as I push her thighs wide apart, opening her glistening pussy up for me. And then, she's mine, for the second time tonight. My tongue delves deep between her slick, dewy lips, dragging her wetness up to her clit. Tenley cries out, rocking her hips up against my mouth. I growl, plunging my tongue into her and tasting her sweetness. My hands slide under her, gripping her ass and forcing her against me.
Ilya,
she cries out, writhing and mewling under my mouth. I'm relentless. I tongue her clit, sucking it between my lips as she shamelessly pushes her hips up to meet me. Her fingers claw at the duvet, twisting it in her fists as she moans for me. I sink a finger into her, curling it up against her G-spot to stroke it. I push in a second finger as she starts to moan eagerly. She writhes and twists for me, whimpering as I push her higher and higher. My mouth hums over her clit, my tongue dancing circles around it. Her body arches, her breath catches. "I'm coming, Ilya, I'm coming." I groan as the slick, sweet wetness floods my tongue. I growl against her, hungrily drinking her down as I coax the pleasure from her. I give her clit one last lick and pull away. Tenley is shaking, twisting on my bed as the aftershocks flow through her. I slide up next to her, pulling the duvet out from under us and then pulling it across us both. She cuddles into me, and I freeze. This is new. Making her come on my tongue was new for her, but a girl in my bed, snuggling up to me. There's more than one type of virgin in this bed. Hesitantly, my arms circle her. The heat of her small body against my chest feels good. It feels like home. So I hold her tighter. The inhibitions I cling to when it comes to touch and intimacy slowly break away. I pull her even tighter to me until we're spooning. I feel her lips pressed to my hands. A smile crosses my face. We lie like that for a minute or two until I frown. She's gone totally silent. Her breathing is regular. My brow furrows as I lean over her. Tenley, she's out, fast asleep, curled against me. My arms tighten around her, my lips pressed to her bare shoulder. I find myself whispering goodnight to her sleeping form. Christ, what the fuck is wrong with me?
Chapter 25. Tenley. My eyes crack open. Sunlight is barely creeping through the dark shades of my bedroom, teasing over the thick oak floorboards, the dark leather couches, the black-gray duvet. I sit bolt upright in a panic. I'm not in my bedroom. I'm in Ilya's, and I'm naked. My heart is in my throat as I whirl my head left and right. Mercifully, I am alone, but still. I flush as I hug the covers up to my chin. I slept naked in a guy's bed for the first time, and that guy was Ilya. Heat creeps up my cheeks. I glance furtively at the bathroom off his room, but the door is open and it's empty. I bite my lip, feeling terrible that the first emotion I feel when I realize Ilya isn't near me is relief. I sink into his bed, my pulse racing. My mind starts to replay last night, all of last night. My body tingles as it all comes rushing back. First the party, and the way Ilya made me gasp and shake and scream in the garden with his mouth between my legs. Then coming here to his house, out of who knows what sort of crazy thinking, and everything that transpired after. I groan. What the hell was I thinking last night? On the one side, last night was incredible. Last night made me burn and ache in ways I never had before. But last night also feels like giving in. It feels like submission. I want to hold on to the memory of his words and his lips, of the ways he ran his fingers across my skin until I was gasping and begging for more. But at the same time, it's impossible to not think that this is all part of one of Ilya's insidious mind games. It's impossible to ignore that there's a very real possibility that Ilya, the psychopath, seduced me last night just to have something on Patrick. Or to get close to me. I think with a horrible flashback to Patrick's warning, that Ilya is only keeping me around and close to him to glean some sort of information from me about my father, or Patrick's. It sounds like something out of a Tom Clancy book until you remember who my father is and who his uncle is. This is the most powerful crime family in the world and the second chair to the most powerful elected office in the world. This isn't a political thriller. This is real life. The idea of Ilya having taken me to his bed as some sort of evil James Bond seduction for information thing has my stomach turning. And then another thought hits me and I pale. Last night, he put his mouth on me and made me scream as I came. Then I fell asleep. I stiffen. Naked. I fell asleep naked, and now he's nowhere to be seen. It's a horrible thought. And even as much of a devil as Ilya is, I have a hard time imagining he'd take advantage of me like that. Just the same, I pull back the blanket and peer between my legs. I blush as my hand follows, gingerly feeling for something, I guess. I exhale slowly. I'm being stupid. Ilya's a lot of things, but he's not that, and there's no blood on the sheets or soreness or anything. I roll my eyes at myself. I didn't lose my virginity to the wolf himself in my sleep. Nope, you were just wide awake while he went down on you. Twice. I blush hotly. I glance around the room once more, like I'm double-checking that I haven't overlooked Ilya lurking in a dark corner or something. Quickly, I spring from the bed, grab my dress and my panties from the floor, and bolt into the bathroom. I dress quickly. Part of me feels dirty, like a mistress or a cast-off one-night stand. But even still, I can't ignore the sizzling heat that throbs inside of me as I replay the night. I crack open the bathroom door and scan the room. Still no Ilya. I creep to the bedroom door and peer out. The upstairs hallway looks deserted as well. I tiptoe, remembering that my heels from the party are actually still out by Ilya's pool. I consider going out there for them, but then I write them off instead. The goal here is to get out, fast, before Ilya comes back, and I have to face what happened last night. I creep down the elegant stairs of the utterly silent house. Just as I'm stepping around the corner, I crash right into someone. I almost scream as I gasp and jump back a step. I fumble, looking up in time to see the guy with the haunted blue eyes and the dirty blonde hair staring back at me with confusion. Suddenly, he drops his hands to his open shirt and quickly starts to button it, but not before I see the maze of brutal scars across his chest. But I don't say anything as he finishes buttoning it up to the collar. I don't know much about the other two dark princes who live here with Ilya. I know Misha, the party animal, is the son of some utterly insanely wealthy criminal oligarch back in Russia. The guy I'm face-to-face with is Lucas Komarov, the son of a Bratva boss from Chicago, so I've heard. "I'm so sorry," I blurt. He frowns, shaking his head and smiling deprecatingly. "Sorry to have scared you," he growls with a voice that seems roughened beyond his young years. His dark blue eyes move over me curiously. I know who you are." I nod, not sure what to say. "Well, nice to meet—" "Would you like some coffee?" He jerks his head toward the kitchen. "I just made a French press." I groan. Crafted French press coffee is a serious weakness of mine. But still, I bite my lip, hesitating. "Ilya is..." He frowns. "He'll be gone for the morning." He smirks, like he knows this might actually tilt me towards staying. He's right, too. I smile. "Coffee would be great, thank you." I follow him wordlessly into the huge, gorgeous kitchen. Lucas gestures at the marble countertop and the brass and matte black bar stools lined up against it. I take a seat as he sets the French press and 2 mugs between us and sits across the counter from me. He pours us each a slow cup. "How do you take it?" "Today, black works." He smiles and slides the mug my way. I lift it to my nose and groan as I inhale deeply. "Thank you for this," I mumble. He nods, sipping his. "Sorry to be creeping through your house and bumping into you." He smirks.
He's fine.
We sip our coffee in silence.
You're okay.
I smile as I look up at him. His voice is gruff, but the question is genuine, and without any sort of agenda like I might get from Elia. Yeah, I shrug, frowning into my coffee. Just, you know.
I have an idea.
My lips twist. Sometimes it's just a little overwhelming being here, you know?
Very much so.
I'd nod, taking another sip of coffee. You're Viktor Komarov's son, right?
Yes.
His brows knit as he glances into his mug.
Adopted son, actually.
My brows arch. Oh? He nods.
So I get what it means to feel like an outsider.
He glances up at me.
It's okay to think you're not from this world. I'm not.
He shrugs.
I'm really not.
It suddenly feels like the walls I've had around myself start to drop. It's like constant imposter syndrome, right? I groan. Lucas nods slowly.
At times, yes.
I mean, all these kids come from money and power that I can't even imagine. And even with Elia, it's like he's him, and I roll my eyes. I've never done any of this. I have no fucking idea what to do after a sleepover when you wake up alone in a bed. I have no idea what to say when he... I freeze. Heat explodes across my face as I stare up at him in horror. Oh my God. I pale. It's like I was on fucking autopilot, like I was venting to Shar and not Elia's friend. I groan as I drop my face into my hands and quickly stand. I'm sorry,
You're allowed to feel whatever you feel, Tenley.
Lucas growls quietly, halting me. I meekly turn to look at him.
You're allowed to be lost. You're allowed to be out of your element, especially in a viper's nest like Oxford Hills.
I smile wryly.
You do not have to be part of their world.
He shrugs.
In fact, you probably never will be. I don't say that to be defeatist. It's just the way it is. Trust me, I know what it means to be from the outside.
I nod, chewing on my lip. Thank you. He nods back and then frowns slightly.
Elia.
His eyes darken.
Was he an asshole to you?
I blush, but I shake my head. No, he wasn't.
I'm asking as his best friend. He can be...
Cold? Lucas smirks.
I was going to say a raging dickhead.
I giggle as I shake my head. Fair, but no, he was... I blush. No, he wasn't. Lucas nods. Thanks for the coffee.
Anytime. Nice talking to you, Tenley.
You too, Lucas. I smile and turn for the door.
Here.
I turn back just in time to catch the black hoodie sweatshirt he tosses me.
For the walk home.
He arches a brow at the party dress I'm still wearing. I blush deeply. Oh, right, yeah. I've never done a walk of shame before.
It's Elias.
I smile as I slip it over my head. It comes down far enough to cover the hem of my dress. It actually does look like I could have just come from the gym, wearing a baggy sweatshirt over running shorts or something. I smile at Lucas. Thank you. He nods. Outside Lordship Manor, I take a shaky breath. The sun is creeping up over the horizon. Slowly, a shadow crosses my face. You're allowed to be out of your element, especially in a viper's nest like Oxford Hills. I frown. I am out of my element. I've never slept over at anyone's place. I've never had to walk back to my own place in the morning wearing the same slinky party dress from the night before. My lips purse. Elia knew that. And still, he took me to his bed last night. He let me sleep there. And then this morning, he was gone. I roll my eyes at myself. That's not on Elia, though. That's on me. I knew full well what he was when I came here last night. Elia is Elia, the wolf, a dark prince of Oxford Hills, a cold-blooded hunter. Last night, I was his prey. I scowl as I start to power walk back across campus. Lucas was right. I am out of my element here, with every part of being here. I'm not part of these worlds, not Patrick's golden boy wealth and privilege, nor Elia's insidiously seductive world of darkness. I don't belong to either of those worlds, and I never will. Just like I am never coming back to this fucking manor, or Elia, again.
Chapter 26. Elia. Sweat drips down my face and chest. I grit my teeth, swinging one more time and grunting as my fist connects with his face. Misha snarls, going on the defensive as I swing at him again. But suddenly, he's exploding onto the offensive. He comes at me hard. Misha might be a rich kid from a rich life, but there's still pain beneath the surface. Pain and rage enough to make him a fucking demon in the ring. Friend or not, he advances on me like a fucking gorilla on steroids. I hiss as one of his gloves connects with my jaw, then the other one. I stagger back, grunting as he hits me in the stomach, hard. I double up, catching another hit to the chin before the switch flips in me. With a roar, I charge, hammering him with a fury he wasn't expecting. "Hey!" he roars, glaring at me as he puts up defensive hands. "Chill, fucker! Chill out!" "Quit crying and hit me back, you little bitch!" I hiss. Rage shadows his face. "Watch it, Volkov! Watch me kick your bitch ass, you little pussy!" He snaps, like I intended him to. He comes at me like a truck this time, smashing right into me. His swings connect every time, pummeling me back until I'm against the ropes of the practice ring. I throw up my hands, but Misha's in full Tyson mode now, swinging until I drop to my knee and tap the floor. He still gets in one more knock to the head, but I deserve that for goading him into this rage. When we're done, both of us are heaving for air. I drop onto my back on the mat. Misha does the same. We both lie there, vaguely listening to the 9 Inch Nails record playing in the background in the underground garage beneath Lordship Manor. "The fuck was that about, man?" I frown. Just needed a workout. Misha snorts as he rolls over and gets to his feet. He yanks off his gloves, tosses them aside, and sticks a hand down to help me up. "You weren't looking for a workout. You were looking for punishment." I shrug. "This got anything to do with the redhead in your bed last night?" I resist the urge to wail on him all over again. "Poked my head in last night to see if you were home." He chuckles. "Who was that?" "No one." "Well," he shrugs and shuffles over to grab his water bottle. "Glad to see you back on the horse, man. I was getting worried about that celibacy of yours." I grab some water, too, my head still ringing from the onslaught I instigated. But the need to hit and be hit wasn't some sort of punishment. It was to rattle the gears in my head and see if I'm still thinking the same way when it's over. So that's what I do. I take a deep breath, trying to center myself. I close my eyes and let my mind go blank. My jaw grits. Nothing's changed. A part of me was hoping it would have. I was hoping a Misha Zavakov beatdown would rattle me enough to get back on track with who I am. The real me. Not the me who has fucking sleepovers with Tenley Chambers. Full-on spooning, not screwing her. Sleepovers. Who the fuck am I? But 3 rounds with Misha later, nothing has changed. No gears have been knocked back on track. In fact, all I'm thinking about is a girl still asleep in my bed upstairs. I'm gonna go up and grab some coffee. You coming? Misha leans back on the couch. I'll be up. He turns to grin at me. Coffee, huh? That's her name? I roll my eyes, ignoring him as I walk over to the staircase. I climb the 2 flights up to the regular basement of the manor with the full theater-style entertainment center. I head up into the kitchen. But I skip coffee. That's not what I need right now. The throbbing bulge in my shorts agrees. I prowl up to my room, sweating, my pulse thudding, and ready to climb into bed with her and finish what I started last night. I swing the door to my room open and suddenly frown. My bed is empty. I scowl as I storm over to the bathroom, but she's not there either. My teeth grind as I pull off my sweaty shirt and stalk over to my phone on the coffee table. She left. I turn to see Lucas leaning against my doorframe. When? I snap. When he doesn't reply, I glower at him. When did she... What are you doing, Ilya? My jaw tightens. Excuse me? With Tenley. What are you doing? I glare at him. The fuck are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that you're ignoring the clear differences between you and between your worlds. I roll my eyes. I'm not in the mood for a Lucas lecture on class divides, okay? Congratulations, you used to be poor and now you're not. Find a new song to play. He scowls at me. You're playing games, and she doesn't know how to play them. Well, thank you for your fucking concern, I growl. Now fuck off. Leave her alone, Ilya. My eyes narrow on him, still standing there in the doorway. Got a little crush, Lucas? I say thinly. He rolls his eyes. Jesus, you're an asshole. Got a little thing for her? Feel like dragging her into your fucking lair and chaining her up, branding her with cattle irons or something? He smirks at me. It pisses me off, massively. I ball my hands to fists and move toward him. I'm going to ask you one more fucking time. I sent her the fuck home. My fist raises as I bolt into him. He roars back, blocking my first hit but not the second. We topple to the ground, and I hiss as his fist slams into my gut. My forearm smashes his nose, making him roar before he flips me with a strength I wasn't expecting. He hauls me up and slams me into the wall before I can get another hook into his jaw. Lucas winces, getting a punch into my side before we crash to the ground. What the fucking fuck? I roar as hands grab me and haul me off Lucas. Misha shoves me away, slamming me against the wall before he turns and jabs a finger at Lucas. Enough! He roars. His eyes are two slits as they dart between Lucas and me. What the fuck is going on? I stare darkly at Lucas. He stares right back. She's a fucking world apart from all this, Ilya, he hisses. Just like you, I snap. That where this crush is coming from? The two kids without trust funds at Oxford? I have a trust fund, he grunts, and I do not have a fucking crush on her. He glares at me. I'm not talking about rich and poor. I'm talking about Bratva and not. I'm talking about the fact that Volkov and Chambers are on opposite sides of a fucking Cold War. Misha whips his head around to gape at me. Tenley Chambers? Is that who you had in your... What the fuck did you say to her? I snarl past him at Lucas. He brings a hand up, rubbing the blood from the corner of his mouth. Nothing, asshole. All I'm saying is there are a lot of girls in this school who know the game. They know what the stakes are, and they know how to play. Tenley isn't one of them, and you fucking know it. So act like it. I shrug Misha off me and glare at Lucas. You stay the fuck out of my business. Do you understand me? He sighs and shakes his head as I start to storm away for the stairs. Misha can be your punishment, Ilya. I'm just your voice of fucking reason. I raise a middle finger over my shoulder as I head downstairs and out the door. I don't even know where I'm walking, but woe to whoever crosses my path, I know that much. I'm seeing red, seething as I blaze a trail of fury across campus. Fuck, Lucas. But the second I say it to myself, I stop. God damn it. He's not even wrong. That's the most annoying part. Tenley is not part of this world. The world Lucas, Misha, and I come from. That's a world not one of the kids here can fully grasp. We three might be wealthy, and privileged, and connected, but we will live our lives in the shadows. Our world is on the other side of the coin, and the law, from these other people. The other students at Oxford Hills will, like us, go on to the best colleges and the best graduate programs, and maybe beyond. But then they'll become corporate CEOs, hedge fund managers, or world leaders. But our world is the Bratva. Our world is strength, power, and violence. That's the main divide between Tenley and me. She's going to go on with life and judge the law. I'm going to thumb my fucking nose at it. So what the hell am I even doing with her? I groan. And why the hell am I fighting with my best friend over it? My phone buzzes in my pocket. I yank it out, still scowling as I answer. What? I snap. Catch you at a bad time? My uncle's voice growls. My face scrunches. Shit, sorry. He chuckles. It's fine. Everything okay? Yeah, just... I shake my head. It's nothing. How are you? How'd Chicago go? Still here, actually. There's an edged tone to his voice that makes me pause. Everything okay? He sighs. Sort of. We're staying in Chicago a little longer so Victor's legal team can do a once-over of Volkov interests to make sure everything's shielded and firewalled. Just in case. My brow furrows. Just in case what? He grunts. Sorry, I forgot. It's early there. You probably haven't seen the news yet. Fuck, what happened? Nothing specific, but George North held a town hall meeting last night in Delaware, which is where all the major banks in the States are based. He made an offhand comment to the crowd about safeguarding the banking sector from Russian criminal meddling. I groan. Shit. Yeah, exactly. It was an offhand comment, but I know it was directed at us. That was a shot across the bow, and I'm not going to ignore it. My uncle sighs deeply. He's young, still in his 40s, but sometimes being the king of the Volkov family can be a heavy crown to wear. I can see that clearly. I don't suppose getting close with Tinley Chambers has yielded anything? I shake my head, wincing. Sorry, nothing yet. Not on North, either. He grunts. Okay, keep at it. Do what you have to in order to get close. Can you do that? I nod. Yeah, of course. Thanks, Celia. Listen, I'll touch base soon before we head back to Russia. When we hang up, I realize that did it. That, not the boxing with Misha, or Lucas for that matter, did it. Now, the gears are back on straight in my head, and I can see things clearly, like I should have from the start. My duty, beyond anything else, walking this dangerous line with Tenley included, is to the Bratva. My duty is to get what my brotherhood needs in order to best our enemies and stay at the top. This thing with Tenley, whatever it is, or was going to be, I grit my teeth. Whatever it was, it's done. Over. Finished. And the sooner I can untangle myself from that red-headed temptation and thorn in my side, the sooner I can get on with everything else. I raise my hand to knock. Suddenly, the cottage door swings open before I can even bring my knuckles to the wood. Tenley, now wearing running shorts and a t-shirt, jolts back a little. But when she focuses and realizes who I am, she frowns. Funny, she smiles uneasily. I was just on my way to your place. I frown. Probably best you don't. Look, the games are done. I look into her face, letting my eyes pierce into hers. No more bullshit. No more holding you to this fucking tutoring thing. We're done. I'm... Okay, great. She beams at me. She genuinely smiles. What the fuck? Does she look relieved? That's great, Ilya. You just saved me a trip to your ridiculous mansion. I frown. What do you mean? I was just about to head over and tell you that last night was fine and Kind of fun and all, but... Kind of fun, I grunt. She shrugs. I mean, I didn't have a bad time. My jaw tightens. You're trying to fuck with me. She shrugs again, smiling curiously as she shakes her head. No, I'm just... She sighs. I'm trying to be nice, actually. Look, Ilya, I'm sure there's a girl out there who wants to play these childish games with you, but I'm good, okay? So again, you can do whatever you want. If you really feel the need to fire me from the tutoring thing, well... She shrugs. I guess that's your prerogative. But I think it's best if we don't hang out anymore. I have a lot of balls up in the air right now. I stare at her. What the fuck is happening? Are you trying to out me? I'm trying to let you down easily, actually. Careful, I growl. Tenley smiles cheekily. I think I'm all set with you telling me what to do, Ilya. My lips curl. No, I think you're wet with me telling you what to do. Her face blooms red. Her lips purse. She swallows. I would appreciate you not speaking to me like that and keeping away from me. She takes a breath. I have a boyfriend, Ilya. Jesus fucking Christ. Is she serious? Oh, I smile. Now, does he know whose tongue you were riding last night like a greedy little... Her palm hits like a bat across my face. I blink, actually stunned by the force of it. I snarl, curling my lips. Tenley just glares right back at me, her own teeth bared. Don't ever fucking speak to me again, she hisses. Ever. The door slams in my face. What the fuck?
Chapter 27. Tenley. It's early enough that Charlotte is still sleeping when I creep up the stairs to my room. Angry, confused, and still tingling from last night, I yank off Ilya's hoodie, the party dress, and then the ridiculous lingerie he bought me. A shower would be amazing, but I don't want to wake Charlotte just in case. And besides, what I really want to do is push myself somehow to scream or hit something or run. Running wins out. I change into my workout stuff to head to the track, but first I slip into my desk chair and open my laptop to check my email. I read, a smile creeping over my face. The first one is from my dad, whom I've barely spoken 2 words to since I got here. Hey, kiddo, just wanted to check in. I know I've been a real ass lately being so MIA. It's just this damn campaign thing and the hoops these PR people have me jumping through day and night. Can we set a time to call this week? I can't wait to hear how things are going over there. I'm so proud of you, teammate. Love always, Dad. I reread it 3 times. I'm crying the whole time. It's that corny, stupid teammate thing that does it. When I was 11, my mom, who had sort of checked out on my dad and me years before anyway, died in a car crash. She was the passenger, and the man driving, who was drunk at the time, was the man she'd been secretly having an affair with for over 3 years. When that came out, suddenly a whole lot of lies started to unravel. Slowly, I started to realize how much Dad and I had both been gaslit and lied to and strung along for years. Because that was what she was best at. Mind games. After it happened, even if her death showed my dad her infidelity, he was a wreck. And obviously so was I. But one day, my dad, the Navy lawyer without a single arts and crafts bone in his body, made me a baseball hat. It was one of those kits you can get where you paint with this plastic paint crap and then bake it on low heat or something to seal it in. One night, while I'd been asleep, my dad had made matching hats for each of us with a big C logo at the front. For Team Chambers, he'd grinned when he gave it to me the next day. Matching hats, since we're teammates. It was the first time I'd seen him smile since the accident. I'm wiping the tears away as I step into my bathroom and bring the phone to my ear.
Honey, is everything okay?
I scrunch my face up. Shit, it's like 2 a.m. back in D.C. Sorry. I wince. I totally forgot the time.
Nah.
He grunts. I hear him clear his throat and covers rustling.
Nah, don't sweat it. I'm up.
No, Dad, go back to bed. It's the middle of the night for you.
And I can't think of a better time to catch up with my favorite daughter.
I grin at our other dumb joke of me being his favorite daughter. I'm an only child. Dad, you should sleep. Your schedule must be nuts right now.
Exactly.
He chuckles.
So now is the perfect time to chat without my interns or one of those PR pricks freaking out about getting me to my next appointment.
I grin as I sit on the edge of the bathtub. So have they told you when they're announcing?
Sort of. They have a window. Their statistics crunchers and media analyzers will narrow it down.
Are you excited?
Well, yeah.
He chuckles.
Yeah, I am, actually.
My dad whistles low.
I mean, hell, who'd have ever imagined me one heartbeat away from running the whole damn show?
Me?
He laughs. Well, I think you're a party of one.
I roll my eyes. Please, Dad, like they'd have asked you if they weren't positive about it.
Yeah.
He sighs.
Enough about that boring stuff, though.
How is that boring? I laugh.
Because I'd rather hear about you. How's Hogwarts?
I giggle. Hogwarts is fine. I'm killing it in dark arts.
Nice. Go Ravenclaw.
I grin. Dark arts is more a Slytherin thing?
Oh, right. Well, go them.
They're the bad guys.
I should probably read Harry Potter at some point, shouldn't I?
I laugh. Maybe.
Well, honestly, though, how's everything going?
Good. I actually love it here.
See?
He laughs.
Told you.
I smile. When it was first announced by the PR team that I'd be relocating to a famously snobby and rich private school in England for my senior year, I was pissed. But I promised my dad I'd go, even though I'd probably hate being there. The level of experience the professors have here is insane. I've been going to lectures and discussions for classes I'm not even in because it's so fascinating.
Nerd.
I laugh.
Princess Charlotte's good?
I groan. Yeah, just don't call her Princess Charlotte. He chuckles.
And how's the tutoring thing?
I stiffen, my heart skipping. Fine, I say quickly. Yeah, everything's fine. He sighs.
Okay, now I know what this is about.
I frown. What?
The glum tone, even though you're gushing about this place.
Dad, what are you...
This is about him, right?
I freeze. The color drains from my face as I start to wonder how in the hell my dad knows about Ilya.
Look, I know Patrick is...
I exhale.
I mean, he's a nice kid, but I get that he's kind of a douche.
I laugh. Dad, careful. There is no way your phones aren't bugged right now for security reasons.
So? Hi, FBI.
He chuckles. So maybe don't call your soon-to-be boss's son a douche?
If George isn't aware of his son's douche status, I'm not sure I can run with him.
I bury my face in my arm to not laugh so loudly that I wake Charlotte.
Look, Tenley.
He sighs.
I get it. I know you never signed up for a fake relationship and all the crap that comes with that.
I shrug. It's fine.
It's not. You're a senior at this great school with all these interesting people. You should be meeting someone you actually organically click with, not parading around holding hands for the cameras with Captain America.
I smile, looking down. Oh, don't worry. I have. The only problem is he's the heir to a criminal empire that you and your running mate are about to declare war on. Dad, it's fine. I say quietly. No, really, it is.
Tenley.
I'm not here for that, Dad. I'm here for the plan, and to ace my way through here, and then it's on
to Columbia and the Supreme Court. Yeah.
He chuckles.
I know.
There's a few extra steps in there, I mutter. He laughs.
Yeah, but not one of them involves meeting someone you want to spend your time with or spend your life with, or hell, Tenley, someone you just want to have a little fun with.
My face burns crimson. Dad? He chuckles.
We're all human, kiddo. Don't forget that part on your march to the judge's bench.
He sighs.
So come on, level with me. There's not a single fun distraction over there for you?
Not anymore. No. I shake my head. No distractions, Dad. They're not in the plan. I know he's trying to be nice, and I love that he tries to keep me in the real world sometimes, if only just to make sure I'm not pushing myself too hard. But he's wrong. I don't need distractions. I don't need anything knocking me off my plotted course, and I sure as hell do not need Ilya Volkov muddying the waters.
All right. Fine.
When he yawns, I smile. Go to sleep, Dad.
No,
Really, you're going to need it. He sighs.
Yeah, you might be right.
Can we talk soon, though?
You bet. Great to talk to you, sweetheart.
Love you, Dad.
I love you too.
When he hangs up, I drop my face into my hands. I allow myself 1 minute of stinging tears before I stand and wipe them away. I know what I have to do. I need to focus. I need to stop the distractions once and for all, and I need to eject Ilya from my life entirely. I march downstairs, take a breath, narrow my eyes, and swing the door open, only to come face to face with Ilya. After I shut it again, I cling to the closed door, panting and trembling with my eyes squeezed shut. For a second, I think he's pounding on the other side of it, but then I realize it's just my heart against my chest. I almost can't believe I stood up to him, and moreover goaded him with those lies about the night being okay or not terrible. I also almost can't believe I managed to pull that off with a poker face. I count to 30 before I slowly turn and peer gingerly through the peephole in the door. I'm almost expecting to see a scowling green eye looking back at me, but the coast is clear. He's gone. I exhale slowly in relief. No more mind games. I swore I'd never get mixed up in them because of my mother, but here I am waist deep in them, and it's all because of him. But now he's gone. My brow furrows. I shake it away as I turn to tiptoe up the stairs, careful not to wake Charlotte. Screw the run. Now I just want to climb into bed and... I gasp when I open my door to find Charlotte perched on the edge of my bed with her arms crossed and a brow raised sharply. What are you... If you think you're going to go one more second without telling me what the bloody hell is going on between you and Ilya Bleeding Volkov, you're out of your fucking mind. I sigh, looking down as I shake my head. Got any plans today?
Not anymore.
Good. I groan as I sink down next to her. This might take a second. Charlotte and I end up making a day of it. We close the curtains, order in food, and lie low. It's heaven. I spill my insanity with Ilya, which is totally embarrassing, but she's amazing, so it's fine. And then we just avoid the world all day. No cameras, no lying, no Patrick, and no fucking Ilya. And yet, later, when I close my eyes to drift off to sleep for the night, I dream of Russian tattoos, howling wolves, and the pulse-thudding ecstasy of Ilya's hands and mouth running over every single inch of me. Chapter 28. Tenley. I go a week without a single instance of Ilya in my life. Well, almost. By day, I have nothing to do with him. I have no classes with him. I have no intention of going to a party at Lordship Manor, and I'm obviously done tutoring him. That's the daylight hours. Those are the easy ones. Nighttime is a whole lot harder, or just outright impossible, because at night, he is all I know. Every freaking night, my dreams are nothing but endless replays of his hands and his mouth on me. It's like a broken record skipping on repeat. Every morning, and sometimes in the middle of the night, I wake up gasping, panting, and wet. But I refuse to let myself dwell on any of that, or to overthink it. The longer I go with Ilya out of my waking life, the sooner I can rid myself of even the dreams. I startle mid-study session in my cottage living room when my AirPods switch from Nathaniel Rateliff to the sound of my phone ringing. With a frown, I pull the buds out of my ear and answer the call. From a local number I don't recognize. Hello?
Miss Chambers?
A crisp, British, somewhat familiar man's voice says. Speaking?
Miss Chambers, this is Dean Farnworth.
My face pales. Dean Farnworth, as in the Dean of Oxford Hills Academy, Dean Farnworth.
I believe we've met.
Yes, I blurt. Yes, sir, of course. What can I do for you?
Term going well for you, Miss Chambers?
Yes, it is, thank you. I'm really loving it here.
Ah, well, we always love to hear that from prestigious students such as yourself.
I can almost hear the "with fathers like yours" part.
Listen, Miss Chambers, I'm sorry to call like this.
Oh, no, please. I laugh nervously. No trouble at all.
It's about the tutoring program you're enrolled in, you see.
I stiffen. My lips purse. That fucker. I shake my head, anger starting to swell. I just sort of assumed that Ilya wasn't asshole enough to go report me for us no longer doing our tutoring. Apparently, I assumed far too much.
Sir, well, it's been referred to our offices that you missed your last tutoring appointment.
I glare at my class notes. Yes, sir, I say with a frown. I've just been so involved with my own work and with all the things with my father and Patrick's father.
Ah, yes,
he chuckles.
Our White House couple.
I roll my eyes. Well, it's been a lot.
Of course, Miss Chambers.
He clears his throat.
Though you must be aware that many of our students have big world stage things happening back home, given who their families are.
Yes, of course, sir. I croak. I understand. I take a breath. I've been thinking about taking the dropped course mark for the program as I'm no longer able to...
Miss Chambers, before you say anything else, I feel that I must tell you about a recent change to our guidelines.
My brow furrows. Sorry, what change?
Well, we actually had a board meeting just 2 days ago where the issue of dropping student services programs was brought to the table by a concerned party. And I'm afraid the board and I have decided to alter the wording as it pertains to consequences of dropping the tutoring, or any student services program.
My heart sinks as a cold feeling creeps over me. I'm not sure I follow, I say quietly.
Yes, I'm afraid abandoning a commitment to a student services program after a certain period of time has passed will no longer result in a dropped mark. Now it'll be reflected as a fail.
My jaw drops. Holy shit. And that cutoff time is...
last week.
My face goes numb. Sir,
now, I should add that the board decided to allow for one skip, as it were, per term.
He chuckles.
So you're in the clear, Miss Chambers.
Right, yes, I mumble. My head feels like it's spinning.
So long as you continue to attend the tutoring sessions that you did sign up for, you'll be just fine with no failed classes on your record.
I nod, dazed. Right, okay.
It does look like your next tutoring session is
today,
I say icily. Indeed, Miss Chambers, indeed.
He sighs.
I can assume after this courtesy call that you will not be leaving the program?
Not unless I want to tank my future with a failed class at Oxford Hills during my final year. No, sir, I'd be more than happy to continue with the program.
Excellent.
He chuckles good-naturedly.
Lovely speaking with you, Miss...
Who was the concerned party? I say icily.
Pardon?
Sorry. It's just that you mentioned that this matter about the student services courses were brought to the board by a concerned party.
Dean Farnworth clears his throat awkwardly.
I'm going to fucking kill him. I storm across campus like a hurricane. I'm gritting my teeth, seeing red as I walk up to the front door of Lordship Manor and hammer on the door. When no one answers, I just barge in and start stomping up the stairs toward Elia's room. I've been cursing his name the whole walk over. Now, I'm about to rip him apart. How fucking dare he? I don't knock. I just shoulder my way into his room with a snarl on my lips. You fucking sociopathic ass. I stutter to a stop. Blood rushes into my face as my heart lurches and then drops. Elia is not alone. He's shirtless, lounging back on one of his couches with a joint between his lips. My eyes quickly slide to the girl sitting on the couch across from him, the blonde with the short skirt and the top that hugs her gravity-defying tits. My jaw grits as I realize we've met before. She's the bitch who told Elia I wanted to screw him that first day I came to tutor him. Knocking is a thing? She sneers at me. I ignore her, turning my gaze back to Elia. He shrugs with a smirk on his perfect lips. Knocking is... Are you fucking psychotic? I snap. What did you do, bribe the whole fucking board? The blonde glances at him. Yikes, she says with a bored tone. Yeah, not today, bitch. Get out. I snap at her. Now. Her brows arch. Excuse me. Get the fuck out. Elia and I have a very specifically scheduled time for our tutoring sessions. I smile. Wouldn't want to start late, you know? I turn my furious gaze to him, since it might ruin my entire future and all. I say icily. He just grins that fucking wolf smile at me. Elia, you should leave. The girl scowls. Okay, well, are we going to hang out late? Probably not, he says, still looking right at me with a fierce, heated gaze. The girl purses her lips. She sneers at me as she gets up, grabs her bag, and shoulders her way past me. You are un-fucking believable, I hiss dangerously. No, I'm a concerned member of the student body who just wants to make sure there aren't any loopholes that allow those struggling with their academics to fall through the... This is my life that you are fucking with, I scream. This is my future, Elia. You're right. It is, he says pointedly. His lips curl. Shall we begin? I glare at him. Fine. I storm over and sit on the couch across from him. I yank out my books and glare at him. Well? Well, what? I grit my teeth as my eyes roll. Get your shit out, Elia. You want me to tutor you? You want me here wasting my fucking time for your amusement because you're a sick psychopath? Fine. I'm here. So let's do this. He nods slowly at me as he leans back, lacing his hands behind his head. Are you curious about my night? He smiles. Or my guest? No, I hiss, heat surging through my veins. I'm barely hanging on. I'm barely keeping myself from exploding because the idea of Elia having had that girl here overnight makes me want to scream until my voice gives out. You don't want the details. Fuck you, Elia, I hiss. He shrugs. Something in me snaps. Did you bribe the entire fucking board to change the rules on tutoring just so you could get me back here and parade that fucking girl in front of me? And if I did, he says coldly. I see red. Mind games? I bellow. You did all that for fucking mind games? I stand, abruptly, slamming the books down on the coffee table. Fury swirls around me like a black storm front. I do not play fucking mind games, I scream. Elia frowns as the room goes silent. You know what? I seethe, shaking my head at him. Fuck this. I'm done. No, I am done, Elia. I roar. Flunk out for all I care. He eyes me dangerously. I won't be the one with a fucking fail mark on my Elia. My eyes burn into him, my jaw tight. Go to hell and stay the fuck out of my life. I turn and storm away, slamming the door behind me.
Chapter 29. Ilya. Around me, the party at Lordship Manor rages like a Roman orgy. And there on my throne, almost a literal one, too, a huge leather chair someone's placed on top of our living room coffee table, I sit like a mad Caesar surveying the carnage. I've lost track of how many scotches I've had, but the one currently in my hand is doing me just fine, as is the joint between my lips. I exhale smoke through my nose, leaning back and closing my eyes as the killers blast over the sound system. Misha can be your punishment, Ilya. I'm just your voice of fucking reason. Considering that we haven't spoken in 3 days, I hate how right Lucas was with that statement. But it's true. Misha is there to dish out the pain I need sometimes. Lucas is there to talk sense. But for tapping out of reality and burning like a fucking torch, there is no one better at that than me. I scowl when I feel the joint plucked from my mouth. When I open my eyes, a girl I don't know is grinning as she brings it to her own lips to inhale. She turns and pulls another girl whose name I don't give a shit about close to shotgun the hit. A few guys around me start to cheer as the two girls kiss. I turn to drain my scotch before standing abruptly from my throne. I step down, pushing the two joint thieves apart to step between them, to the dismay of the male students around me. "Hey, where are you?" I shake my arm free of the first girl when she tries to stop me. I ignore her annoying pout as I surge forward through the party. I can feel a madness on my face, a wild grin on my lips and my eyes narrowed, like I'm on the hunt. Some people try and stop me, to high-five me, or to pass me a drink or a smoke. Even the most wasted of them take one look at me and back off. That's probably wise of them. On a good day, I'm a grumpy, moody fuck. And today is not a good day. None of the last few days has been anything close to good. But tonight, I know I'm going off the deep end. I can tell myself I don't give a shit. I can lie and say there are a million other girls in the world that aren't Tenley, and that I'm losing my shit getting hung up on the one that is. But that's been working just about as well as telling myself it's just for the media, when I see pictures of her and Patrick smiling away and holding hands for news outlets. My alcohol-dulled brain flashes back to the headline I saw earlier today when I opened my laptop. Commander-in-law? Apparently, Patrick North was photographed looking at engagement rings in Manchester. My jaw grits as I shove my way through the crowd. The fury surges inside of me like a storm ready to smash through the levees and flood the whole fucking place. I don't care. I never care. I won't care. But it doesn't matter how many times I say it to myself, or force myself to believe it. The burning, gnawing feeling inside of me only grows hotter and sharper, no matter how much I've been trying to drown it all night in alcohol and hedonism. I stumble and shove my way into the study off the living room. It's just as crowded with students in here, people drinking, laughing, making out. My eyes land on the desk where 2 girls and 2 guys are crowded around a little mirror streaked with powdered white lines. "Oh, bruv, what the fuck? Oh, shit, Volkov!" A guy named Patterson from the football team grins at me with that manic coke smile as he realizes who just butted their way into the party. "Ilya, brother, get in on—" I yanked the rolled-up 5-pound note from his hand without a word and dipped my head to the desk. The first line burns. The second numbs. The third puts me into fucking orbit, and the fourth is just because I'm a greedy shit. I roar at the ceiling, making the 2 girls startle with nervous laughs, and the 2 guys glance at each other warily. I growl, teeth bared as I raise my arms and drop the roll bill onto the now cokeless mirror. "Rend unto Caesar!" I slur through a manic grin at the guy who offered me the $5. I prod a finger into his chest, leering at him like a maniac as he pales. A hand lands heavily on my shoulder. I turn with a curled lip, ready to swing until my eyes focus on Misha standing in front of me. Having fun? I'm the god of fucking wine, I grinned back. The cocaine is roaring like a demon in my veins, screaming to try and drown out the headlines and the words I keep telling myself I have no regrets about saying to her. Misha raises a brow. Yeah, well, let's take a walk, god of wine. He ushers me stumbling out of the study and through the music thudding in the living room. When he leads me out into the backyard, I throw my head back and howl. Ilya! I focus back on Misha, who's standing in front of me, frowning into my face. What? I snap. Slow it down. I glare at him. What? You're losing it, man. You're on a fucking tear way more than usual, and it's making me nervous. Then try being less of a pussy and see if that helps. Pussy. His jaw grits. I know what you're doing. Oh? I smile maniacally. Well, please, the suspense is killing me. Go find someone else to punch you in the face, Ilya. It's not gonna be me. I glare at my friend. He glares back. What are you doing, man? Misha sighs, crossing his arms over his chest. Living. He rolls his eyes and then glances past me. He nods with his chin, and I follow his gaze to see Lucas sitting in a pool chair across the patio. He is also glaring at me. How long you gonna keep this shit up? I shrug. I know for a fact he's tried to come talk to you a few times since. I've got nothing to say to that Judas. Misha sighs heavily. You know, instead of drinking and snorting yourself to death as some sort of self-punishment, you could always try just not being an asshole. Well, that sounds awful. He grins and shakes his head. I love you, Ilya, but at a certain point, you need to understand that you're your own worst enemy. I bring the glass of scotch to my lips. Just go talk to her, numbnuts. I say nothing. Or at least go talk to him. He nods at Lucas. We're all brothers, Ilya. Brothers don't stab each other in the back. Fuck him. He rolls his eyes. I shrug and go to take a drink, but Misha grabs it out of my hands, knocks it back and sets the glass down on the patio table next to us. If that's your idea of an intervention, it was shit. He frowns. Slow it down, Ilya. Please. I smile and clap him on the shoulder as I lean close. Try and enjoy the party, Misha. Ilya! I ignore him as I brush past him, stumbling back into the throes of the mayhem. Music pounds through my head. Sweating bodies surge and pulse around me. There's a drink in my hand again, and a spliff between my lips as I shove my way through the crowd. A soft hand grabs me. Through my mania and blurred vision, I see a flash of red hair and freckled shoulders under a strappy dress. The music dims in my ears. My pulse thuds heavily as I stare at the fuzzy vision pulling me away from the crowd. Tenley. I realize I'm smiling, like for real smiling, from ear to ear, as she tugs me up the stairs. I hold her hand desperately, gripping it possessively, which makes her giggle. She pulls me down the hallway and opens the door to my bedroom. I blink in confusion. There are two other girls, both mostly naked, on my bed making out. They turn to grin at me as Tenley leads me inside. I frown. This isn't right. I don't want these other two. I don't want anyone else. I just want... Tenley turns to me as she starts to peel off her shirt. Dark brown eyes look up at me, and I suddenly yank my hand from hers and pull back. It's not Tenley at all. Well? Not Tenley grins. We've been ready for you all. I'm only dimly aware of stumbling down the stairs, ignoring the three voices calling for me to come back upstairs. A drink is pushed in my face, but I shove the person back with a snarl. I stagger into the kitchen and grab a bottle of God knows what from the counter before I just keep lurching forward. It's like the momentum itself is carrying me out through the side door until I almost trip over a rose bush. And then the night swallows me whole. At a certain point, my senses returned to me. I'm standing in the dark, shirt open, unlit spliff between my lips, and a bottle of something in my hand. And I'm staring up at the darkened second-floor window of a cottage. The burn in my throat is because I smoke too much. The blurred vision is from too many drinks. The chalky grit numbing my sinuses is the drugs. These are all familiar to me, but the twisting blade of my chest is new. The not being able to drink, smoke, or anger this feeling away is foreign. I pull the spliff from my lips and bring the bottle up to take a sip. I blink as the vodka sears my throat. My eyes narrow on the window of Tenley's bedroom, and the knife twists deeper. What the fuck has she done to me?
Chapter 30. Tenley.
Spread your legs.
His hands slide up my thighs, shoving my dress up with them. When he reaches my panties, he grips them tightly. I gasp into his neck as his muscles bulge, and the thin panties rip away from me. I moan when his hand cups me, his fingers slipping through my silky wetness as I tremble for him. He rolls my clit under his fingertip as I hear the sound of his zipper pulling down and his belt unbuckling. I whimper as I cling to him.
Do you want me?
The wolfish growl rumbles into my ear. I moan, nodding.
Do you want me?
He snarls again. Yes, I choke. Yes, Oh, God. I feel the swollen thickness of him press into me. My lips part, swallowing him in as he drives his dick into me to the hilt. Pleasure explodes inside me as I cling to his tattooed, muscled arms. Yes, I moan over and over again. Yes.
You're mine now.
Ilya hisses into my ear right before his fanged teeth sink into my neck with a howl. I wake up with a jolt, sweating and trembling. And wet. I suck in a breath of air and turn to grab the glass of water I usually keep on the bedside table. I drink deeply, still shaking as the dream settles into my psyche. I've been having this dream for days. It's the same thing every time. Rough, snarly Ilya demanding me to strip, or just ripping my clothes off. Then he fucks me, or at least it feels like how I imagine sex feels. But then, right as it starts, he begins to turn into a monster, a wolf, or some other fanged, clawed, savage animal. And then I wake up like this. I take a deep breath, feeling my skin tingle from the dream. But something lingers, the feeling you get when you realize you're being watched. I stiffen, my eyes darting around the dark room. I fumble for the bedside light, flicking it on quickly. But as quickly as the fear came on, it fades. There's no one here. I'm alone. Just me and my throbbing, forbidden dreams of Ilya. When I click the light back off, I settle back against the pillows, but the feeling is still there. Like I can't quite kick the dream, or the feeling of being watched. I chew on my lip as I sit up again and swing my legs out of bed. I stand and walk quietly toward my bedroom window. I pause, and then I pull back the curtains and glance out to see what awaits me. But there's nothing. I feel my shoulders slump and my jaw unclench. There's nothing, and no one, out there. I breathe as I start to turn back to my bed, but suddenly, the moonlight glinting off something catches my eye. I frown as I turn back to peer into the moonlit yard. Suddenly, my heart clenches and my eyes focus on the bottle of Russian vodka sitting in the grass outside my bedroom window. Oh God, sorry! I gasp as I run around the corner from my political sciences class and right into someone. My armful of books and hers fall to scatter together on the ground as I wince. Shit, I look up and suddenly realize it's Juliana McCreed. The tall, beautiful, willowy blonde girl stares back at me, her mouth set. Excuse me, I mutter, grabbing my books and whirling to flee. Tenley. I grit my teeth as I stop to glance back at her. What? I owe you an apology. My brows shoot up. Wait, what? I turned to look at her fully with a puzzled expression on my face. Excuse me? Her perfect brows knit as she looks down. She takes a breath. I'm not a bitch. I mean, I've been one to you, but I promise I'm not really like that. Her mouth twists as she looks up at me. I'm sorry for that. You never deserved it. I chew on my lip for a second. Thanks, I say quietly. She smiles wryly. I'm not really sure what to say, so I start to turn to leave again. He's a real asshole, isn't he? I grin. I can't help it. Ilya, I mean. Slowly, I turn to smile at her. That he is. She grins back before her face falls again. I always thought I'd be so happy if he paid attention to me the way he does to you. Juliana, wait, let me say this, please. She picks at a nail, looking down. I frown. Juliana has it all. She's gorgeous, tall, blonde, wealthy, and well-connected, and she's here, so she's clearly no dummy. But still, she's standing in front of me looking hunched and small and frail, full of the same doubts and insecurities as the rest of us. There's never been anything between us, you know, she mumbles. Ilya and me. I mean, I tried. She laughs brittly. I did. I've carried that torch for so long, and I think it's turned me into this shrew bitch to any girl who gets close to him. I shake my head. Juliana, I know, she croaks. I know all it's been for you is his endless mind games. She shakes her head and turns to look away. I always imagined I'd be so happy if he played those mind games with me, but I look at you and... She turns back to smile sadly at me. I give her a wry look back. Want to trade? She smiles and shakes her head. I don't think I do anymore, actually. Her brows pull together. But I guess I should thank you. For? Getting me off the Ilya merry-go-round. For good this time. My lips twist. Look, Tenley, he does play games. But he bores of them quickly. I've known him for years, and I've never once seen him stay interested in anyone a fifth as long as he's been chasing after you. I never asked for that, you know. She smiles. I know. She rolls her eyes. They never do stop pulling your pigtails on the playground, do they? I laugh as I shake my head. Apparently not. Look, I don't know what or if there even is anything between you, but I needed to say all that. And I hope you can forgive me. I look back at her. I take a breath. And I smile. There's nothing to forgive. She exhales in relief. Can you do me a favor? Sure? She sighs. I can't even believe I'm even saying this, but give him a chance. He's a fucking mess right now, and I'm guessing it has everything to do with you. I frown. Look, Tenley, if you want nothing to do with him because he's a bit of a grumpy prick sometimes. She laughs. If it's that, you do you. But if any part of you keeping your distance is because of me or because you think he plays these games with every girl or any other girl, she shrugs. If that's the case, then maybe give him one more chance. And if you ever want to grab a coffee or something, I'm around. I smile back at her. I think I'd like that. And thank you. I stop her when she starts to turn away. Juliana? She turns back with a raised brow. Why are you doing this? I mean, why would you apologize to me, much less help me? She thinks for a second, frowning. Because blind infatuation makes us do stupid, silly things. She finally says quietly. And I'd like to think I'm better than that. She smiles at me again. I'm glad we ran into each other, Tenley. I smile back. Me too.
Is this a butt dial?
I smirk. Yes. Hello, Ilya. I mumble in a cartoony, lispy voice. I instantly cringe at myself. That was my butt.
Your butt has a speech impediment.
I giggle.
What do you want, Fred?
Ilya grunts. I swallow as I turn to glance in the mirror on the back of my closet door. Now, that's the million-dollar question. What exactly do I want? Calling Ilya right now. I wanted to see if we could talk about the student services office. I bite my lip. Right, 'cause that's why I called him.
Not why you called.
He grunts.
Tutoring.
I frown when I realize his voice is a little slurred. Are you drinking? He laughs coldly.
It's Friday night, Tenley.
My lips twist.
Anything else?
He snaps. I heard you've been partying pretty hard again.
Yeah,
he mutters.
Who told you that? My dear friend Lucas.
The sneering tone regarding his friend makes me frown. Are you and Lucas on the outs?
The fuck do you care?
My brows furrow. Wait, this isn't about... I blush. The other day, is it?
What other day?
When we...
Our sleepover.
He growls with an edge to his voice. My face burns as I nod. Yeah, I mean, with you being mad at Lucas.
What the fuck does that have to do with Lucas?
I frown. I saw him that morning. We talked.
Yes, I've heard.
He hisses dangerously. Yep, there it is. That's the issue. Wait, is that why you're mad at him?
Leave it.
He growls. Ilya, we had coffee together, and then I ran off because I realized I was out of my mind for staying the night at your house. I snap.
And I wonder who helped you arrive at that.
No one, I hiss. Like I'd need any help at all to see that spending the night in Ilya Volkov's bed was a horrible idea. He's silent.
Why'd you call, Tenley?
I exhale sharply. It's just, I haven't heard from the board about the tutoring.
I'm not going to throw you under the bus, okay? We're done.
He snaps.
No more games. No more bullshit.
He coughs and I frown. You smoke too much, you know?
Thanks, mother.
He slurs. Ilya,
what?
I bite my lip. Is this... I mean, the partying and the drinking, is this because of... I shrug. You know. He laughs coldly.
You?
Yes?
Don't flatter yourself.
My lips curl. You know what? I have no idea why the hell I called. Go fuck yourself, Ilya.
I'm not drinking because of you, Red.
He mutters quietly.
This isn't an American country song. I'm drinking because it's the anniversary of my parents dying.
I blink, taken aback sharply by his words. Shit, Ilya, I'm so...
Don't be. It was a long-ass time ago.
He sighs.
I'm not wallowing, Red. It's just something I do every year.
I frown. Do you...
Do I what?
I close my eyes. Do you want some company?
I didn't tell you that for sympathy.
He grunts. You've never said anything I believe more. He chuckles darkly and then coughs. You shouldn't be alone.
Maybe I'm not.
I scowl.
I didn't mean that.
Ilya grunts. Well, I could keep you company on the phone.
Just like I'm right there, huh?
I blush, then shiver as I feel the hairs on my neck stand up like they did the other night. I swallow and glance around the room. But of course that's silly. No one's here. Ilya has not somehow learned how to teleport himself behind me.
How about you, Red?
He grunts.
What are you up to?
I push off my jeans and start to paw through my dresser for the coziest pajamas I can find. Getting ready to go out. He chuckles thickly.
You're a bad liar, Tenley.
I'm not lying. Lie.
Let me guess. You're looking for pajamas to wear before you go watch Netflix with Princess Diaries.
My eyes widen. What the fuck?
I'm right, aren't I?
I swallow. No. I pull out a pair of pink fuzzy pajamas. Then I put them back and reach for the white ones with snowflakes on them.
Go with the pink.
I almost scream. I whirl, scanning the room as my face pales. Ilya, what the hell?
I'm not in your head, Red.
He mumbles. Then where the fuck?
Knock, knock.
I whirl, gasping. Just as he said the words, the knocking sound rapped against my window pane. And there, holding on to the second-floor sill with a phone against his shoulder, is Ilya, lancing me with that green gaze through the glass. "What the hell are you doing?" I hiss as I yank open the window. "How the hell did you get up?" I glance past him at the lattice that runs down the side of the cottage. "You're insane." "Think I could come in before I break my fucking neck?" I grin. "Yeah, sure, here." I step back, letting him fall into my room. He pulls himself up, and I frown when I see the disheveled hair, the bleary eyes, and the haggard look on his face. "Ilya, Jesus, you look—" His eyes drop. So do mine, and I blush. I never put on the pajama pants. "You dress up just for me, Red?" My face burns, but I don't whirl to get dressed or hide in the bathroom. I don't scream for him not to look. I just look up, and this time, when those magnetic green eyes burn into me, I stare right back, without blinking. His jaw grits. Slowly, he starts to move toward me. I tremble, but I don't run. I stand my ground, pulse thudding as he approaches. "Maybe I did want company," he growls. "I'm not a band-aid for your misery, Ilya," I whisper. "Good," he grunts, "because that would be some sad-ass shit." He stops right in front of me. I tremble, my skin tingling and throbbing at the nearness of him, at the ache for him to reach out and touch me, to grab me and never let go. I look up into his eyes rimmed with a tired darkness, his ruffled hair, the lines on his face. "Ilya," I whisper, my face falling. "You're a mess." I gasp as his hands land on my hips. They tighten possessively. He pulls me against him, and I whimper as he lowers his lips until they're an inch from mine. "You make a mess of me, Tenley," he hisses. "You make a mess of all of me." His mouth crushes mine, swallowing my moans, devouring me whole. His hands pull at my shirt, and I willingly lift my arms. My fingers shake as I peel off his t-shirt, my hands sliding down over his muscled, tattooed chest. "No more games," he growls. "No more bullshit." "Ilya." "Tell me to leave, Tenley," he groans, grabbing me and slamming his mouth to me. His tongue finds mine, and I whimper as I cling to him. His hands slip over my ass, peeling my panties down. My hands fumble at his belt, yanking it open before I shove down his jeans. "Tell me to fucking leave," he hisses, "before I don't, until I've devoured every fucking bite of you." "I can't do that, Ilya," I gasp against his mouth. "Because I don't want you to— Oh, fuck." I moan as his hand slips between my bare thighs. "Then you're mine."
Chapter 31. Ilya. The warmth of her skin against mine is like a balm soothing the pain and the fury that always simmers just beneath. The softness of her body as it molds to mine sends me reeling and has my pulse hammering in my ears. My hands slide over her, roaming hungrily, like they want to devour every inch of her skin. I stroke her molten little pussy as her tongue dances with mine. My other hand slides over her hip, cupping her ass before it teases up her spine. My fingers thread into her hair, tugging it hard enough to elicit a gasp from her lips. She whimpers when my mouth falls to her neck, my teeth dragging over the skin. Her hands slip into my briefs, pushing them down. I groan as I feel my thick cock spring free against her stomach. She jolts, gasping sharply as she drops her eyes and stares. "Fuck, Ilya." Her small hands curl around me. She squeezes my shaft gently, and I groan. "Show me," she whimpers as she looks up into my eyes. "Show me how you like it." She starts to stroke me faster, and my eyes roll back. My finger sinks into her pussy as she moans. "Like this?" she gasps, rocking her hips against my hand. "Yes," I hiss. Her mouth drops to my shoulder, kissing me softly. Her lips tease down my chest to a nipple.
Like this,
she whispers. Fuck, Tenley. She starts to kiss lower. My hand slips from between her thighs as her legs bend. She drops to her knees, and I hiss. I groan as I drink in the sight of her looking up at me with my fat cock in her small hand and her hair still tangled in my fist. She looks like a dream. She keeps her eyes on me, her face flushed as she leans in to kiss my tip.
Like this.
She pulls away, biting her lip and smirking. I realize that innocent, inexperienced virgin Tenley Chambers is teasing me. Close, I growl. Lust surges in her eyes.
Show me,
she purrs. I growl as I tighten my grip on her hair. She moans as I guide her back and bring her lips closer to my swollen dick. She whimpers as she wets them, leans forward, and kisses my crown softly. Holy fuck. She kisses me again, before suddenly her mouth just slides right over me. I groan in pleasure, throwing my head back as she moans eagerly around me. Her tongue swirls around the head, and her cheeks hollow as she sucks gently. I look down into her blue eyes, gritting my jaw as the sweet heaven of her mouth engulfs me. Tenley moans, sucking deeply and wetly before I can feel myself tensing. I gently pull her away, and her face falls.
Was that?
I lift her up and crush my mouth to hers. Perfection, I growl. Fucking perfection. But it's my turn now. I push her back on her bed, groaning at the way she splays out across it. I kick my briefs away and stalk toward her. She whimpers as I move over her, pinning her arms to the covers and leaning down to tease her neck with my mouth. I kiss up her jaw and hungrily taste her lips before I move lower. My mouth dances across her collarbone, then down the slope of her tits. She coos softly when I suck one pink, pebbled nipple into my mouth and swirl my tongue around it. Her soft stomach caves as I kiss my way down. I nuzzle over her mound until my tongue slides through her lips. She whimpers loudly, her hands sliding into my hair as I growl into her pussy. I push my tongue deep, fucking her with it before I tease back to her clit. I suck her little nub hard, swirling my tongue around it as she thrashes and quivers in the bed.
Ilya,
she gasps. My hands push up her hips and stomach, cupping her tits and teasing her nipples as I demand the orgasm from her pussy. I'm relentless with her clit until I can feel her shaking and trembling under me. My tongue swirls around her throbbing clit, and she loses it. She bites one of her own hands to muffle the cries of pleasure as she comes, her hips grinding against my face as she floods my tongue. I'm throbbing hard as I turn my head to kiss her thigh. She shivers as I trail more kisses up her stomach, and then move to roll next to her. She stops me. Her one hand grips my hip, and the other slides up my chest to slip into my hair. She pulls me down, moaning softly as she kisses me. Her smooth, soft leg slips around mine, hooking me and pulling me into her. My swollen cock brushes her slick lips, and she whimpers eagerly. Her hands dips between us. She curls her fingers around me and starts to pull my head against her opening. My eyes roll back as I groan. What are you doing? I growl.
I think you know.
Tenley. I pull back, looking down into her face and searching her eyes. She just blushes as her teeth rake over her lip.
I'm sure,
she whispers. You don't want this with me. She shakes her head.
Yes, I do.
Tenley.
Ilya?
She cuts me off as she leans up and kisses me softly. Slowly the kiss deepens until I groan when I feel her teeth nip at my lip.
Will you shut up and fuck me already?
Time freezes for a single instant, and then I crush my mouth to hers. I grip her hip, pushing her legs wide as I center my head against her tight little pussy. I push, and she gasps as I start to sink into her. "Ilya," she whimpers. She clings to me, kissing me feverishly as I push deeper into her pretty, pink slit. My thickness slowly inches in, getting deeper and deeper into her impossibly tight heat. She's like nothing I've ever imagined. She's fucking perfect. I groan as I rock my hips, driving the rest of my length into her with one deep stroke. Tenley shivers, and her teeth bite down on my shoulder as she moans. Her legs wrap around me, pinning me deep inside as she clings to me. I feel her hips start to roll softly. I ease out, looking down into her eyes as I plunge back in. Her eyes hold mine. Her ankles lock at my back. Her nails drag over me and dig into my shoulders and biceps. "Ilya," she coos softly. Her eyes roll back, and her mouth falls open in pleasure as I start to fuck her like I've wanted to fuck her since the moment I laid eyes on her. I snarl as I start to thrust harder. She moans, pulling my face down to kiss me. Her legs tighten even more the harder I ram my cock into her. My heavy balls slap against her ass as I devour her mouth. Her body flexes and arches against me. For a second, I think she's trying to push me off, but suddenly, we're rolling over on the bed with her perched on top of me. Lust clouds her eyes as she drops down to kiss me deeply. Her nails dig into my chest as her hips start to roll on my cock. A fire surges in me as my jaw grits. All this time, I thought of myself as the wolf and hers my prey. But I see now that I was wrong. She's not the prey. She's just another wolf. I snarl as my hand grips her ass, the other one sliding into her hair to yank her hard against my mouth. I kiss her deeply, grunting as I pound my cock up into her. She cries out, clinging to me as she meets me thrust for thrust. Her slick arousal drips down my balls. The sound of us fills the room as my tongue entwines with hers. "Ilya," she moans. "Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck." "Come," I snarl. "Fucking come for me, Tenley." It's like pulling a trigger. She slams her lips to mine and screams into my mouth as her body shudders and comes around me. I roll her onto her back, snarling as I take back control. I spread her legs wide and start to fuck her. I pound into her, my mouth leaving marks down her neck and her tits as she moans like crazy. I feel her tense and suddenly clench tight around me again. It's the last I can take. A shred of common sense and reason scratches at me. At the very last second, I manage to slide free of her sweet, clenching pussy. My cock surges in my hand as my cum spurts in thick ropes across her stomach. The world goes still. We're both panting for air and shaking. For 1 second, I worry that I broke this, that this was the first and final time. But then I look into her eyes, looking right back up at me the way I've always wanted them to. "Just so you know," she whispers, blushing deeply. "I'm on the pill." Her face reddens. "I mean, just for..." I growl as I lean down to capture her lips with mine. This is a first. There won't ever be a final.
Chapter 32. Tenley. I awake to warmth, a possessive grip on my hip, and tattooed skin under my cheek. For the second time in my life, I'm waking up in a bed I've shared with Ilya Volkov. Only this time, he's still in it with me when my eyes open. I bite my lip, unable to stop the grin as I look up into his sleeping face. Yeah, So that happened. I simmer as my mind replays the events of last night. The structured part of me, the part with the plan, wants to scream at how absolutely insane it was for me to jump into bed with Ilya, especially when it involved giving him my virginity. My cheeks burn hotly as the visceral memory of that comes rushing back. But there's no shame that comes with it. There's no regrets. There's just an aching, throbbing need for more. As if I've had a taste of Ilya, and now I want to overdose on him. I grin to myself. Okay, maybe 3 times in one night is more than a taste. It's the whole meal, plus dessert. My body surges with heat as the flashes fly through my head like fever dreams. Ilya pinning me to the bed as I came, with my legs wrapped tight around him. Moaning into my pillow with his firm grip on my hips and his frankly huge dick pounding me from behind. My face burns hotly, and of course, slowly, with my thighs around his hips as I perched on the vanity in my bathroom. I would say all that classifies as far more than a taste. I pull close to him, breathing in his scent as I lie on his chest. I bite my lip as I let my eyes slide down his perfect, muscled body. The sheets are bunched really low at his waist. Heat pools between my thighs as I drink in the dark line of hair down his abs. My hand moves slowly, pushing the sheets down as my face burns. The trail leads lower, my eyes drinking in the grooves of his hips, and then the thick base of his. Is it still attached? I gasp, startling before I yank my head up to see Ilya smirking at me. I blush, biting my lip. Still attached, I murmur. Firmly, it would seem. He groans as his arms circle me, pulling me against him.
I thought someone might break it off last night.
I blush. Who, me?
Greedy little thing, aren't you?
He growls, making me flush with heat. I grin and drop my cheek to his chest.
Did you have fun last night?
I blush. I mean, a little, I guess. He chuckles as his arms slide around me to pull me tighter. Suddenly, a shadow crosses my face. Fun. I tense. Doubt starts to rear its ugly head. And then my mind switches gears. Instead of replaying the ecstasy of last night, I'm replaying the lead-up parts. Parts like Ilya showing up a little drunk. Parts like me not having any pants on when he climbed up here. Parts like me having been a virgin, and him, well, not. But before I can head down that ugly path any further, a knock at my bedroom door has me bolting upright.
Hey, Tenley,
Charlotte's voice calls through the door. Yes?
You have a guest.
My face burns hotly. No, I don't, I blurt out in a rush. Charlotte clears her throat.
Downstairs, at the front door?
I groan as I roll my eyes. Yeah, one sec. I turn to see Ilya eyeing me with an amused smile. This is going to sound terrible, but,
I'll stay in here.
I blush. It's just... His hand threads into my hair, and I moan as he pulls me in to kiss me deeply and slowly. He kisses me until my toes curl and my pulse is hammering in my ears.
Just so we're clear,
he growls quietly.
I was drinking last night, but I wasn't drunk.
I shrug as casually as I can muster. Oh, I wasn't.
I didn't come here on a whim, Tenley. I didn't come here to get laid.
He murmurs against my lips.
I came here for you.
I swallow, my eyes raised to lock with his as my cheeks burn. I'm glad you did. His eyes spark as he leans in to kiss me again.
Tell whoever is at the door to fuck off.
He growls thickly. I gasp when his hand slips under the covers to splay over my ass, which he promptly spanks.
And then get this ass back up here to this bed.
I'm tingling everywhere as I regretfully slip from the bed. I blush, feeling his eyes roaming over me as I pad to the dresser and pull on a t-shirt and pajama pants. I crack the bedroom door and peek out. I flush when I realize Charlotte is standing right there on the landing between our rooms, eyeing me. Hi, I mumble. I try and make myself as small as possible to slip out of as tiny a cracked door as possible. I shut it behind me and lean against it to smile at her. But it's painfully obvious how guilty I look to her as she cocks her brow at me.
So I have questions, she murmurs with a sly grin. Several, actually.
About? I say quickly.
Really?
She folds her arms over her chest.
You're really going to play it that way?
I can feel my face burning. I don't know what we're talking—
Fine, she says, smirking at me. Fine, we'll do it that way.
She leans close to my ear.
But don't think for a second that we're not going to talk later about who slept in your bed last night.
My face burns fiercely.
If I could make a small suggestion, though,
all I can do is nod.
Maybe don't mention it to him,
she mutters, gesturing down the stairs with a finger. My brow knits.
Who?
Charlotte's expression sours.
Patrick.
Hey.
I smile, hoping my face isn't still red and guilty as I step out of the front door of the cottage.
Patrick has his back to me. He says nothing, which makes my brow crease.
Wow,
I venture jokingly. I can't believe it's actually you and not Lane carrying a message for—
I'm going to make this as crystal fucking clear as I can, Tenley.
Patrick snaps, whirling on me. I shiver at the fierce snarl on his face. His normally sparkling blue eyes are darkened with fury as they pin me to the door at my back.
Patrick, I will not be made a fool of,
he growls. I frown. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you, he snaps. You and your insistence on making this arrangement as difficult as fucking possible.
I tense at the furious tone to his voice. Patrick, I'm not sure what
You won't show up to meals with me, he snaps. You won't attend school functions on my arm, and you refuse to kiss me.
I stare at him.
What? This is an arrangement you agreed to, Tenley, he snaps. For my father's campaign, and for your own father's, and of course, for mine later on.
My eyes narrow on him. I'm sorry, what are we even talking about, Patrick? This you and me thing? I snap angrily. It's a media stunt. We both know that. His face darkens.
It's bigger than that now, and you know it.
I shake my head. No, I don't.
I've been quite clear about my feelings and intentions toward you, Tenley.
I stare at him. Yes, but Patrick, that's not a binding term of a contract. I shake my head. Look, I'm sorry if I don't see you the way you see me.
Maybe it would help if I was fucking criminal,
he sneers.
Would that do it? If I whored around and did drugs and spoke fucking Russian? He bellows. Is that what it takes to fuck you, Tenley?
My face reddens as I glare at him. You are way out of line here, Patrick. I shake my head. We're done. I whirl, but then gasp as his hand grabs my wrist tight to yank me back around.
The hell we are, he snarls. I want what I want, Tenley, he hisses. And I will get it.
I stare at him. I'm not your trust fund, Patrick. I'm not an election. You don't get to just win me.
No? He smiles cruelly. Then let's do it this way. I'll spell it out for you. You and me together is doing fantastic things for the campaign, but it also tests through the roof for my future plans. He grins. America loves us, Tenley, or specifically, they love me, with you on my arm.
I laugh coldly. I'm not your prop, Patrick.
No?
No. I turn to go back inside. This conversation is over.
Then so is your father's career.
I freeze.
Over, Tenley. And I don't just mean his shot at the vice presidency. I mean in politics, in Washington at all.
I turn to stare at the biting smile on his face in horror.
Do you not understand that I can ruin you? He whispers. Through my father, I can take Martin Chambers from decorated naval lawyer and would-be vice president to garbage. I can have him connected to any fucking scandal I want, and when he goes down,
he smiles thinly,
you'll go down. You're not here because of any real merit or family influence. You're here because of my family influence.
I stare at him. Patrick, my dad is the fucking Secretary of State.
But not from a pedigreed family. And he's only in that position because my father and those who lead with him put him there, in order to give him the resume to join this campaign.
He sneers as the color drains from my cheeks.
So go ahead, Tenley. Keep throwing shit in my fucking face and see if I keep smiling. Keep rebuking me and denying me and see how fast I get you thrown out of Oxford Hills. Then we'll see what university would possibly want you.
I tremble as he storms over to loom over me.
You don't make the Supreme Court getting kicked out of high school, Tenley.
My chest feels tight. It feels like my throat is squeezing in on itself. I gape, gasping for air as I stare at Patrick in horror.
Get your shit together, Tenley. And then you'd better toe the fucking line. You will show up to meals with me. When I need to go to a school event with you on my arm for the cameras, you'll fucking be there. When I want to kiss you...
I shudder as he reaches out to smear a thumb over my lips. He leans closer, but not all the way.
I goddamn will. And if I want more than that...
He growls dangerously. I cringe, nausea washing over me as he leans close to my ear.
Then you'd better believe I'll have it. One way or another.
He steps away, leaving me shaking and feeling like I want to throw up.
If I ever hear of you going near Volkov again...
He curls his lip.
I'll fucking end you.
He turns and starts to leave, just like that.
I'll send Lane when I need you.
I stand there, watching him walk away until he's out of sight, shaking. I'm still trembling as I turn, fumbling for the door. I'm in a daze, barely hanging on as I stumble back into the house. Charlotte is right there, her face ashen. She's clearly heard the whole thing.
Tenley.
I'm fine, I blurt. I turn and stumble blindly up the stairs. I fumble at my bedroom door until it opens. Ilya is lying on my bed looking broody as always. When he sees me, his face darkens.
Shit. What?
I start to sob as I kick the door shut behind me. He bolts from the bed, and when I fall, it's the wolf that's there to catch me. I cry into his chest. I cling to him. I let him carry me back to bed and hold me until everything fades away. When I wake, it's late in the afternoon, and I'm alone. I hug myself and bury my face into the pillow. Slowly, I pull myself together. I pad downstairs to find Charlotte in the kitchen. Immediately, she rushes over to hug me tightly, stroking my back. You heard all of that with Patrick, then? She nods as she pulls back, her face grim.
What a fucking asshole.
I nod sadly. Yeah. I glance around the downstairs area, dragging my teeth over my lip.
He left a little while ago.
I whip my head around, blushing. Who?
She rolls her eyes. Ilya.
She smirks at me.
Not such a bad guy, I have to admit.
I look down. He's got his moments.
I'll say he was not too happy to hear about the Patrick shit.
My face pales as I look up at her in horror. She shakes her head and smiles.
He's not murdering Patrick, relax.
Charlotte, I croak, feeling sick. He's in the fucking Bratva.
Chill.
She laughs, strangely calm.
Ilya is not busy killing anyone.
And how the hell do you know that?
Because he dropped that off and told me to tell you to meet him at Lordship when you are up.
She nods past me. I turned to see an elegant leather bag, like the kind you might take as a carry-on for a flight. Am I supposed to pack for something? Charlotte raises her brows.
Nope.
My brows furrow. I'm not sure
He already packed for you.
My face stills as I walk over to the table. I unzip the bag and blink in shock. It's filled with neatly folded clothes, all kinds of them too. There's a gorgeous black evening dress, a bikini, jeans, and a long-sleeved hiking-type shirt. Casual clothes. My face burns. And lots of lingerie, every bit as sexy and risque as the stuff he already bought me. I swallow as I turn to stare at Charlotte. What the fuck is going on? She smiles and arches her brow as she sips her tea.
What's going on is that you seem to have captured the wolf's attention, and he's waiting for you.
20 minutes later, I step through the gates of Lordship Manor to find Elia waiting on the front step. I stop in front of him and drop the leather carry-on bag at my feet. Are we fleeing the country? His eyes smile.
Maybe.
My face tightens. I'm being serious. Did you, kill Patrick or something? A shadow crosses Elia's face.
Would you like me to?
I shiver. Not really. Elia slinks toward me until he's right in front of me, his piercing green eyes burning into mine.
Name a place you've never been.
My brow furrows. What do you mean?
Just pick a place.
Antarctica? He sighs.
Someplace actually habitable. A place you've always wanted to go.
I don't have to think. It comes instantly. Paris.
Perfect.
He reaches down and grabs the bag.
Let's go.
I blink. To where? To Paris?
Unless you've really got your heart set on fucking Antarctica.
He grunts as he turns and starts walking around the side of the manor. I bolt after him. Hang on, Elia, you really mean Paris, Paris?
No, I mean New Jersey, Paris.
He smirks at me.
Yes, I mean Paris, Paris.
I stare at him. How? I mean, Elia, we can't even leave campus.
And what about me thus far has possibly given you the impression that I abide by rules?
What about school?
Tenley.
He growls. I tremble as he cups my chin and leans down. His lips press to mine fiercely, taking my breath away before he pulls back. Those green eyes glint into me as my pulse thuds.
Stop fucking thinking for once.
I drag my teeth over my lips.
What's it going to be, Red? In or out?
I could pretend to dwell on it, or make a show of wrestling with my rule-following self, but I know he'd see through it anyway. And besides, the answer is easy enough to blurt out. In. Chapter 33. Tenley. Elia has a jet. I mean, of course he does. But even if having access to a luxury private plane seems par for the course for the heir to a billionaire crime lord, it's just a touch outside of my reality. I feel like a Bond girl as we cruise through the night toward France. It doesn't hurt that our route here was full-on cloak and dagger. First, Elia put a blindfold on me in the movie theater-style entertainment room in the basement of Lordship Manor. Then I learned there was another basement, one that smelled like a gym, but also like a car garage, and yet also like an office full of old leather furniture. I wasn't expecting to be seated in the passenger seat of a car, either. I wasn't expecting the thrill of acceleration after not being in a car for a month while at school. At first, there was a dull echo, as if we were in a parking garage. But then the sound changed, and the blindfold came off, and I found myself being driven through the dark English countryside in a sleek black Maserati with Elia behind the wheel.
Let's skip the questions for now.
He'd growled. After that, it was just the surreal silence of driving through the night with the window down, with the wolf himself, to Manchester, the private airfield, and now this jet. Wait, so where are we going? I know I'm gushing, but I can't help it. I'm on a private jet that just feels like money. I'm half reclined in more of a spa chair than anything I've ever sat in on an airplane before. The decor makes it look like we're in a sleekly modern hotel room, and I'm sipping champagne.
Your normal person is showing red.
Ha ha ha. I roll my eyes at him, bringing the flute to my lips again. Just in case you're not aware, the rest of the world does not travel like this.
Oh,
he smiles devilishly.
I'm aware.
Enjoy lording it over peons like myself?
Immensely.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts. The cabin goes quiet. It's like we're both thinking it, that this thing between us has an expiration date. It must. I mean, I'm me and he's him. Not even TV sitcoms would venture to write a Supreme Court judge and a Mafia king. But until this inevitably blows up, well, he's an escape, and a fantastic one at that. So, I say quickly, clearing my throat. I ask again, where are we going?
Paris. Pay attention.
I roll my eyes. Where in Paris? I mean, you packed a bunch of stuff in that bag. I just want to know what I should put on.
A lace thong and nothing else.
He grunts. I blush. Ilya eyes me hungrily.
Dress up. We're going out to dinner.
Very fancy, Mr. Volkov. I take a sip of my champagne.
And to the opera.
I almost spit out my bubbly. Wait, really? He smirks as he turns to look out the window.
Your regular person is showing again.
I grin.
You should get changed. We're going straight to the opera house when we land.
When are we landing? He shrugs.
Half an hour.
My eyes widen. Seriously?
It's just Manchester to Paris. It's not that big deal of a flight. You know, for us at the top.
I roll my eyes. He smirks at me.
Catch up, Red.
I step out of the private changing area, not even a bathroom, like seriously a dressing room on the jet, with a blush. The dress fits me like a second skin. I feel sexy and yet cultured, elegant and scandalous. And when Ilya looks up as I walk back into the main cabin, I get the impression he feels the same way about it. His eyes lance into me like blades, like he's stripping the gown from me right there with a gaze. You like? He growls, audibly. I sit, blushing as I grin and reach for my champagne. Ilya undoes his seatbelt. I gasp quietly as he leans toward me. His hands land on my knees and start to push the dress up before I stop him. I tease. This time, there's an edge to that growl of his.
Excuse me,
he grunts. I'm not your plaything, Ilya, I grin. I'm not available at your beck and...
Yes, you are,
he mutters.
And yes, you are.
He leans closer and my breath catches when his lips brush my ear.
And I know you love being my fucking plaything.
I shiver. His hand starts to tug at the dress, and I let him. He pushes it up my thighs and over the thin, lacy panties I've slipped on beneath it. He pulls away, letting his lips brush the line of my jaw before his eyes drop between my legs hungrily.
Lose the panties.
I blush and look up at him, but his eyes just burn into me, and I feel myself nodding. I reach down to slip them off.
Spread your legs.
I tremble. He's not wrong. The demands and the growling tone turn me into a puddle. My skin tingling, I keep my eyes on his as I do as he says. Ilya drops to his knees in front of me, pushing my legs even wider. I whimper when he lifts them, hooking a knee over each armrest until I'm lewdly spread open for him. I blush hotly, and I'm about to say something when he leans between them. Ilya. His tongue drags through my lips, delving deep into my wetness. My legs shake as he tongues my pussy, teasing higher to curl his tongue around my clit. Oh, fuck. His hands grip the backs of my thighs, shoving my legs wide and up as he drags his tongue over my pussy. He sucks my clit, making me squeal and shake before he slips lower to push his tongue into me. Ilya's hand slides higher and his thumb starts to roll my clit. His mouth dances lower, dangerously so, and I stiffen. Ilya, wait, My brain goes numb and my mouth falls open. Filthy pleasure buzzes through me as his tongue swirls around my ass. And when he starts to rub my clit while he does it, I see stars. Oh my God. I moan wantonly, eagerly, desperately. His tongue swipes over my tight hole as he rubs my clit and sinks a finger into me. I claw at his hair, writhing and choking for a breath until suddenly the bomb goes off. I throw my head back and moan, crying out as Ilya's filthy mouth makes me explode in pleasure. The orgasm clenches me, drowning me as I come for him. He stands, leaving me sprawled there panting, my legs wide and my dress around my waist. I'm going to change. His eyes pierce into me as he smirks triumphantly. He nods his chin at my panties lying on the floor. Those stay off, and I will check. A Maybach limo picks us up at the private airfield, and any possible lingering apprehension of what the fuck I am doing here flies away out the window. I'm in, all the way, head first into the deep end, and I don't want to look back. Ilya leads me from the limo at the front of the Palais Garnier Opera House, him in a tux, me in the slinky black dress, a glittering string of diamonds he slipped onto me in the car, and no panties. As requested. And yes, he did check. La Boheme is incredible, but it's Ilya's hand that creeps up my dress to slowly and maddeningly rub my clit, keeping me on the edge for an hour before he finally lets me come, that steals the show. After I'm so high on life and all of this that I barely taste the food at L'Astrance, even if it's a 3 Michelin star place that's been rated one of the best restaurants in the world. But I hit the pause button to gape when Ilya leads me into the hotel room. No, not hotel room, luxury penthouse. It's even more extravagant and dripping in wealth than any luxury penthouse I can imagine. And when Ilya opens the big double doors to pull me inside, I just stare at the view out the huge French windows. It's the Eiffel Tower, all lit up. I stand by the huge windows, mesmerized, as I feel him come up behind me. I turn, searching his dark face as my heart thuds. Why are you? I thought I said no questions. He growls. I'm changing the terms. I bite my lip. Why are you doing this? He frowns, but says nothing. I never bent the knee, Ilya, and I'm not going to. I know everyone else at that place walks around scared of you or bending over backward to please you, but I shake my head. Why? I mean, you hated me. That's where you're wrong, Red. He growls. His hands slide over my hips, pushing me back against the glass. I never hated you. His jaw clenches, and for a second the mask he always wears drops. Suddenly, I find myself looking at the real him, the real Ilya, unmasked before me. I like that you defy me. I like that you throwed my shit back in my face. He hisses. I like that you piss me the fuck off and confound me. I giggle. Oh, do I confound you, Mr. Volk? I moan as his lips crash hard to mine. Shut up, he growls. I like that you aren't the rest of them. I like that you're not from the world I am, that it hasn't broken you and corrupted you. His hand slides up, twisting into my hair as his eyes glint in the light from outside. I don't hate you, Tenley.
In fact, it might just be the opposite problem.
His mouth finds mine and I sink into him. I forget the expiration date. I forget the conflicts. I forget about everything as I drown in his storm.
Chapter 34. Ilya. She rips at my tux as my hand slips over the small of her back. My fingers trace higher as she undoes my tie, then my shirt buttons. I shrug the jacket off as my fingers find the hidden zipper at the back of her gown. One stroke down, and the whole thing drops down to pool at her feet. And then she's in front of me, in my arms, in nothing but heels and diamonds. Exactly how I want her, always. My pants fall, and I growl as her hand slips down to wrap around my cock. She strokes me against her stomach as I kiss her fiercely, hands gripping her ass. Even now, with all of this, the diamonds, the private jet to Paris, the fucking opera, she's still her own woman. She's not pandering to me. She's not giving in to me. She might be naked in my arms, but she's not mine. And that both infuriates me and draws me in like nothing else. She's a conquest I can't quite conquer. A victory I can't quite claim. And it's making my head spin like nothing I've ever known before. My hand slips between her legs, stroking her slick pussy. She whimpers into my mouth and strokes my throbbing cock faster. I move my hips, guiding my head lower as I grip her thigh. She moans as I lift her leg and push, sinking the swollen tip into her tight little pussy.
Ilya.
Just like that. I groan, driving into her slowly. I ease inch after inch into her until she's clawing at my hips to try and get more of me. Slowly the rolls fall away. The divide between us doesn't exist. I'm not the monster. She's not the defiant thorn in my side. I'm not the wicked Bratva prince, and she's not the untouchable daughter of the law. We're just Ilya and Tinley. We're just two people in a world of whirlwinds and chaos that found each other and decided to hold on for longer than a passing moment. I crush my mouth to hers, groaning as my cock sinks the rest of the way into her. Her moans echo in my ears, drowning out the rest of the world, the anger and the ever-present roar in my head. Having me, accepting me, taming me. I hiss as I thrust into her, fucking her deeply. Her leg wraps tight around me, the heel digging into the small of my back as she urges me on. My hands slide down her perfect skin, brushing her tits and teasing her nipples. I grab her ass, and she gasps as I lift her other leg around my hip and pin her to the window behind her.
Ilya.
But there are no words we need right now. None of them would say what our bodies are saying so clearly right now. And I know if I talk, I'll shatter this perfect moment in time. So I muffle her with my kiss. I bury myself between her legs and fuck her like the world is ending around us. She screams my name when she comes, clawing at my back. I don't stop. I don't slow. I snarl into her neck, my fingers digging into her skin as I ram my cock deep into her, like I want the memory of me imprinted in her soul forever. I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts. I hate the finality of it. I hate the period it puts on this. I don't want this to stop. I don't want while it lasts. I want always. But if this is to end, I'm going down swinging. And so, when I fuck her against the glass with Paris behind us, it's to imprint myself on her. It's to etch myself forever across her heart like a tattoo. She clings to me, her legs locked behind my back as I thrust into her over and over. She moans my name like a prayer or a curse. I bury my mouth in her neck before I bite and nip my way to her mouth. Her lips sear to mine. Her nails dig into my skin, and I push myself so far inside her, she'll never forget. When the release comes, it's both of us together. I groan her name into her mouth, and her walls ripple and clench around me as I throb and pump my cum deep in her. Whatever happens tomorrow, we own this night.
How did your parents die?
In the dimness of the room, with the silk sheets over us, I turn to eye her. Tenley frowns.
Sorry, that was in my head and my mouth just let.
Her face lines as she looks up at me.
Please, forget I...
Car crash, I say tersely. They got hit by a drunk driver. Her face falls.
God, I'm so sorry. How old were you?
Old enough to get this. I push my hair back at the temple, revealing the thin, jagged line there. Tenley's hand flies to her mouth.
You were...
I nod. The car flipped, and I was trapped in the back, locked in my booster seat. And I was 5.
Holy fuck,
she croaks, pulling tight to me. I don't know why I've just told her this. In fact, she's the only one at school aside from Lucas and Misha who knows. I don't really talk about it, I grunt. My Uncle Yuri raised me after that.
Yuri Volkov.
I smirk at her. Yes, that Yuri Volkov. The one who raised me, who taught me to be a man and brought me into the ways of the Bratva.
You mean indoctrinated you into a gang?
I chuckle darkly. No, I don't. It's not like I had to go out and mug people. It's not like that. It's a brotherhood. It's family. I shrug. It's all I've ever known, and I'm proud of that. She doesn't say anything, but she smiles against my chest, and we're silent for a few minutes. Your mom was in a car crash too, wasn't she? She nods.
Yep. Only she was with this guy she'd been cheating on my dad with for years, and she'd lied to both of us about it the whole time.
I frown when she does. I feel the rage she feels.
It's kind of why I have that thing with mind games,
she continues. I lean down to kiss the top of her head.
They were leaving a restaurant to go to their usual hotel. He, the guy, Jeff, he was drunk.
She shrugs.
And that was that.
Fuck. I'm sorry.
Tenley shrugs again. She'd left us. She picked the stupid shit with Jeff over my dad and me. In the end, we got to keep each other. Her fucking loss, right?
I grin. I love the strength in this girl. I love the grim resolve and the defiance against the world. Wait, I growl. You said he was drunk, and they were going to a hotel? She looks up at me, confused.
Yes?
The drunk guy that hit my parents was with his mistress, a Navy lawyer's wife, on the way to a hotel after leaving a restaurant. Tenley freezes, staring at me. What if... I choke, and her eyes widen.
Ilya, oh my fucking...
When I start to snicker, her mouth falls open before she takes a swing at me.
Oh my God, you are psychotic,
she blurts, smacking me as I grin.
Jesus, Ilya,
she groans, dropping her forehead to my chest.
That was dark, even for you.
I smirk as she looks up at me. She leans close and her lips press to mine.
I like your darkness, you know.
I like your normalness. She blushes. I kinda like you, too. I growl as I pull her in and sear my lips to hers. Hours later, she's asleep, sprawled across me in the huge bed. I slowly blow smoke from my spliff up at the ceiling as she nestles against me. I look down at her face, and I smile. A real one, like a normal person. I could lie awake all night weighing this out. I could debate with myself and lie to myself until I'm blue in the face that this can't last, or that this will surely explode in both our faces. Instead, I just smile. Like I said, whatever happens tomorrow, we own this night. We own this moment, the two of us. I reach over and stub out the smoke. Then I slide under the covers and pull her gently into my arms. It occurs to me that I've never actually slept with a woman. Even the other night in her room, I didn't sleep. I lay awake all night watching her, wondering if I'd crossed a line. Wondering if I should let her go before I destroyed her. But tonight, there's none of that. Tonight I close my eyes as I draw her close. The screaming in my head is silent. The roar quiets. And I sleep.
Chapter 35. Tenley. I spend the entire trip back waiting to wake up, like I'm in a dream that's going to be over at any second. And when it does, I'll be back in my reality. Elia's hand won't be holding mine in this possessive way, with his fingers laced through mine. The sweet bruises from his fingers on my skin, like perfect little memories of last night, will be gone. But there's no waking up. It's just that my reality has become a dream. On the drive to the airfield in Manchester, the speed and ferocity at which Elia drove just sort of felt natural, like him attacking the road like he wanted to make it submit to his car tires was just the way he was. But on the way back to school, the drive is slow, like he's taking his time. There's no blindfold this time. I smile curiously as we pull into an old barn, but when a button on his dash like a garage door opener makes a hidden wall swing open to reveal the tunnel delving down into the earth behind it, my jaw drops. It's official. This is actually a James Bond movie. The clubhouse, for lack of a better term, at the end of the long tunnel is even more jaw-dropping. We're moving toward the metal stairs that I would guess lead up to Lordship Manor, when Elia suddenly grabs me and pushes me flat to the wall. I whimper as he yanks up my sundress, shoves my panties to the side, and roughly pushes his swollen cock into me from behind. "Elia," I moan.
One more time.
He snarls into my ear. His hands grip my waist as he thrusts savagely, fucking me against the wall by the staircase as I whimper for more.
I can't get enough.
His voice rasps into my ear.
I'll never have enough.
His hand slips down my front, rolling my clit as he drives into me. It's not a drawn-out encounter, just a savage primal need for us both to have each other. In no time, I'm crying out as the orgasm hits me. My toes curl in my sandals, and I reach back to sink my fingers into his hip. Elia bites my neck, making me gasp in pleasure as he buries himself in my pussy. His cock throbs, pumping his hot cum deep into me.
I'll never have enough,
he groans.
Never.
We part company halfway between Lordship Manor and my cottage. Neither of us has to say the reasons out loud. We just both accept that him not walking me to my front door is probably a good thing. I'm not sure if whatever is left of my reputation could survive that scandal. I walk home on a cloud, swaying and feeling like I should be dancing with birds and woodland creatures like I'm a fairy princess or something. I do pause once or twice to roll my eyes at myself, but it doesn't slow my heart. It doesn't flush away the glow on my cheeks. Nothing can do that. That is, until I step into my cottage. I frown when I see the pale, terrified expression on Charlotte's face, standing in the kitchen to the left of the front door. Char? I frown, dropping my bag as I go to her. Jesus, Charlotte, what's wrong?
You fucking disgust me.
I gasp, whirling and clutching my heart to see Patrick standing in the living room behind me. I swallow, staring at him. Patrick, what the hell are you even doing?
He's fixing this.
My heart drops as the older man in the dark suit with the silver hair and that farm boy chin, just like his shithead son, steps into view. Senator North, I choke, paling as my eyes focus on Patrick's father, the man who is almost certainly going to be the next president. I'm sorry, Charlotte whispers behind me. They just got here and they wouldn't let me call.
Miss Chambers,
Senator North says in a clipped tone. His steely eyes narrow at me.
This bullshit parade of yours is over. Now. Today.
I clench my hands at my sides. Senator,
I don't want or need to hear it, Tenley, he growls. My son doesn't seem to be able to rein this in, so I am.
His brow deepens as he glares first at Patrick, then at me.
This dalliance of yours with Yuri Volkov's nephew is done. I have worked far too hard and sacrificed far too much to get to where I am, and I will not have this shit shattering my goddamn career.
Sir, if I could just—
You cannot, Tenley, he growls. This ends now.
He jabs a finger at the floor as he snarls.
Or I cut your father loose. I mean that, and it will not be quiet. I don't relish playing dirty politics, but don't you think for a second that I won't. Your father's career will be finished if I axe him from my campaign. That's a promise.
The room goes numb. Or maybe that's just me as the knife twists into my heart.
Have I made myself abundantly clear?
I nod as tears start to fall down my cheeks. Senator North's brow furrows, a sliver of humanity peeking out from behind the steely politician mask.
He
shakes his head.
I'm sorry, Tenley. I am. But politics is a game, and we're in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl. There's no room for fucking around anymore.
He levels his eyes at me.
I don't give a single shit what there is or isn't between you and my son. I don't care if it's fake. It's polling through the roof, so you're going to keep doing it.
Senator North draws in a deep breath.
Cut Volkov loose and never go near him again, or I will bury your father and his entire legacy. And if that's not making you shit your pants quite enough, you can be damn sure that when he goes down, that plan of yours that he always tells me about goes kaput, too.
All I can do is nod quietly as the tears continue to trickle down my cheeks. Senator North glances at his son.
Let's go, Patrick.
He walks past me, stopping briefly to rest a hand on my shoulder before he's out the door. Patrick storms after him, barely looking at me.
Slut,
he mutters as he slams the door shut behind him. The sound of it has barely faded before I'm falling into Charlotte's arms and crying my eyes out. I spent the whole day waiting, and now here it is. Time to wake up.
Hey, kiddo.
My dad's tone tells me he doesn't need to be caught up with what's just happened. Hi, I croak.
Jesus, I'm so sorry.
His voice catches and halts with emotion.
Christ, I'm so fucking sorry, honey.
No, Dad. I sink onto my bed. I'm still shaking from earlier, and my face is still stained with tears. But after Charlotte held me and rocked me for who knows how long, I've been standing in my room, looking in the mirror. Trying to find a way. Trying to see how this ends. But I already know the answer, and that hurts worst of all. No, I'm sorry, Dad, I whisper.
I never should have agreed to this bullshit with Patrick North, honey.
He sighs heavily.
I got so caught up in these damn polling numbers and the PR and the brand that
I knew what I was signing up for, I murmur, looking down. He sighs.
This boy.
It's over, Dad. I clench, wincing like a blade has just cut into me as I say it out loud. My face crumbles as I clutch at my heart, but I hold back the tears for my dad. Because after staring at myself in the mirror for an hour, this is where I've landed. Politics is about making the hard choices. Sticking to the plan was never going to be easy. It's just that today it gets really, really fucking hard. I'm picking my dad. When this is all boiled down, that's the choice. To be selfish and follow Ilya, which will destroy my dad's and probably my own future as well. Or I can just not do that and push on, painfully, along the path I've been walking since I was a girl. It doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. It doesn't mean it might not kill me. But that's life. It's over, Dad, I whisper.
Honey, my concern here is not about my damn VP bid. Come on, Tenley, I don't give a shit about...
Dad, this is your entire career. Of course you do. As do I. He grunts.
I'd pick you and your happiness any goddamn day, kiddo.
I wince as the tears start to flow again.
No, my concern is about who this guy is.
I shake my head. He's not who you think he is, I whisper.
He's the nephew of and heir apparent to Yuri goddamn Volkov, Tenley. That is exactly who he...
It doesn't matter, I croak. My eyes close. It doesn't matter, Dad. It's over. He's silent for a minute before he sighs heavily.
I'm so sorry, Tenley. I'm so damn sorry.
The tears fall heavily, but the choice has been made. It is what it is, and deep down, I knew this was never going to last. Who ever heard of Little Red Riding Hood ending up with the big bad wolf? Anyway.
Chapter 36. Ilya. I'm halfway through unpacking my stuff when I glance up and catch my reflection in the mirror in my dressing room. I scowl. I scowl because when I look up, I'm fucking smiling like a douchebag. I roll my eyes at myself and whirl to storm across the bedroom. I sink into the leather Ames chair by the window and reach for my case of pre-rolls. I slip one between my lips, the lighter flicks and the end cherries. The me inside of me, the dark, grumpy, moody little fuck that's gone through the vast majority of his life giving the world the finger, wants to say something absurd like this was never part of the plan. But fuck that. There was never a plan with Tenley. She was just the pebble that started the landslide, the match that lit the fuse, the little red who kicked the wolf in the teeth. When I exhale a thin stream of smoke into the ceiling, I realize I'm grinning again. God fucking damn it. I groan as I drop my head back, smoking quietly. I'm still at it. My face is still weirdly tight. My heart is still thumping. I'm still missing her. There's another first. I've been with girls before, but I've never slept all night with one. I've left plenty of them too, but I've never once missed anyone. I've been away from her for all of 3 hours, and I hate that she's not here. I inhale as I sit up and stare out the window. Instantly, I grin when I see a familiar red ponytail bobbing as she walks quickly up to the front gate of the manor. I stand, glancing down just in time to see her let herself in. I snuff out the spliff. She's right. I smoke too much. I glance in the mirror to fix my hair, ignoring what a dipshit I feel like. There's a brief knock before the door opens. I turn to smirk at her. Couldn't make it a hole? She doesn't have to say a word. Her face speaks volumes. It screams that I'm about to lose someone else I let inside. It's about to mock me for being a fool. But really, it just speaks 2 words. The end. Fuck you, I snarl.
Ilya, please.
Fuck you, I hiss, shaking my head as my eyes burn into hers. She's crying, and it's killing me. But so is the reality of what's happening.
Please, just Listen.
Get out, I grunt coldly. My jaw is set as the walls build back up around me. Just get the fuck out.
Will you just fucking let me explain?
Get out! I roar with a fury that drains the color from her face and rattles the goddamn walls. She backs away, shaking her head and crying.
I'm sorry,
she whispers. Don't be, I say coldly. Everything Patrick told you was right. I was just trying to fuck you to get close to you for political dirt on your dad. She glares at me.
Don't do that.
I asked you to leave. She shakes her head, wiping at the tears with the back of her hand.
Ilya,
I promise you, you're not going to want me to say it again. A sob wrenches from her throat as she turns and stumbles out of my bedroom. The door shuts behind her. I seethe. I see chaos and rage and murder behind my eyes. I storm to the bar cart in the corner of the room and pour a huge glass of scotch. But in a second, I whirl and hurl it at the door as I roar in blind fury. Out the window, I can see her running back across the grounds, crying. My hand closes around the bottle as the anger simmers in the darkness. My lip curls cruelly as I bring the bottle to my lips. Who the fuck ever heard of the wolf ending up with the rabbit, anyway? Chapter 37. Ilya. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. That's how this world ends. I'm vaguely aware that it's been... Actually, I don't know. It's either been a day or a week since Tenley pulled herself away from me. But I do know I've spent almost the entirety of my time since then stewing and getting as fucked up as possible in my room, alone. It's midday as I slump shirtless onto one of my couches. I'm hungover, and I plan on flipping that to drunk again as quickly as I can. I reach for a mostly empty bottle of who cares, when suddenly a manila folder slaps down on the coffee table in front of me. I blink, half jolted and half annoyed before I slowly raise my eyes to the person who just startled me. You're an asshole, Lucas grunts. I glare at him. That all you got? He rolls his eyes. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, are you an asshole? His mouth thins. But you're also sort of my best friend. I blink. My jaw ticks. I keep glaring at him. Sort of, huh? It would help if you could actually throw a punch. I grin. Pussy. Bitch. He nods at the folder. That's for you. What is this? A peace offering? No. He shakes his head and points at it. No, that's your Hiroshima. My brow knits. Huh? You want her back? I roll my eyes. Misha's been barking up this tree for the last week. It's been 2 weeks, actually. Shit. I glance around my room, seeing it for the first time the way Lucas is probably seeing it. Jesus, it looks like the Rolling Stones decided to become hoarders in here. Trash, food delivered from the dining hall, empty liquor bottles, streaks of cocaine, and disgusting, heaping ashtrays litter the room. Smoke hangs like a foggy mist. Let's cut out the part where you resist my advice because you're an asshole, so we can get to the part where I just talk some fucking sense into you. I glare at Lucas as he narrows his gaze on me. You want her back? He nods at the folder. That's going to do it. She doesn't. Will you just read it? I grunt as I look down and open the folder. Suddenly I am very, very interested. Holy shit. It's a whole file on Patrick, but not the golden boy of Oxford Hills Patrick. This is a Patrick that makes my jaw clench. My pulse thuds as I skim the photographs of him entering seedy-looking places in what appears to be Manchester. Pictures of him grinning with scared girls, clearly working girls, under his arm at pubs. There are photographs from police reports, close-ups of blackened eyes, busted lips, and bruise-covered bodies. And then there are handwritten accounts, signed, dated, and co-signed by legal representation. What the fuck? He makes a big show of going into Manchester all the time to play Mother Teresa. Lucas grunts. The soup kitchens, the halfway houses for girls. There's a dark, manic fury starting to creep over Lucas's face. I always thought I'd seen the darkness in him plenty of times, but for the first time, it's scaring me. He prefers the sex workers, but they've all blacklisted him after he put enough of them in hospital. So he started in on the girls in those halfway houses, the ones trying to claw their way back from addiction, abuse, sex trafficking. Lucas's eyes look fucking demonic. I'm getting there fast myself. How? He looks away. I sort of know the signs, so I started poking around in Manchester and asking questions. Lucas, look, this will nuke the motherfucker. You should use it. If you don't, his eyes get that pure darkness in them again that sends a cold feeling up my spine. Whatever you did to get all this, don't worry about it. I shake my head. Thank you. He shrugs. You might be an asshole, but you're kind of my favorite asshole. I grin as I stand. I go to hug him, but he makes a face. Ilya, it's been 2 weeks. Take a fucking shower. I stand in the near darkness, staring at the file folder on my desk. Lucas isn't wrong, of course. This would destroy Patrick. And in doing so, yes, it would shatter that fake media shit with him and Tenley. It would also torpedo his father's presidential bid. I know that's the root of her staying clear of me. I can read the politics written on the wall. She's cut me out because they're using her father and his career, and hers too, probably, as leverage. Destroying George North's run for the White House would erase that leverage. I close my eyes. Except this folder is also something else. It's leverage of my own. Blowing something up sends a message. But if you don't blow it up and just keep your finger on that switch forever, you are that something's or that someone's God. I could push this button and end Patrick, or I could pass it to my uncle, and the Volkov Bratva would literally own the next U.S. president. My eyes swivel to the bottles of alcohol sitting on the cart in the corner. I groan. They won't solve this for me. They won't tell me the answer. My uncle sighs heavily when I'm done laying it all on the table. For the love of a woman, he exhales into the phone. That is one lesson we don't teach you when learning the ways of the Bratva, is it? I shake my head, sitting back in my chair in the darkness of my room. Guess not. Silly, isn't it? Because power, strength, brotherhood, all of it crumbles under one soft look, one pair of lips. Yuri chuckles quietly. There's a Helen of Troy launching 1,000 ships in someone's life every single fucking day, isn't there? He sighs again. This file, I venture. Use it. Destroy him. I blink as I sit up. Yuri, if we held this, for what? I frown in confusion. You're seriously telling me to not hold the next president of the United States by the balls, but to use this now? Ilya, Yuri says gently. You will have all the power and money in the world one day. You will wear this crown, and you will command an empire that you will make even bigger and more powerful than it is now. I can promise you that. But, he sighs, none of that will buy you love or happiness. That is rare. Believe me on that. And why else do we do any of this? I slowly shake my head. Pull the trigger, Ilya. When I hang up, my skin is throbbing in the darkness. A surge of hunger and fury rises in me. The wolf hunts. But I'm not hunting for prey anymore. She never was my prey. And that's the problem. The whole time, she's been a wolf too. So that is what I'm about to hunt for. Not prey. My mate.
Chapter 38. Tenley.
So you must be very excited.
I stab at my shepherd's pie aimlessly. There's a gnawing ache in the pit of my stomach that's been there for 2 weeks. Needless to say, I've barely had an appetite. But eating these last 2 weeks has turned into the same mindless, scripted routine that everything else has. It turns out that leaving the UK to fly to France when your father is going to be the next vice president raises some red flags. That's how Patrick and his father found out about all of that, and why my life is now a walking prison. My entire life is now beyond my control, a glimpse into my future at Patrick's side for the cameras. My plan? Who knows? It seems for now that I am still going to Columbia next year, but after that, it's looking grim. I wake early to do press interviews over Skype. I dress in my school uniform, but it now comes with an American flag pin, and another with the red, white, and blue logo of Senator North's campaign. There is no way political buttons are part of the dress code here, but when the future president of the United States says jump, even the board of Oxford Hills says how high. I go to classes, but they're staged now. There are cameras there to capture me. Sitting in the front row, of course, posing as if answering questions or solving problems. It's eye-rolling. There is no wiggle room in this new schedule, no time off. I've barely seen Charlotte for the last 2 weeks, and I'm sure it's no accident that I don't even catch a glimpse, even between classes, of Elia.
Tenley?
I frown and slowly raise my head from my reverie. Malik is smiling at me curiously from across the elite table in the dining hall. Sorry, what?
I said you must be very excited. For your trip, I mean.
Grr. Yes, very excited. I recite like a robot. Next to me, Patrick snarls under his breath. His heel kicks the leg of my chair, jolting me. I mean, yes, Malik. I gush, I'm so excited. The trip is a jaunt home in 2 weeks for Patrick and me. We'll be paraded around Washington for various news outlets as the hottest political couple since JFK and Jackie. To the rest of the elite members of the snob mob, it's going to do wonders for my brand, as Yoon put it. Ainsley is actively jealous of me and mean about it. I would rather stick my head in a fire ant colony. You are so going to be on Vogue, Ainsley says. Her smile says she wants to kill me in my sleep to take my place. I'm tempted to scream at her that she's welcome to take my place, but it's like even thinking that draws the fierce ire of Patrick, who is always near me now. Oh, now, won't that be fun? I say dryly. Patrick clears his throat and glares daggers at me before he smiles at the table.
Actually, we are in fact scheduled for Vogue on day 2 of the tour.
Ainsley says how exciting that is through clenched teeth. Carl Yoon high-fives Patrick. As the table buzzes about our stupid fucking trip, Patrick turns, still grinning. But his eyes are dark, and there's a small snarl at the corners of his mouth.
Stay in line, Tenley.
He hisses quietly.
I mean it. Your dad keeps his career, you keep your fucking plan.
Oh, do I? I hiss back. His eyes turn murderous.
Watch it. He grunts. You keep a new version of your plan.
I roll my eyes.
You agreed to this, Tenley, and don't think for a fucking second that I'm ever going to let you back out of it.
He leans close, grinning.
You're fucking mine now. My dad's going to win 2 terms, you know that. And after that, I'm looking at a Senate race. You pull very well for both of those things.
I tense, the color draining from my face. What, you going to keep me as your fake girlfriend for a decade, Patrick? I mutter quietly.
No.
I roll my eyes.
You'll be my fiancé, and then wife.
I stare at him. That's not happening.
Oh, yes, it is. He smiles grimly. The political power my father wields now is formidable. When he's president and after, he smirks. There's nothing he won't be able to do.
I slowly shake my head. You're a fucking lunatic.
That your way of telling me you're finally going to fuck me?
He leers at me.
Since mentally fucked up psychopaths seem to be what gets you wet.
I slap him hard right across the face, and something in him snaps. Patrick lurches at me. My face pales as his hand grabs the front of my blouse and his lips curl into a snarl. And right then is when the doors to the dining hall kick in. 4 guys from the private security firm that guards Oxford Hills stride in. They're accompanied by about 10 people wearing the uniform of the local police force, and they're marching right for us.
Patrick North!
A man in a trench coat holding a badge barks as the policemen swarm us. Patrick stares at him.
Excuse me?
Patrick North, the man recites as 2 men in uniform grab his arms.
You are hereby under arrest. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention. Do you have any fucking idea who I am? When questioned something which you later... Hey!
Patrick roars.
Do you know who my fucking father is?
The cop smiles.
Yes, my lad, I do. Let's go.
Patrick laughs.
I'm going to have your career fucking ended. Understand me? I'm gonna smack me around, boyo.
The cop growls viciously.
Like you did to all them girls in Manchester.
My stomach drops. I stare in horror at Patrick, whose face is ashen.
My sister lives in Manchester.
The cop snarls into Patrick's face.
And me mum. And me brother's 2 daughters, you cocksucker.
He nods at the cops holding Patrick, and they start to drag him out. Suddenly, he whirls on me.
You! He bellows. This is you and Volkov trying to fuck. Get off!
With a roar, Patrick yanks his arms free and suddenly lunges at me. The scream catches in my throat as I watch the policeman move in slow motion to stop him. And then suddenly, he's wincing as a fist crashes into his jaw. Patrick groans and hits the ground with a thud. I turn with wide eyes. My jaw drops when I see Lane standing there, glaring at Patrick as the cops drag him up off the floor.
Wanker!
Lane spits. He looks up at me and smiles shyly.
Us gingers have to stick together, after all.
I throw my arms around him, hugging him tight before I pull away. Thank you, Lane. He shrugs.
He always was a right prick.
I turn as they start to haul Patrick from the dining hall, screaming and kicking. Unsurprisingly, the entire school is emptying out to see where they're taking Mr. Golden Boy. The rush of people leaving the dining hall turns into a tide. Like it or not, I'm swept up with them all, carried up the few steps to the main doors. The courtyard outside the dining hall is bathed in swirling blue and red lights. The crowd is flowing like the river it is from the doors, down the steps, and over to where they're pushing Patrick into the back of a car. Slowly, I'm aware of the crowd parting, like a river hitting a massive stone, like ants swarming around a boot, like sheep parting for the wolf. When those green eyes stab into mine, even from 20 paces away, I'm stopped cold. My heart thuds, my breath feels like it's being squeezed from me. The tips of my fingers tingle as I stare right back at him.
I don't do girlfriends, Tenley.
His voice booms across the divide as he starts to move toward me. Ilya.
I don't do corny dating shit, or long walks, or...
Stop, please. I hiss. My chest tightens as he steps closer, the crowd of students still surging past us. Ilya, is this you? I gesture past him at the cops, shoving Patrick into a car. I mean, did you do this? His jaw grinds as he moves closer.
I don't do white knight shit, and I don't do missing someone when they're not around, or thinking of the ways I could have been less of an asshole to them.
He grunts. Suddenly, he's right in front of me, looming over me with his eyes burning like green fire.
I don't do boy meets girl, Tenley, he hisses. But I know I could do being in love with you. My heart stops beating. The world stills. My eyes lock onto him. And for the second time, I see the mask fall. I see the real Ilya Volkov. And then I really hear the words he just said, and my jaw drops. Ilya, if I wasn't me, and you weren't you, he growls quietly, staring hauntingly into my eyes. Would that change anything?
Yes. His brow darkens, but I reach out and my hands find his. His fingers entwine with mine. Because if you weren't you, and I wasn't me, I might not love you too. The corners of his lips curl up. My heart begins to beat again. He pulls me against his chest and reaches up to cup my cheek.
Careful, Red. He grins. Your normal is showing.
Careful, Volkov. I whisper back. You're starting to sound dangerously human.
I'll try to dial it back.
I grin as he lowers his mouth to mine, and the world fades away around us. The sirens wail as they drive off. The crowds thin and then disappear around us. But we remain. Red and the wolf. Together. Finally. Epilogue. Tenley. 2 months later. We've reached cruising altitude, Mr. Volkov. Ilya nods in thanks to the flight attendant before she disappears back into the pilot's section of the jet. He turns to me as he slides his fingers through mine.
And now we're on vacation.
I turn to eye him curiously. Going to tell me where we're going now?
Nope.
He sits back in his chair. The smug smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. You know, I do have to tell my father where I'll be at some point.
Your father is the U.S. Secretary of State. He's probably got 10 satellites tracking this one fucking jet right now.
I laugh. Honestly, you're probably right, you know. I glance at him. Scared off yet?
Nope.
I grin as I turn to look out the window at the passing clouds. My father is still Secretary of State. In fact, he's going to stay in that role for another 4 years. With George North out of the presidential race in the wake of Patrick Gate, the lion's share of polls places the current president, who decided under the circumstances to seek a second term after all, as the clear favorite to win. And that's all a good thing, because it's my dad who's co-architect of the New Deal being hammered out between the U.S. government and the Volkov and Kashenko-Bratvas. Oh, please, like the U.S. has never partnered with the quote-unquote bad guys before. Money talks, but so does Yuri Volkov and Viktor Komarov agreeing to certain terms, like not harboring extremists, not trafficking in weapons, and staying clear of democratic elections. In return, Volkov and Kashenko will be allowed to operate in relative peace. And with the recent trend of both of those crime families moving toward more company than gang status, it's going to make a lot of people happy. And very, very rich. As if Ilya needs another private jet. The one we're in right now works just fine. Can I at least look in my suitcase? Since where we're going is a surprise, he packed for me.
No, you can't, because that would give it away.
He shrugs, looking forward.
Besides, it's empty anyway.
I frown, turning to him. Huh? Ilya smirks.
You're not going to be wearing anything.
Heat rushes to my face. Oh, really?
Yes, really.
I bite my lip. What about when Misha and...
He's not bringing her for another 3 days.
Ilya's not the only one with access to the hidden tunnel out of campus and a private jet.
Until then,
he growls as he eyes me hungrily.
You won't be wearing anything at all.
Make me. His brow arches. Heat pools between my thighs.
Excuse me.
I said if you think I'm going to walk around naked with you for 3 days, then you're going to have to make... I gasp as he unclips his seatbelt, yanks mine off, and suddenly pulls me out of my seat. Ilya! I giggle as he throws me over his shoulder and marches to the sleeping area in the back of the jet. He kicks the door to the gorgeous master bedroom open, tosses me across the bed, and slams the door behind us.
Take them off, he groans, or I'm doing it for you.
I lie sprawled on the bed, grinning at him. I'm sorry, was that supposed to be a threat of some... I gasp as he lunges for me. His strong arms pin me to the bed as he yanks off my school uniform. His mouth crushes mine as he slips off my bra. My hands are opening his shirt as he slips my panties down. Ilya, I moan when he dips between my thighs. His tongue drags over my slit, up to tease my clit. I shudder in pleasure and shove his shirt off his shoulders. He pulls away just enough to throw it and the rest of his clothes aside before he's right back between my legs. His hands splay across my thighs, pushing my legs back and wide. His tongue drags from my clit down to tease my asshole. I crumple in pleasure, moaning eagerly for more. His tongue makes me see stars until he slowly works his way to my clit again. This time, there's no mercy. He's relentless as he demands the orgasm from me. I claw at the covers, twisting and writhing under his mouth until the edges of my vision starts to blur. Fuck. He pulls away. I am seconds from exploding, and Ilya pulls his mouth away from my pussy. Why? My face caves, but suddenly he's flipping me onto my stomach, sliding up between my spread legs and pushing his thick cock against me.
So I can do this.
He thrusts in, balls deep, with one rough push of his cock. My eyes roll back. The way he left me hanging and then just took me takes me over the edge. I cry out loudly as I claw at the mattress, clenching around him as I come hard. He grinds into me, pushing me to another orgasm before he slides his thickness from me. He leaves the tip just inside me, swollen and throbbing. His hand slips up into my hair, grabbing a handful and twisting. I whimper when our eyes lock, and he lowers his mouth to mine. Ilya kisses me savagely as he thrusts his thick cock into me. I moan, sure I'm leaving a puddle on the duvet as he starts to drive into me. His hand grips my hair tighter as he eases back. His hips roll and his abs flex as he sinks deeply over and over again. Ilya.
Fuck, baby,
he groans. He leans over me, grabbing both wrists with his other hand and bringing them to the small of my back. He pins them there, gripping my hair again as he starts to fuck me. His teeth drag over my neck and shoulders. His big cock plunges into me. His abs smack my ass as I start to lose control.
I want to feel you fucking come for me, Tenley.
He snarls into my ear.
Come for me. Come for me.
I'll say it again. It's the demanding tone that gets me. Every single time. I crumble apart at his voice, and I start to come hard. Ilya groans, feeling me clench tight around his cock. He pushes deeper, and I whimper as I feel him start to pump his cum into me. Slowly, he lets go of me. His lips kiss down and then back up my spine before he slides next to me. I roll into him, snuggling up as he lies on his back. He reaches for the bedside table next to him and slips a spliff between his lips. Are you fucking insane? We're on an airplane, Ilya.
Yeah, but it's my plane.
You can't smoke on a fucking plane.
They did it for decades.
I glare at him. He grins back, which, of course, has me laughing. You need to slow it down anyway.
Maybe.
Oh, we'll see about this maybe crap, mister. He turns to me and I blush as his eyes roam hungrily down over me.
Do you remember what I told you when we first met?
I roll my eyes. Yes, you told me to run away before you ate me.
You're still here.
What do... Oh. I moan as he starts to sink between my legs. I love you. I whimper.
I love you too. He groans as he lowers his mouth. And now, I'm going to devour you.
This has been a Podium audio production. If this audiobook fulfilled your fantasy, we would love for you to rate and review it. The audiobook might be over, but the heat isn't. Check us out at podiumentertainment.com and join our newsletter for your next love story. Also, don't forget to stalk us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. We hate to watch you go, but love to watch you leave. Until next time. You have been listening to Book 1 of Savage Airs, produced by Mitch Rains. Written by Jagger Cole. Performed by Ori Alden and Aaron Shedlock. Text copyright 2021 by Jagger Cole. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.